human beings communicate with each other mostly in verbal mode by speaking to each other. Humans generate speech sound using a production system and listen using ears and they understand using the human brain. The goal in automatic speech recognition is to teach a machine to do the same thing. That is to listen to speech sounds and make meaning out of it so that it can take appropriate action. There are several models of doing the speech recognition by machines. Some of the three-letter acronyms are dynamic time warping, Gaussian mixture model, hidden Markov model, deep neural network. We are going to touch each of them in this lecture series. This is the outline of the series of talks. Initially, I will talk about the processing of the speech signal, which is an audio signal, to extract information from the speech signal, the information that is useful for recognizing the sequence of sounds. That's the speech. The well-known speech feature are called Mel frequency capture coefficients. And then we will talk about various techniques of recognizing speech. To begin with, we'll learn how to recognize one speech sound, and we will also talk about statistical models, probabilistic models. Gaussian mixture model is an example that we will take. Then we talk of recognition of not just one sound but a sequence of sounds, for example a word, using a model called dynamic time warping that takes care of the speaking rate variations and things of that time. Then we will move on to a better statistical model called hidden Markov model that recognizes not just a word but a sequence of words, a sentence, an utterance. We will learn about recognition using a trained hidden Markov model and how to train hidden Markov model using speech data whose transcriptions are known. At the end, we hope to learn about the current popular mode of speech recognition, which uses neural networks, a rough, simple-minded model of how our human brain works, the artificial neural networks. Specific one particular version of it, which is called deep neural network, which has several layers of neurons, in conjunction with the hidden Markov model. At the end, we will also talk about language models for speech recognition, because so far most of these models concentrate more on acoustic models, recognizing speech sounds. From the sequence of speech sounds, using the rules of grammar, we recognize an utterance, and that is called the language model. It is language dependent. What is automatic speech recognition? Somebody speaks, he has a concept in his mind, he chooses a particular language, say English, constructs a grammatically correct sentence, and then speaks the corresponding sequence of sounds. So from his mouth comes the waveform, which may look something like this. So this is the input to a machine, which has to recognize the original concept. So this speech is a sequence of sounds, so its properties vary with respect to time. So we take short segments of speech called frame of speech, such as this, and extract some use characteristics which will help us to recognize the identity of the sound, whether it is a, ka, ta, and so on. And so that process of signal processing to extract set of features is called parameterization here. So if we do this every, let's say 10 milliseconds, so if we have a second of speech, we get about 100 a sequence of 100 speech vectors. The job of the speech recognition models is to use this sequence of speech vectors to infer the original sequence of symbols. So there is a message here which is encoded in the speech signal, and the job of the speech recognizer is to decode that message. That is the speech recognition. Speech recognition is one instance of pattern recognition. In fact, it is a recognition of a sequential patterns because speech is a sequence of sounds. This is a block diagram of a general pattern recognition, so-called supervised pattern recognition, where the input is the pattern, which may be written pattern such as the letters in this slide, or audio pattern such as the sequence of speech sound that I am talking. That is the input, called a signal. In particular, when you are talking about speech signals, time varying information. So we do the signal processing to extract some useful features, and using these features and taking a large amount of exemplar patterns, we build models for different patterns. In the case of speech sounds, we build more acoustic models for each of the sounds in our language. So this is the phase, so-called training phase, where the system is taught. It is like teaching in a class. The system is taught the properties of the various speech sounds, and it estimates the parameters of the mathematical models representing the speech sound. Then the model is ready, which is ready for use. That phase is called testing phase, and an input comes, audio file is given, and the audio file goes to the same signal processing as it was in the case of the training phase. The sequence of feature vectors are matched with the models of the various speech sounds to recognize the sequence of sounds. So in speech recognition, our goal is to recognize sequential patterns, sequence of sounds, from the reference templates of the models. Reference templates of the models are trained during the training phase. Let's look at a time waveform. This is a display of a speech sound. The word that was spoken was Tiruvant. So on the x-axis is the time in seconds. On the y-axis is the amplitude in some digitized form. So you see that this is the word Tiruva. Ta is here, E is here, R is here, U is here, W, A, N. In this particular sound, there are three vowels: E, U, A. E, U, and A. If you look at this time waveform, which is the input signal to the system, it's very difficult to distinguish between these three sounds. They appear similar. Therefore, it is better to do the analysis in another transform domain. It is better to analyze the frequency property of these vowels. Therefore, we perform frequency analysis, and we perform in this particular waveform, let's say up to 0.4 seconds. There is silence here, there is a ta here, there is a e here, r here, and so on. Therefore, we take short segments of speech waveform and perform the analysis. Such an analysis is called short time processing of the speech signals. So, typically we take segments whose size is 25 millisecond, 25 by 1000 millisecond, and take this segment. In this particular sound, in this particular case, suppose it is this particular frame, it is 25 millisecond duration waveform. You cut it out and analyze it, do a frequency analysis, find out its properties and so on, and then you move your frame, analysis frame, by 10 millisecond and do the similar analysis of this segment of speech. Every time you keep shifting this frame by 10 millisecond. So every 10 millisecond, you extract properties of that particular segment of audio, which will help us to distinguish what speech sound it is. So the shift between, the time interval between the beginning of successive analysis frames is called frame shift. It is 10 millisecond. Therefore, if you have 1 second of speech, we will get about 100 speech frames, and corresponding to we get correspondingly we get a sequence of 100 speech vectors or set of speech attributes. What kind of analysis should we do? We said we will do the frequency analysis. It is good to estimate what kind of properties should we see in this frequency spectrum of speech sounds based on the knowledge of how sounds are generated by human beings. So this is a schematic of the production of the speech sound by humans. Quite often I borrow slides from various people. I give the source here. So when we want to, normally we breathe in and breathe out. The nose is open. There is an apparatus called glottis which is open. So the air goes in and out without any obstruction. When you want to speak, the brain gives commands to the muscles that controls this vocal apparatus, and that closes. So it stops the flow of the air. Initially we breathe in, there's air in our lungs, and that is the source of energy. So the tension of the muscles that control this glottis, the glottis is the area between these vocal cords or vocal folds. The tension in this is kept in such a way that when the pressure of the air from the lungs is a little high, this opens and air flows through this area which is called the glottis. When air flows through a narrow area, Bernoulli effect comes into picture. The pressure in this narrow area reduces and the tension in the vocal folds is kept such a way that when the pressure reduces, these vocal folds come together and the passage of air is blocked. It's like a gate is closing again. This process, and then the air pressure from the lungs increases, gate opens, closes. So vocal folds keep opening and closing. This is called vocal fold vibration. So as a result of this, puffs of air comes from the lungs to the air cavity above the glottis. This is the voice box, as we call the kind of bulge that we see here. That is where the glottis is, and from there the puffs of air or pulses of air, packets of air come through to this air cavity and comes out through the mouth. So these pulses of air excite the air cavity here, and this sets up resonances in the air cavity in the vocal cavity. So this air cavity is called vocal cavity because that is responsible for generation of voice. Now, the size and shape of this vocal cavity determines the property of the frequency property of the speech that comes out of here. The input signal is a periodic waveform as shown here. This is the amount of air that goes out as a function of time. But because of the size and shape of the air cavity and the resonances that are set up, this waveform that comes out looks something like this. This vocal fold vibrates several hundred times a second. For example, the frequency with which I am speaking now, the vocal cords are vibrating at around 130 hertz. 130 times per second. It's vibrating, opening and closing so quickly. This normal terms we call it as a pitch frequency. The pitch frequency is actually a perceptual phenomena, but quite often we use them interchangeably. Pitch of female speakers tension is higher, therefore the pitch is higher, typically 300 hertz. Pitch of children can be as high as 500 hertz too. So a sequence of pulses or packets of air is modified by the resonance of the air cavity, and the output comes out of speech. We digital communication engineers would like to model this as a digital filter. This is the source, which is a sequence of pulses, excitation source, and this is a digital filter. We model it as the all-pole model. Most of the time that works with the reasonable approximation. And the different sounds are characterized by the frequency transference characteristics of this air cavity. So here is the the way, as this is the time as the horizontal axis, the vertical axis is the amount of air flow. When the glottis opens, air amount increases, and when the pressure between in the glottis between the vocal folds reduces, the glottis closes. Suddenly it closes, and it keeps the vocal folds are closed together for some time. When the pressure from the pressure of the air from the lungs increases and opens, closes, and so on. So this phase is called open phase, and this is called closed phase. During the closed phase of the glottal vibration, the resonances do set up in the air cavity because there is no external disturbance. The energy has already come, and the system, the air cavity, it settles down to its resonance frequencies, and we see this kind of waveform. That waveform, its characteristics represent the size and shape of the cavity. This is the case of the vowel, the first vowel of Indian alphabet, Indic alphabet A, for example. What we can do is make some simple model. We are scientists, we want to predict what could be the frequency characteristic of such an excitation, so in the case of the simple sound such as A. What we do is make a simple model. When you make models, it's a mathematical description. It can be crude, and we take the simplest model here, which we assume that when the glottis is closed, its resonance is set up. This tube from here to here, it is actually in L shape, it's bent in various size shapes. So that we assume that it is a tube of uniform cross section. So we assume that the tube is closed at the glottis, open at the lip, and its cross sectional area from here to here is uniform, is constant. It's a gross approximation, but still this simple model gives us some estimation of the frequency characteristics. So what could be the proper characteristics of the sound A, and then we will compare this with the actual frequency characteristics of the sound vowel A and see how do they compare. So if we make that, such a model is called uniform tube model, and you can use the physics to estimate the frequency of the fundamental frequency of vibration, lowest frequency at which it can vibrate. The fundamental frequency of vibration can be estimated assuming 340 meters per second at the speed of sound in air, and assuming that 17 centimeter is the length of this vocal tract from here to the lips. It turns out to be around 500 hertz. In fact, it not only does it vibrate at 500 hertz, but it also vibrates at odd multiples of 500 hertz, 1500 hertz, 2500 hertz, and so on. So this is what a simple physics model tells about the frequencies of such a model of the vowel A. Of course, we engineers model it as a digital filter. This is source of excitation, that is the lower graph on this curve, and output comes the speech waveform, and we model this as a filter. And since there are resonances that are more important, we quite often model it as a pole of a filter. So source filter model, we have input is glottal vibration, vocal tract, and output this vocal tract size and shape determines the output speech waveform. When you speak different speech sounds, when you say A, E, U, A, O, I keep changing the size and shape of my vocal tract, and that means the filter characteristics do change. Well, if we look at the basic principles of the digital filters, we say that if the excitation sequence is given by E of n, where n is the discrete time instant, n, and the filter is characterized by the impulse response function. The output signal S of n is the convolution of the excitation sequence and the impulse response function. If we go from this time domain indicated by the index n to the frequency domain indicated by the discrete frequency index k. So this convolution becomes a product. So the spectrum of the speech signal, that is the output, is the product of the spectrum of the excitation and the product of the system and that of the system response function. This is a product. So if we take a logarithm of this equation, that becomes a sum. So log power spectrum of the speech signal is the sum of log power spectrum of the excitation and the log power spectrum of the filter. Log power spectrum of the filter, we already estimated that log power spectrum of the filter should have a peak at 500 Hz, at 1,500 Hz, 2,500 Hz, and so on. And let us see what should be the log power spectrum of the excitation. Excitation is a periodic pulse. What is the periodicity? Let us say the time instance interval between this and this is 5 millisecond. Then 5 millisecond is the periodicity. So the frequency is 1 over 5 millisecond, 200 Hz. So in the spectrum, if you look at the spectrum, here is a spectrum plot, frequency along the x-axis and intensity in the decibel scale is the logarithmic scale on the y-axis. In that case, we should see, because the periodicity is 5 millisecond, we should see a peak in the spectrum at 200 Hz. So this is 1000 Hz, this is 200 Hz, we see a peak in the spectrum. So notice that this periodicity is 5 millisecond, it is not a sine wave, therefore not only will you see a peak at 200 Hz, but also at its harmonics, integral multiples of the 200 Hz. So you should see a peak at 400 Hz, 600 Hz, 800 Hz, 1000 Hz, and so on. So this is the fundamental frequency, and these are the harmonics. The amplitude of the harmonics decreases with the time. So the source power spectrum, it's a decibel scale, that's a logarithmic scale. So the log power spectrum of a glottal vibration should appear like this, assuming that the fundamental frequency of vibration is 200 Hz. So that we know how this looks like. We also saw how this looks like because it should have a peak at 500 Hz. So we said that not only should it have a peak, if you assume that the vocal tract or the filter is a tube of uniform cross section closed at the glottis end and open at the lip, the peak should, the first resonance peak should occur at 500 Hz for the case of the vowel R, and it's odd harmonics. The odd harmonic requirement comes because the tube should be closed at one end and open at another end. That's the requirement. The amplitude of vibration should be maximum here and 0 here. That's the requirement. Therefore, the another peak should occur at 1500 Hz, 2500 Hz, and so on. So we know the log power spectrum of the excitation, we know the log power spectrum of the filter, and according to the digital equation, the log power spectrum of the speech should be the sum of the log power spectrum of the excitation and log power spectrum of the filter. So it should be sum of this and this. It should look something like this. When you add these two amplitudes, this gets modulated by these peaks. So we expect the log power spectrum of the speech signal to appear like this. Here is the time waveform, here is the corresponding spectral information in the spectrum. Now let us look at the spectrum of the vowel R to see whether the spectrum indeed appears like this. So here we are showing the spectrum of not vowel A but the vowel E of the word Tiruvan. And so here is the spectrum 0 to 8 kilohertz, 8000 hertz, and the power on the y-axis in decibel scale. What you see here is that we see some smaller peaks here which are due to the pitch harmonics. Let's look at the yellow curve, which are due to the fundamental frequency of vibration and its harmonics. In addition to that, modulating E are the some major peaks in the spectrum, peaks which occur somewhat far away. So this spectrum does indeed look like this spectrum. Minor peaks that are occurring frequently due to the pitch and its harmonics, fundamental frequency and its harmonics, and slow modulation of this line spectrum because of the resonances in the spectrum. The resonances are not at 500 and 1500 and 2500 because that is for the case of the vowel A, and if you take the case of the vowel E, the resonance occur at around 300 Hertz and some 1900 Hertz and so on. So the simple model that we used of a uniform tube model also gives some information, and it roughly matches our prediction of our mathematical model roughly matches with that of the spectrum, that is the green curve there. Okay. All right. This is what we predicted. Now, so that is the situation if the frequency is 200 Hertz. This is this is maybe a female speaker. A male speaker, his fundamental frequency vibration is smaller, pitch is smaller, 100 Hertz. The fundamental frequency vibration, pitch frequency is 100 Hertz. The peaks occur at 100, 200, 300 Hertz, 400, 500, 600, so on. Within 0 to 1000 Hertz, there are 10 peaks. In contrast with a person whose pitch frequency is 200 Hertz, where there will be only 5 peaks in the interval 0 to 1000 Hertz. But let's assume that both persons speak the vowel A, in which case, according to our theory, the spectrum of the speech spoken by the person whose pitch frequency is 100 Hertz should look like this, and the spectrum of the same vowel A spoken by another person whose pitch frequency is 200 Hertz should look like this. You see that there is some similarity between these two log-4 spectra of the speech sounds as tokens of the same speech sound A. The similarity is the peaks do occur at 500, 1500, 2500 in both cases, but there is some variation. Variation is because of the pitch frequency. Our goal in speech recognition is to recognize speech sounds, not whether the vowel A is spoken with pitch frequency 100 Hertz A or with the high pitch frequency A. I can change the pitch frequency. Even if I change the pitch frequency, whether I say A or A, in both cases we want the system to output the same symbol A. In other words, we want the computer to ignore the pitch frequency when it comes to recognition of the typical speech sounds, largely speaking. Therefore, our signal processing should have the capability to ignore these variations in the spectrum, sharp variation in the spectrum. Whether it is varying sharply or whether it is varying slowly, we need to ignore the influence or the effect of the. Now suppose you look at either this or this and you want to smooth it. Look at this as another pattern, another signal, something that I want to smooth. When you want to smooth a signal, normally what do we do? We pass it through a low pass filter. So the goal is to smooth these spectrum which has pitch ripples and broader peaks due to the format. So let's look at what involves smoothing a curve which has slowly varying components and rapidly varying components. Let us illustrate it by smoothing this brown curve which has rapid variations as I may handle and slow variations. So it is the sum of rapid variations, the blue curve, and the slow variations, the green curve. This is the sum of this and this, and if you want to smooth this to retain slowly varying component and to ignore or minimize the effect of rapidly varying component. Suppose such a curve is there. So if you take a Fourier transform of this, what will you see? If you take a spectrum, frequency spectrum, what will you see? This is a rapidly varying component, so if you take it alone, it will have peak at a higher frequency. This is the spectrum at a higher frequency. If you take, on the other hand, if you take the other component, slowly varying component, green curve, it is slowly varying, therefore its frequency is smaller, therefore the peak occurs at a lower frequency because this is the origin of the spectrum. On the other hand, if you look at the brown curve, which is the sum of these two curves, then in the spectrum of this brown curve you see both the peaks. The peak here is larger because the amplitude of variation is larger, but otherwise the positions are different. Our goal is to retain the slowly varying component. So from the spectrum of the brown curve, which has both the peaks, our goal is to retain only the first peak or the initial peaks. These correspond to slowly varying components. So how, if you want to do that, what you will do? You just retain all these values as it is, and later values you set it to 0, which is equivalent to multiplying this spectrum, power spectrum, by a square function like this. It's nothing but a low pass filter. So if you take a curve which has slowly varying component and rapidly varying component, your goal is, if the goal is to smooth the curve, you take a Fourier transform, retain only the first few coefficients, set all the other coefficients 0 coefficients you don't have to remember because they don't carry any information, just retain the first few coefficients. This analysis is called Kestrel analysis. This processing is called Kestrel processing. Kestrel is essentially inverse Fourier transform of the log power spectrum. Now since our spectrum that we had is this green curve which has this rapidly varying component and slowly varying component, if you look at this. So that is what we get, this green curve at the end of the log power spectrum. You take a Fourier transform, retain only the first few coefficients. Those first few coefficients essentially represent the purple curve, the slowly varying. Kestrel analysis, Kestrel smoothing, essentially involves smoothing a log power spectrum and retaining, which is equivalent to doing a inverse Fourier transform of the green curve here, log power spectrum, and retaining only the first few coefficients. Now, what it gives you is this purple curve, where it is easy to locate the frequency at which the peaks in the spectrum occur. These peaks in the spectrum are called formants by the linguists, acoustic phoneticians. So so in the case of the vowel E, as you saw, let's look at the vowel E. The first peak occurs at around 300 Hz. This first peak we call it as a first formant, and the second peak we call it as a second formant. The formant has the frequency, its amplitude, its bandwidth, and so on. Most of the time for the sake of illustration, we will concentrate only on one feature, that is the frequency at which the peak occurs, or the formant frequency. The frequency of the first formant is 300 Hz, capital F1 is 300 Hz, capital F2 is 1800 Hz. This is the case of the vowel E. So F1 for the vowel E, first formant frequency at 300 Hz, second formant occurs at 2300 Hz in another case, and so on, some other E is spoken by some other person. Now, if you want to speak the different sounds, what you do is, so in this particular case, I have spoken a word, IE. This means please come, that's in Hindi. So the IE consists of three vowels, A, E, A. Now, if I take the spectral response of the vowel E, I get formant frequency at 300 Hz and 2300 Hz. On the other hand, if I do a short segment of the speech waveform here and do the analysis, I get the formant frequency at 700 Hz and 1300 Hz. The vowel A. Please remember, in the case of the short vowel A, we expected the formant frequencies to occur at 500 Hz, 1500 Hz and 2500 Hz. So the first two formant frequencies, the short vowel A, it should have occurred at 500 Hz and 1500 Hz. That's theory. And what we see here is not the short vowel A, but long vowel A. The formant frequency occurs at 700 Hz and 1300 Hz. There is some similarity between the prediction and what we actually observe. This is the vowel E, and the vowel A. If you look at the vowel A, its formant frequencies are slightly different from that of the vowel E. E and A, they are articulatory very similar. E, A. Slight variation in the size and shape of the present cavity, that the format frequencies are also slightly different. What is shown here in this graph is the spectrum, smooth log power spectrum of the vowel A. Vowel A in the red color, it has a peak at around 700 Hz and the second peak at around 1300 Hz. Well, on the other hand, if you take analysis of the vowel E, IE word IAE, and that is the black curve, and the first formant occurs around 300 Hz, the second formant occurs at around 2300 Hz. If you look at the vowel A, which I have not shown here, formant frequency occur differently. So you see that different vowels have different formant frequencies, set of formant frequencies. Similar sounds, E and A, will have close by similar formant frequencies. Far away vowels, more distinct vowels such as E and U, they will have different frequencies. So one idea is to say that we can recognize vowels by using their formant frequencies. To put it in other words, formant frequencies can be considered as the signatures of the vowels. Using them, we can identify which vowels have occurred. So that is one way. That is why the locating the frequency at which the peaks occur is important, and the spectral analysis minimizes the effect of the pitch and enhances the locations of the peaks, and that is useful for speech vowel recognition. It is true in general for all speech sounds, not just vowels but also for consonants. Therefore, the spectral analysis is the preferred way of, more popular way of analyzing speech sound for the purpose of recognition of the speech sound. So let's go back to the green curve, the spectrum of the vowel E. It has the effect of the pitch and its harmonics, and it also has the effect of the resonances or the formants or the pole frequencies. Our intention in case of speech recognition was to ignore the effect of pitch and concentrate on the formant frequencies. On the other hand, sometimes you want to do the raga recognition, recognize tunes, in which case pitch frequency is more important. How does it vary? So computation or estimation of the pitch frequency is also important in some speech signal processing. In which case, what we want to do is the reverse or the ulta, where we want to ignore this effect of formats, but want to concentrate only on the rapidly varying components. So we want to retain the rapidly varying component in the log power spectrum and discard slowly varying components. So we do a high pass filter. So you do the high pass filtering of the log power spectrum, it yields pitch harmonics, minimizes the effect of formants, and that is useful for pitch estimation. So the spectral analysis can be used appropriately for either of the two types of estimation, whether it is you want to estimate pitch frequency or you want to estimate formant information. So that this spectral analysis was done 4 or 5 decades ago, and the recognition of vowels was okay, but it was not as good. Then some scientists went and see, can we learn from the best speech recognizer, human ear? What does the human ear do? So this knowledge of what human ear does was known even before the computers came into existence. Physiologists have studied the response. So if you look at our human ear, there is an external ear here, and there is an inner middle ear which consists of a set of 3 bones, and there is an inner ear which is primarily consists, the more relevant portion to us is a snail-shaped structure called cochlea. The cochlea is snail-shaped. Suppose for sake of illustration you spread it out and see how the cochlea looks like. It consists of certain chambers. So this lower diagram shows, I again borrowed it from some place. So the eardrum these three sets of bones, and the cochlea, which is called, and cochlea consists of several chambers which are fluid filled. And the two of the three chambers are separated by a membrane. That membrane is called basilar membrane. And when the sound comes, it falls on our eardrum, and that vibrates, and the vibrations are passed on through these three bones to a window in this chamber, and these vibrations go through this fluid, and these vibrations set up resonances. Again, this fluid sets up resonances, and whenever there is the vibration of the fluid is maximum, the basilar membrane bends, and the nerves that are connected to this basilar membrane, they send nerve impulses to the brain. The brain knows that there is some, this particular input audio signal contains some peak at that particular frequency, and so on. So this cochlea is about 3 centimeter long or 30 millimeter long. Humans can hear sounds from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. This is called audible range. So what we first, our guess would be, okay, this is 30 mm long, so let's stretch it out, and the 30 mm long basilar membrane, first half would probably send information about the first 10,000 hertz, and the next half send information about the next 10,000 hertz. This is what we think of normally, the linear model. It's surprisingly, it does slightly differently. By evolution, human auditory system, the cochlea, has evolved to pay more attention to low frequency sounds. Because when some leaf ruffles, maybe there's a predator that is coming in. Or even the speech sounds, a lot of energy is at the low frequency. So the information about the frequency content, the ear does frequency analysis, and the information about the frequency content, the cochlea extracts more finer information about the lower frequency than the higher frequency. In other words, the frequency, to put it in some other way, the frequency resolution is better at low frequency. Resolution of the low frequency sounds is much better than the resolution of high frequency sounds. So if you look at the schematic diagram here, whenever, let's say, this particular place corresponds to, let's say, 1000 hertz, suppose the input signal has a peak at 1000 hertz, these basilar membrane bends much more here, lots of information, nerve impulses connected to this region rather than this region, and lots of information, therefore the brain knows there is a peak in the spectrum at 1000 hertz. Now so we assume so the different parts of the basilar membrane are sensitive to different frequencies, and this frequency sensitivity of the basilar membrane is not linear, but it is logarithmically linear. In fact, it can be shown that initially it will be almost linear up to about 1000 hertz, and beyond that the scale increases logarithmically. You see, 1 kilohertz, 2 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz, 16 kilohertz, and so on. So about half of the basilar membrane analyzes information up to 2 or 3 kilohertz, and 3 kilohertz to 20 kilohertz is managed by the rest, other half, which is about 15 millimeter long. So lot of better analysis of the frequency content is done at the low frequency. So the brain gets much more information about finer details about the lower end of the spectrum. This scale, which is nearly linear here and logarithmic, is called Mel scale. This is there in the music. For example, music scale is not linear, it goes square root, it's non-linear scale. So it's called melody scale, short Mel scale. It's also called Bark scale in honor of a scientist who studied this, and he studied, and the result is that every nerve connected to this 30 mm long basilar membrane, there are 10,000 nerves that are connected. Each nerve sent information about not just one frequency, but a region of frequencies centered at one frequency. It's more sensitive to one frequency. Let's say this particular nerve sends lots of impulses when there is a 1000 hertz, but it sends some information about when the frequency quantity is 950 hertz or 1050 hertz also. The width of this, so the bandwidth of the frequency response of this particular nerve is called 1 bar, and that bandwidth increases as the frequency increases. So that scale is also a scale is called bar scale. So we know that human ear there are some 10,000 nerves. They can be considered 10,000 band pass filters. They send information about a region around one frequency. The center frequency of these band pass filters vary, and not only do they vary, but the center frequencies vary in a logarithm scale. Their bandwidths also vary. So if you want to emulate the response of the human ear, and that's what some scientists did, and they took the log power spectrum and passed it through a series of band pass filters whose center frequencies vary along the mil according to the mil scale, which is a linear logarithm scale, and also bandwidths also increase as the frequency increases. So the log power spectrum is here, x of k whole square, and you find out the energy in the spectrum this is a band pass filter, nth band pass filter of the bar scale finds out the energy between some low frequency and high frequency, which is its bandwidth, which is something like this. Energy in this low frequency to high frequency, but it is also weighted by a triangular filter. So the first band pass filter, B of 1, finds out the information energy in this frequency region. Second band pass filter finds out the information energy content in this band pass in this frequency band, and frequency band continue, and there are about 30 to 40 such filters that are used emulating the frequency response, the mil scale or the bar scale. So instead of doing the simple Keftel analysis, in earlier case we were doing simple Keftel analysis, in which case the waveform was speech signal came in x of n waveform. We do a frequency analysis, we get a power spectrum. We do the logarithm power spectrum and then do the inverse Fourier transform, return over the first few coefficients. Now we introduce a extra block here before the log operation, but after the frequency analysis, where a series of mil filters of this kind are introduced. So there is an extra term here, it's written in the red curve here. A Keftel analysis which takes into account mel frequency scale is called mel frequency Keftel coefficient. The Keftel coefficients that is derived are called mel frequency Keftel coefficients, and this shows the block diagram of computation of the MFCC or the mel frequency Keftel coefficients. So this series of steps show how to derive the mel frequency Keftel coefficients starting from the waveform. You have a waveform, you take a short segment of the speech signal. If necessary, you do a pre-emphasis to increase the strength of the higher frequency components. You do a windowing, typically through a tapered window such as Hamming window. You do the Fourier analysis and pass the Fourier analysis through 40 band pass filters which are placed along the mel scale, and then compute the logarithm of these values. So we get a log mod spectrum, do a inverse Fourier transform, return only the first few coefficient values that you get can be positive or negative. These are called the mel frequency Keftel coefficients. So we talked about so much about the signal processing. Now we'll talk a little bit about the speech sounds. Some basic concept about the acoustic phonetics. Phonetics, phones, speech sounds. Telephone, speech sounds. Phonetics is the study of the speech sounds. Acoustic phonetics. Phonetics has 2-3 branches. The one of them is acoustic phonetics, which is studies about the acoustic property of the speech sounds. So that is what we are talking about. The two key concepts are phones and phonemes. Talk of a phone. A phone is a speech sound that is used by a human being for communication in a natural language. So a, I, U, E, ka, ka, these are two phones. So phone is, in that sense, language independent. It's independent of the language. It's a unit of speech sound used in some language. Phoneme, on the other hand, is a language dependent. Phoneme is a unit of speech sound which has a meaningful, which is a smallest meaningful contrast unit in phonology of a language. Phonology, study of the phone sound. Okay, let me, and then we will introduce the term allophones. I will describe, contrast this in a short while. Allophones. Let's consider the sound p and p. Pal versus pal. What is the difference? Instead of pa, we are using a pa here. Instead of pa, we are using pa. Some extra puff of air comes about. That is the distinction between a pa and pa. This is an unaspirated sound. This is an aspirated sound. Aspiration means puff of air. Okay. Pa versus pa. In Hindi, you substitute pa by pa. There are set of words where the meaning changes. So in this word, you just put extra puff of air to the pa, it becomes pal, the meaning changes. Pal is moment, pal is fruit. Now, on the other hand, in the English language, so these are in the Hindi language, pa and pa are two phones, and they are also called phonemes. On the other hand, in English, you cannot find a pair of words where you put extra puff of air to pa, the meaning changes. You cannot find such pair of words. Therefore, those two sounds, pa and pa, are not two phonemes in English language. They are phonemes in Hindi language because you replace this sound pa by pa, meaning changes. They are not phonemes in English because you cannot find a pair of words where you substitute pa by pa, meaning changes. But, however, in English, these two are still phones. They are used in particular word context. For example, in English, you don't say, if you say the word pit, Indians say pit, but English, wherever native British English speakers say it as pit. Whenever the P comes at the beginning of the word, it has to be pronounced with the extra aspiration. It should not be pronounced as pit, it should be pronounced as pit. It is not only true of P, but also of the other three unvoiced plosives, pa, ta, ka. So you don't say king, you say king. You don't say time, you say time. So because T comes at the beginning of a word. So if we just say pip, okay, there are two P's here. This P is to pronounce with the aspiration, pa. Whereas this P is not at the beginning of the words, so therefore it should pronounce without the aspiration. Pip. We don't say pip. No, we say just pip. So these two sounds, so this is actually pa, tha, whereas this is and this is just normal pa. So it's the same symbol but pronounced differently, so they are called allophones. They are not phonemes. But that's the basic distinction, some idea about some terminology that we use in phonetics. Now we'll look at this particular schematics. We talked about the voice box here, and that's called larynx, okay, laryngeal vocal cords. And this is called pharynx here, and there are various articulators. The body parts that take part in the production of these speech sounds are called articulators because they take part in articulation. Lips and tongue and teeth and so on. Now, when I want to say, let's say the word pa, what do? I close my lips for a moment and then release it. So we say that the place of articulation of the sound pa is bilabial. Labial lips, two lips are coming together, so that's called bilabial sound. On the other hand, if I want to say the sound ta, ta, now my tongue touches the upper teeth. So the stoppage of air occurs at the position of the teeth or denture. So the place of articulation of the sound ta is called dental. Similarly, you can talk of not just ta but ta. So you can stop the air, flow of air at different places in this oral cavity. And the beauty of our Indian alphabet, Indic alphabet, let me say, I am using Devanagari script here, but it is true of all the scripts, Indic scripts. The beauty of them is that the place of the alphabet is arranged according to the people who organized this alphabet knew about this production of speech sounds. They organized the different sounds according to the stoppage of the air at various points or the place of articulation. The sound pa involves bilabial lips. Therefore, pa, pa, not only pa but also pa, ba, bha, ma. Ma also involves lips closing. So all these 5 sounds are said to have the place of articulation, bilabial place of articulation, or the labial. The ta, dental place of articulation, ta, tha, da, tha. Now all these 5 sounds are produced, their production involves stoppage of the air at the teeth. Ta, this is called retroflex sound. Our teeth, when you say the distinction between ta and ta, if you see, in case of ta, our tongue slightly curls back and touches the place somewhere here, not the teeth, but somewhere here. It's called the retroflex place of articulation. If you go to the cha, the tongue itself doesn't touch here, but actually it makes a larger contact at the so-called palatal place of articulation. This place of articulation is called palatal. And in the case of ka, ka, ga, 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 the stoppage of the air is somewhere here. It's called velum. The place is called velic place. The velum, because this articulation, this part is called velum. So these 5 sounds, ka, ka, ga, ga, nga, are their place of articulation is velar. So you can, so this is called a place of articulation. Now, if you look at our Indic alphabet, they are divided into sort of 3 blocks roughly. The topmost one is all the vowels, and the second is consonants. In the consonants, the middle part has a 5 by 5 matrix and the rest of the consonants. In this 5 by 5 matrix, the rows represent the place of articulation, the place along the vocal tract where the stoppage of air occurs. What about the meaning of the columns? Yes, let's look at the columns themselves. Let's look at the pa. The first column represents the sound pa. The second column represents the same sound pa with some extra puff of air, the aspiration. Pa versus pa. So this is called aspirated sound. Now let's contrast pa and ba. Now I will, just for the sake of argument, I'll say appa, when I say no sound comes. On the other hand, if I say abba, even when I close the mouth, some sound you hear. Abba. That is because in the production of the sound ba, the glottis continues to oscillate, or the air keeps coming, puffs of air keeps coming from the lungs to the oral cavity, even though it is closed here. So when I say abba, my cheeks come out, it's bloat because the air is coming. Abba. So the production of the sounds, these sounds in these 3 columns, column number 3, 4 and 5, they all involve the vibration of the glottis. Air comes in packets. On the other hand, when they say pa, the glottis doesn't vibrate. Pa, no sound comes at all. How do you get this sound? It doesn't come out through the mouth, but the glottis continues to vibrate. The walls of this mouth continues to vibrate, and that sound comes through the air. So the 5 columns are called manner of articulation. That is, when the sound is produced, whether the glottis vibrates or glottis doesn't vibrate. What is the speciality of this 5th column? In this particular, glottis does vibrate, but this is a kind of wall. Normally when we talk sound, this is closed, this goes up. no air comes through the nasal. On the other hand, when you say ma, air comes through my nostril. This opens up, lips are closed, but the air, glottis vibrates, air comes through the nose. What about the case of the na? In the case of na, my closure of is my tongue, lower tongue goes and touches the upper denture. This opens, it closes. The air comes through the nostril. So the sounds in the fifth column are called nasal sounds because the air comes through the nose or the nasal path. Indic scripts are organized based on the phonetic principle, based on the place of articulation and manner of articulation. First of all, vowels are at one place. All the so-called stop consonants, the 5 by 5, 25 consonants are in one block. They are the production of all these consonants involve stoppage of the air at some point in this vocal tract, and the rest of the consonants. Even these 25 consonants are arranged according to the place of articulation and manner of articulation. The bilabial place of articulation, this row, this dental place of articulation, retro place of articulation, 5 closing sounds, 5 stop consonants, palatals, velar sounds. So the rows represent the place of articulation, and the columns represent the manner of articulation. This first column represents the stop plosives, stop consonants, which are unvoiced and unaspirated. The 5 sounds in the second column are unvoiced stops but aspirated stops, unvoiced aspirated stops. The 5 sounds in the third column are voiced unaspirated stops. The sounds in the fourth column are voiced aspirated sounds. Sounds in the fifth column are called nasal sounds because that involves the escaping of the air through the nasal passage. And even if you look at the other consonants, the 4 consonants here are voiced consonants, these are unvoiced consonants. The place of articulation, if you wish, sort of moves in some specific kind of direction, whereas here also if you look at the unvoiced sounds, this is the regular sa, the dental, retroflex, palatal, and this is a ha sound, is a fricative sound that where the frication or the narrowing of the constriction is at the larynx. So that's about the organized properties of the different sounds based on voicing, place of articulation and manner of articulation. All these vowels are called voice sounds, and all the sounds in the last 3 columns are also called voice sounds. All these are also called voice sounds because the production of that involve vibration of the vocal folds or the opening and closing of the vocal cords. On the other hand, the sounds in these first 2 columns and these 4 sounds are called unvoiced sounds because the production of their sounds does not involve the vocal cords. Vocal cords are kept open at some point in the vocal tract, the passage of air is constricted. There is a narrow orifice through which the air rushes out. So these are called fricative sounds because they make hissing noise like s, yes. So these are called unvoiced sounds. So the unvoiced sounds should not have the effect of fundamental frequency vibration or the pitch frequency. Is it true? Let's look at it in the next slide. So I am looking at the same word tirua, the sound ta and vowel e. Vowel e is voiced and its spectrum is given by this blue curve. You can see that the pitch frequency, fundamental frequency, it's first harmonic, second harmonic and so on. So you see the periodicity even in this blue curve that corresponds to the spectrum of the vowel voice sound e. On the other hand, ta is an unvoiced sound. When I say ta, actually there are 2 sounds, t and a. I am ignoring the a but just concentrating on the sound t. And if you look at the spectrum of the sound t, which is unvoiced, the red curve shows that spectrum of the unvoiced sound, and you don't see that kind of periodicity in the spectrum. So unvoiced sounds do not involve glottal vibration, so their spectrum doesn't show the pitch effect. Therefore, smoothing is not as important in case of unvoiced sounds. However, when we analyze this short segment of speech, we do not know whether it's voice or unvoiced. We proceed through the same Mel frequency capsular smoothing and compute the Mel frequency capsular coefficients. So far we have been concentrating only on the time waveform, these audio signals, speech signal as captured by a microphone. Time along the x-axis and amplitude along the y-axis. But we saw that the vowels appear similar, so if you want to distinguish between different vowels, it is better to compute their frequency properties, spectral properties. So now we have a spectrum involves two attributes, amplitude at various frequency components, power as a function of frequency. There are already two attributes there. And now you want to see how the spectrum varies with respect to time, because as time changes, different sounds are produced, their frequency properties change. So we want to see the frequency, temporal evolution of frequency spectrum. Now that object has three attributes, three variables: frequency, time, and amplitude. Frequency and amplitude and time, these are third. It's difficult to plot a three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional plane, a surface. Therefore, we need to do some trick regularly, and what is done is results in what is called a spectrogram. Spectrogram, you may know already familiar with the term ECG, EEG. ECG stands for electrocardiogram. EEG stands for electroencephalogram. Essentially, they tell the state of either the heart or the brain as a function of time. Similarly, a spectrogram shows the spectrum as a function of time. How does the spectrum vary as a function of time? What is done here is, in order to show how the spectrum varies with the time and corresponding with the time waveform is shown here. In the spectrogram, the horizontal axis is time. This is milliseconds. The vertical axis is frequency, and the intensity is in the z-axis or in this direction, and in this particular case it is encoded using color. Red means high intensity, a peak in the spectrum. Green means medium intensity. Blue means valley, no intensity at that particular frequency. So if you look at this particular time waveform, this is the word Thiruvananthapuram, Ta, E, R. If I look at the vowel E, if frequency goes like this, frequency at around 300 Hertz, there is a red blob. So the peak is at around 300 Hertz. That's the first format frequency of the vowel E. Second format frequency of this particular vowel in this particular context is around 1900 Hertz. Third format frequency here, and so on. Now, why do I have to show this? Because there is a purpose. Let me look at the vowel E, U, and so on. The second vowel here is vowel U. The vowel U approximately occupies this particular time interval. This is a time domain. Now, if you look at the frequency domain, it also corresponds to the same time. In the frequency domain, this particular interval, this spectrum corresponds to the vowel U. In written language, when you write U, from here to here, it is U, the same U, no change. No change with respect to time. On the other hand, in spoken language or in the speech signal, this U, its property can change. For example, let me draw this line straight. For example, if you look at the second format frequency of the vowel U is here, first format frequency is here, second format frequency is here. In written language, from here to here is the same vowel U. So we expect theoretically the property of the sound to remain same throughout this time interval. In other words, if you look at the second format frequency, F2 value, we expect it to remain same. That means the value should all remain same every 10 milliseconds. what you see here is different. You see that the forward frequency was here and it is coming down. It is changing with respect to time by a large margin. It was probably 1800 here, when it came down here, it's probably 1300. A lot variation. So even though we, by written language, by script, we think that this is a O whose property doesn't vary with respect to time, it does vary with respect to time in spoken language. Why does it happen? Happens because our production system is not a machine. It's an analog system. It's not a digital system. It doesn't remain constant up to here O, then suddenly it becomes W. No, because the speech is produced by the movement of the articulators. The different sounds are produced by different positions of the articulators, and when you want to go from one sound to another sound, change the sound, articulators have to move. They are inertial system, they can't move instantly, they move slowly, and therefore even when the articulator is saying, the mouth is saying ooh, the brain has already given the signal that the next sound is W, Tiruva. So next sound is W, this is O and this is W. Therefore, in anticipation of pronouncing the next sound W, my lips etc. are already moving towards the position of the W, lips and other articulators. And it so happens that the second formant frequency of the W is low. It is no, in fact it can be shown that the sounds that involve the place of articulation is bilabial, like pa, ba, wa and so on. The second formant frequencies are lower. So the formant frequency of W is lower. The formant frequency of U is supposed to be here. So since it cannot jump from 1800 to 1200 suddenly, it continuously keeps changing. Therefore, even within a single sound, such as vowel, such as U, the formant frequency keeps changing. Therefore, this happens because of the influence of the next sound. The formant frequency value here can be influenced beyond by the previous sound. Is it true? Let's look at it. Another example, another utterance of the same sound O by the same person in the same word. This is the word Tirunantapuram. This word is, this is P, this is U. Let me write the P here. This is again U, and there is an R here, this is A here, and Puram. So there is one more U here, from here to here. So if you look at this U, let's look at the formant frequency of the U here. It is low here and it is increasing. Why is it low initially? Because it is preceded by a bilabial sound, a sound pa, which whose place of articulation is lips. So its formant frequency is lower. So the formant frequency increases from the low value corresponding to that sound of P to the high value corresponding to that of U. So in this particular case of U, second formant frequency is increasing as a function of time. In contrast, in this particular utterance of the U, in the same sound by the same speaker, second formant frequency is decreasing. Therefore, the formant frequency variation depends upon not only the following sound but also on the previous sound. So this is called phonetic context effect. So this is not random, it is systematic variation. Therefore, it is important, it may be useful to incorporate this as a feature for speech recognition. Therefore, not only do we measure the formant frequencies at every 10 milliseconds, but also their slopes. Are they increasing or decreasing? But what is the slope? Actually, we measure the slope. So we measure not only the instantaneous values, but also the slope of the value, how the value changes with respect to time. Slope is computed by first derivative. You can see that sometimes even just slope is not sufficient. Even a curvature may be necessary. You see the variation of these fourth and fifth formant frequency of the vowel A. It is within one vowel A, it decreases and increases, whereas the fifth formant frequency increases and decreases. This is because of the effect of the previous and the following sound. Therefore, not only slope is important, but also the curvature is important. And curvature is measured using the
second derivative of the function. So for the sake of illustration, I showed how the formants vary. Estimating the formant frequency is a tricky job. It's not that much reliable. On the other hand, our goal is to characterize the smooth log power spectrum, which is done by the Kestrel analysis. So in practice, we don't use the formants and their derivatives as features. Instead, we use Mel frequency Kestrel coefficients and their derivatives as the features. Therefore, as a function of time, we not only compute the MFCC, 13 MFCC coefficients every 10 milliseconds, but also their slopes and curvatures. And their slopes and curvatures are estimated. Slope is estimated using this formula, where delta cap is essential slope. The curvature is called delta delta cap or delta square cap. Therefore, at every 10 milliseconds, not only do we compute 13 Kestrel coefficients, but also their derivatives. So that concludes the feature extraction or signal processing block of this block diagram of the general pattern recognition. Signal processing involves whatever signal that we get is an analog signal. It is digitized using A to D converter. That's the first step. And whatever digital signal is there, that is broken into short frames, each frame of duration 25 milliseconds, but they are shifted by 10 milliseconds. Therefore, every 10 milliseconds, if a waveform is converted into Mel frequency Kestrel coefficients, first 13 Kestrel coefficients are retained, and their slope of these 13 coefficients is also measured. Therefore, you get 13 slope values. Similarly, you get 13 curvature values. Therefore, every 10 milliseconds, you get 39 values. 13 coefficient values, 13 slope values, 13 curvature values. The set of these 39 features can be considered as a 39 dimensional vector, because then we can do the analysis in the vector space. Analysis becomes somewhat simpler to write. So every 10 milliseconds we get a 39 dimensional vector. So first 10 milliseconds we get a 39 dimensional vector. Let's call it x1. Another next 10 milliseconds, that is 11th millisecond to 20th millisecond, we get another 39 dimensional feature vector. Let's call it x2, and so on. If my speech that consists of, let's say, 1.5 seconds, then we get 150 feature vectors. Capital T is 150. In the hidden Markov terminology, these are called observations, but that is this is the block diagram of any pattern recognition. The last time we looked at the signal processing block, and that is shown in the case of a block in the form of a block diagram. As a sequence of actions to be taken. How do you measure the Mel frequency Kestrel coefficient? So we take long speech segment. Sometimes you do the free emphasis so that the high frequency contents are amplified. Then we take a block of speech signal. So you multiply the speech signal that is recorded by a window signal, by a window which has a tapering shape, typically humming window, so that you get a segment of speech which is theoretically assumed to be repeating from minus infinity to plus infinity periodically. We take the block Fourier transform. We get the discrete Fourier transform magnitude spectrum here, and this magnitude spectrum is passed through a series of 40 bandpass filters whose center frequencies vary according to the Mel scale, and you get the output of the 40 bandpass filter. You get 40 values. Then you take the logarithm of the 40 values. This is called as a log Mel spectrum. We want to smooth it so that we minimize the effect of pitch frequency. So to do the smoothing, we take a Fourier transform, inverse Fourier transform, or equivalently discrete cosine transform, and return only the 13 Kestrel coefficients. Okay. Now that we have done that, now let us see how to do a speech recognition. To begin with, we'll start with recognition of one sound, that is one frame of speech is given, and our goal is to decide whether this frame of speech belongs to which vowel. Let's assume that there are 10 vowels in Indian languages, there are 16 vowels in American English. So we saw from the earlier plots that different vowels have different format frequencies, and so what we are going to do is to use the concept, this fact, and measure the format frequencies and identify different vowels. So let us do that. Okay, that's what we saw here. Now the first step in the speech recognition is to generate a model for each of the vowels. So we ask people, suppose it has to recognize my voice, I speak a vowel, I measure its format frequency, and I store them in there. That these F1, F2, F3 these are the format frequencies of vowel A. I do this thing for the all other 9 vowels, so I have a set of format frequency values for each of the vowels, which means that for each vowel I have a model of that particular sound, which the features or the format frequencies. Now let us look at this similar phenomena. So that is called model generation. A model generation can look like this. This is a classical picture. On the x-axis is the first format frequency, and on the y-axis is the second format frequency, capital F2, and the dots correspond to this format frequency pair of different vowels. Each vowel, each frame of speech is characterized by 2 attributes, 2 values, 2 features, F1 and F2, so that we can plot it on a 2-dimensional plane. So this graph is from Peterson and Barney. They asked 100 American English speakers to speak the 16 vowels, and they plotted the format pair values on this plot of the vowels. For example, if you look at this cluster of data points, they are all written I repeatedly. I corresponds to long E. E. This is E. This is A. 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 A. U. U. And so on. Now there are 100 data points here. Let's look at the vowel just short E. There are 100 data points. This corresponds to 100 speakers. These speakers were drawn from all age groups. Adults, they have a head size large, therefore the wavelength of the corresponding resonance is large, which means that the frequencies are small. For women, the head size is slightly smaller, the frequency will be large. There were some children too, and the children head size is smaller, so the forward frequencies were higher. Forward frequency of F2 for the vowel E varies from 1800 all the way up to 3000 Hz. Similarly, first format frequency of the vowel E varies from around 250 Hz to something like 500 Hz or 400 Hz. So there is a lot of variation here. This is because of the variation in physiology of the speakers. Primarily the head size, the size and shape of the resonant cavity, the vocal cavity. So, but still you see that different vowels occupy different place, different regions in this plane, or vowels cluster around. Vowels spoken by the similar from different people all cluster in one particular area. By looking at this, we can get we see that if we measure the format frequency of a test speech frame, we should be, assuming that it belongs to one of these vowels, you should be able to recognize the vowel identity of that test speech frame. So what you will do? You take this test speech frame. Suppose somebody spoke some R and the speaker is off. You are not supposed to listen. Machine can measure the F1 and F2, and depending upon suppose the F1 of the that particular speech sound is 800 Hz, and F2 of that speech sound is 1,500, then you put a point here, the point will come somewhere here. Now this is a test data point. The test data point that I am going to, I'll write, so the test data point has fallen somewhere here. Let me mark it as X. So that X, it will be somewhere here, and now you need to see to which cluster this data point is closest. Now that you can measure the distance of this X to the center of each of the clusters. Now each cluster is notionally put as a ellipse, and center of the ellipse can be marked. Major axis and minor axis of the ellipse also can be marked. So the distance of this test data to the center of R is very short. Distance of this data test value to that of the A is little large. Distance of the test data to the oval A is really large, and so on. So if there are 10 clusters, you measure the distance of the test data point X to the center of each of the 10 clusters. You compare them, and in this particular case, distance of the X to the center of the oval A is smallest, then you say that then you assign the test speech to this cluster. You say that the oval identity of the test to speech X is R. And so this is how speech recognition can be done. So all that you require is a measure of distance. Distance is large, means the test speech and the model, they are dissimilar. Distance is small, means they are similar. So our goal is to find the cluster to which the test speech is most similar. Therefore, we are interested in the minimum distance. We are interested in that class center to which the test data is closest, or the distance is smallest. So in this particular case, K is the index of the J is the index of the cluster center such as this, and what we do is measure the squared Euclidean distance of the test data to each of the cluster center, and pick up that cluster center K where the square distance is minimum. Then we assign the test data X to the kth class. So this is a simple Euclidean distance, but this is okay if these ellipses are actually circles. If they are circles of the same radius or ellipses parallel to each other, that is okay. But in this particular case, first of all, you see that these are not circles, they are ellipses. Some ellipses are oriented towards vertical direction. Some ellipses such as that of the A are oriented more in horizontal direction. Therefore, the spread of the F1 for class A is very large. On the other hand, the spread of the F2 for the class A is small. In contrast, if you look at the oval class E or the oval class U, the spread of the spread of the F1 is small, but the spread of the variation of the values of the second format frequency for different speakers is large. So we need to take this into account, and a measure of spread in statistics is variance. So what we can do is to normalize the distance of the test data point to the A class center by the standard deviation of that class. Sigma k is the standard deviation of kth class, sigma square k is the variance. So this is called weighted Euclidean distance, because Euclidean distance is multiplied by inverse of the standard deviation of that class center. So we can compute this weighted Euclidean distance, which is better in cases where the cluster centers are not circular. But in this particular case, let us look at this test data point written in magenta color. Does it belong to the red class or the blue class? Visually, we think that this X is closer to the red class because the Euclidean distance is smaller here than this distance. But if you consider the fact that the blue class has large overlap along the x-axis, and and not so much in contrast to the or the spread of the data in case of red class. And if we divide the distance, this distance, by its standard deviation, the normalized distance will be smaller for the blue class than the distance of the test data to the red cluster center divided by its standard deviation. So visually, if you take the equilibrium distance, we would have assigned this test data to this class. But if you consider the spread into consideration, that is, if you use the weighted equilibrium distance, we will assign this test data point to the blue class. So it is better to take into account this spread of the values in different classes. So we will use the weighted equilibrium distance. Here, in this particular case, in this slide, we are looking at the distance of x, one value, to the center, which means that we assume that each oval is characterized by a single feature, for example, energy. But that is not so. We know that we normally measure 13 MFCCs, melt frequency capsule coefficients, and in addition we compute 13 delta coefficients and 13 delta coefficients too. So there are 39, totally there are 39 features per speech frame. In other words, we consider this as a 39 dimensional feature vector. So if every frame is characterized by a 39 dimensional feature vector, the class will also be in the 39 dimensional feature space. So the class centers would be a feature, would be a vector. The bar that is shown here, some people sometimes write this arrow also. Not only each feature vector is in 39 dimensional space, their center is also in a 39 dimensional space, and similarly there will be 39 standard deviations if you assume that the covariance matrix is diagonal. So in which case, if we can extend this weighted equilibrium distance measure to multi-dimensional case, where the weighted equilibrium distance is squared, weighted equilibrium distance is computed for each of the dimensions and summed over all dimensions, I is equal to 1 to 39, for example, and finally square root of the sum is taken, and that is the distance, weighted equilibrium distance of a test feature vector of 39 dimensional space to the center of the kth class. Now that is all right, but let us look at what happens when in some cases. What happens, for example, if a test data point is such that the test feature vector falls at this particular point. Right now we are considering a two-dimensional feature vector which consists of f1 and f2. In that particular case, suppose the test data point falls, let's say here. Now if you see this point actually can belong to A or can belong to A. A of college, this is A of bank. So we cannot make a definitive statement whether it belongs to the oval A class or the A class. So it is better not to make this hard decision that it belongs to A or A, because we are not sure. Whenever we are not sure, it is best to resort to probability models. What we would say is that the probability of this data point to belong to the class A seems to be, let's say, 0.45. You can measure it if you use a probabilistic model. And similarly, you can measure the probability of this data point belong to class A is 0.47 and it belongs to U is something else, and so on. You can compute these conditional probabilities. And so we are not making hard decision at this point just based on one speech vector, but what we will do is there is some confusion here, we are not sure, but we will resolve this issue by resorting to higher level knowledge source. What is higher level knowledge source? Whether if this, sometimes it may so happen that let's say the word bank is there. This is the sequence of 4 letters B, A, N, K, and we have the other confusion is that it will be B, A, O. This vowel could be O, O. This is O. A, O is characterized by O. So if it is O, then if there is a confusion is between O and A, looking at the speech sounds recognized by others to the left and right of this particular vowel, we can recognize that in English language there is a word called bank, but there is no word called bonk. Therefore, therefore we say that the actual vowel is A rather than O. Here what we have used here is the lexical knowledge of the language, that is what sequence of words are valid in a given language or valid words in a given language. Sometimes it may happen that even both are still possible in case of the word, and we are not sure. This happens, for example, if the word sound is a sequence of three sounds, R, red, R, E, D, and the past tense, this is a red color, this is the past tense of the word read, red. So if you are not sure, we have to resort to the grammar, which is the rule in the language which tells how different words, what sequence of words are legally permitted in a language, the syntax or the grammar. Therefore, quite often it is useful to resort to probabilistic models, and we will talk a little bit about the probabilistic models in this slide. When you talk of probabilistic model, the simplest probabilistic model is to use normal distribution. It's also called Gaussian distribution. It has two parameters, the class center mu and the standard deviation sigma. Sometimes they also characterize as variance sigma square. Suppose we have two classes as we saw here. Let's go to the example of the F1 O and A. Let us consider only the first format frequency for the sake of argument. Each class is characterized by only one feature, one attribute, the value of the first format frequency. The value of the first format frequency of class O varies somewhere from 450 Hz up to around, let's say, 700 Hz. Whereas the first format frequency of A starts from somewhere around 650 Hz to 1100 Hz. So you can plot the density of the points at various frequency values for each of the class. If you look at the class O, the density is maximum at around 500 Hz, and density of data points which has a lower format frequency is also lower, and similarly higher format F1 higher than 0.6 kilohertz is also lower. So if I draw a probability distribution of the class O, it will look like this green curve. The F1 varies from 300 to something like 650 or 700. The likelihood of the data point getting value around 550 is very high for the class vowel O. This is vowel O. That's the green curve. Now, if you look at the other vowel A, the A vowel has higher format frequencies, but there is overlap between the two classes. Please remember. Therefore, if you plot the format frequency distribution of a vowel A, it will look like the blue curve that you see here. So this region represents the significant overlap between the class O and the class of vowel A. The values of this distribution, the parameters of the green distribution, can be computed by finding out the average F1 of the green class. Green class is the class O. So you take all the 100 values, or the 100 F1 values of vowel O, and you found its average value. You know how to compute average? Sum all the numbers divided by the 100, it will give the average. Similarly, you can compute the standard deviation of the 100 data points, and that is given by if fi is the ith first formant frequency value, then, and if f bar or in this particular f bar is the average formant frequency, which is given by the mu, then this square and summed over I equal to 1 to 100, this gives the variance, and the square root of this gives the sigma of the green class. You can do the sigma, mu and sigma of the blue class also, which means that you have one normal distribution for the class or the green curve, which has the mean mu1 and denoted by the standard deviation sigma 1, because these are the mean and sigma standard deviation of the class number 1, and this is the normal distribution. And similarly you can do it for the blue class. The normal distribution is characterized by the class center of the class number 2 and the standard deviation of the class number 2. So this is the model generation. So if you are building a probabilistic model, you take the training data, the data of the 100 speakers in this particular case, we call it as a training data. We estimate the parameters for each of the class. In this graph, I have shown only two distributions just for the sake of illustration, and now we are ready for doing the vowel recognition. Whenever a data point comes, what we do is to measure its formant frequency. The first formant frequency in this particular case, let us say first formant frequency value, this is the formant frequency value axis, and the first, let's say first formant frequency falls in this particular region, and then we say that if the value is here, the probability of this value is higher for the class green than the probability of that feature vector for the class blue. Actually this is called conditional probability, because the probability that we are measuring is for a class, with respect to a class. Such a conditional probability has a special name. It is called the likelihood. The likelihood of the test data, that is, this is x, let us say, is equal to 600 hertz. The likelihood of the test speech frame belonging to the green class is higher than the likelihood of the test data belong to the blue class. So now we are more interested in having a maximum likelihood, because likelihood is a measure of similarity, distance is a measure of dissimilarity. So we want to minimize the distance, on the other hand we want to maximize the conditional probability or maximize the likelihood. So in this particular case, if the formant frequency of the test data is 600, since its likelihood of it belonging to the green class is higher than that of the belonging to the blue class, we assign this data point to the green class, and that is shown by this particular equation. So you know, in this particular case, we have talked of a single variate normal distribution, that is, the x is a scalar. The likelihood of the test data x given a mean and standard deviation of a normal distribution is given by the expression that is at the top of the slide. Now here x is taken as scalar. We can actually extend it to multidimensional case. In case of speech, we normally work with 39-dimensional case. So this expression becomes slightly different. All that it becomes, let me write it down here. It becomes, instead of the standard deviation, we will have a covariance matrix that is denoted by sigma. So we take the inverse of that. Here is 1 over 2 pi sigma square. So what we do is the expression for p of x in that particular case is given by 2 pi power n by 2, and capital N is the dimensionality. Let me use the word small n. If it's an n-dimensional vector, then the this is the expression for the likelihood exponential. Let me use the black color, probably it will be visible better. So exponential of the term remains something similar, minus half. Now instead of the x minus mu divided by sigma whole square, each of them is a vector. X minus mu, mu is also a vector. You take the transpose of this vector and multiply it by the inverse of the covariance matrix, and then multiply it by the difference vector again. So this is the term. This term changes, but expression changes, but they are of similar. Instead of sigma dividing by sigma, we multiply by the inverse of the covariance matrix and so on. So we can do the vowel recognition. If we are given one speech frame, actually frame FCCs represent not just vowels, but they represent any sound. So in principle, we can do the classification of any sound if we are given one speech frame, not a sequence of speech frame, not a sequence of, not a word. So in that case, we have around 40 or 50 speech classes, and each of them has a distribution. We find out the likelihood of the test data. To each of these 50 distributions, we get likelihoods L1, L2, L3 and so on, all the way up to L50. We find out which likelihood of the test data belong to which class is maximum, and we can assign the sound to that particular class. Okay. So we know if we have one speech vector, one feature vector or one speech frame, we know how to classify it. But our goal is to recognize sentences. Sentences are made up of words, and words are made up of sequence of sounds. So for every sequence of sound, a word or a phrase, we get a large number of feature vectors. So if I say the word Mumbai, it may last, let's say, 0.5 seconds. Then the length of the feature vector sequence is 50, about 50, capital N is 50. Now if I say the same word Mumbai again, the length may vary because the speaking rate varies naturally even for the same person saying in the same acoustic environment and almost at the same time. So our goal, so in the earlier case, we had for each class we had a probabilistic model, and we could take the test data and compute its likelihood. Now what we have is a sequence of feature vectors representing a word. Therefore we will represent a word by the sequence of feature vectors. We form a template of the word, which is a sequence, therefore we call it as a temporal pattern. So we make a temporal model of the word as the sequence of the feature vectors extracted from one token or one repetition, one utterance of that particular word. We do this for all the words. For example, if our goal is to recognize 10 digits, we speak digit 0, we remove the silence on either side because silence doesn't carry any information. So we use a non-speech classifier, approximate one, and remove the silence, and then compute feature vectors for every 10 millisecond. Feature vectors correspond to the speech frame of the word 0. This sequence with the word 0 may be 16 frames long. So this sequence of length 50 forms the reference template for the digit 0. Similarly, we speak the digit 1, we form a reference template for the word 1, which may be just 37 frames long because word is a short word, and so on. Which means that the reference templates correspond to different words will be of different duration. So the 1, 2 will be shortest because there is just one vowel and a short consonant, which is a plosive consonant. So the lengths of the templates, reference templates, may be different. That's the first point. So this is so once we form this reference template, a temporal pattern for each word, we have done the model generation part. Now we can look at the speech recognition aspect. In the speech recognition aspect, some word is spoken, some digit is spoken, we don't know which digit it is, but we know that it is between 0 and 9, one of the 10 digits. Then we remove the silence as usual and find out and extract the feature vector corresponding to the test data. So let us assume that some test speech has been spoken and we remove the silence, and the test feature vector sequence is of length capital N. Now what we will do is to, let's say this capital N is let's say 100, 1 second duration, and it's 100. Now we need to compare it with the reference template of the first word, in our case it is the word 0, which we said it corresponds to a sequence of length 60. So capital N is 60 and so let's say this is 60 and let's say the test word is 50 frames long. I'm just taking a nice number. So this, we don't know which word was spoken, but we first want to compare. We want to compare the whatever is spoken and the test feature word sequence with the reference feature vector sequence of the first word in our vocabulary, the word 0, which is of length 60. First notice that the length of the feature vector sequence, test feature vector sequence, and length of the first reference feature vector sequence need not be equal. So this can occur because the test feature itself is short and the reference feature word is long. It can happen because of that, or it can happen because of the speaking rate variation. I may sometimes speak slowly, sometimes I may speak fast, in which case the length of the test duration can increase or decrease. Or endpoint detection. Endpoint detection means silence removal. When you find out the boundary between the silence and the speech, what you are doing is essentially finding out the endpoint of the speech signal. That voice, speech, non-speech boundary detection, if it is wrong, then the length can vary. Third, worst case situation is even within the word there can be variations in the speaking rate. So that's what we are going to illustrate first in the next slide. And let me go to the slide which is not the classification of temporal patterns, but a slide which shows the waveform of the two Ahmedabad waves. Okay. Now this is two Ahmedabad waves. What I just want to show here is to play these Ahmedabad waves. Let me play these ones. First I will play the Ahmedabad wave. Ahmedabad. This is my normal speaking rate, which is the top curve. Now there is one more file in this which is Ahmedabad _ slow, so that if I play that, is there a let me just push this, I can't see, play, let me see what all the files are there. So Ahmedabad slow is there. For whatever reason it did not show Ahmedabad. Tab. Okay, slow. Dot wave. Let me play the. So what I will do is play both of them one after another. The first one is the normal speech, Ahmedabad.wave, and that is the top one, and then the slow one. Ahmedabad. This is slower one. Now if you see the waveform, you will see that the normal Ahmedabad occurred for about 0.7 seconds. This is 0.7, which means 70 frames. Whereas the Ahmedabad, little slower one, lasted for 0.85 seconds. That is 85 frames. It's the same word, normal speaking rate and the slow speaking rate. The durations are different, which means the number of speech frames for the same word can be different. 70 frames, 70 feature vectors sequences, feature vector sequence length is 70 here and 80 here. So this does occur in normal speech. That is one example. And what you can say is the following. Okay, there one is 80.85, one is 85 feature vector long, another is 70. What you do is, since this is the, suppose this is the reference vector, this is the test vector, you compress one of them so that the length of the two are same. So the longer one, 85, you compress into 70. How do you do that? So you want to compress 85 into 70, which means so this is equivalent to, let's say, 14. This is 17. So for every 17 frame, from every 17 frames, you pick up only 14 frames from this, which means that on an average, after every 5th frame, you drop a frame. That means every 6th frame, you drop it. If you drop every 6th frame from here, then you drop every 6th frame from here, then the number of frames, if you drop every 6th frame from 85, you will get from 85, you get around, you get 70. So that this number is made exact. If you make these numbers exact, then comparing this 70 with this 70 is easy. Why? Because the length of the feature vector, this is the test, the length of the test feature vector sequence is 70, and length of the compressed reference feature vector is also 70. Now you can take the first feature vector here and first feature vector here, find the distance between them. We can compute the Euclidean distance, you can compute the weighted Euclidean distance. Whatever that you want, you can do that. And plus the sum of the square distance of the second test feature vector and second reference feature vector, and so on. Which means that since the lengths now are same, 70 and 70, you can compute the pairwise distance, square distance, and sum them. So all that you have to do is, this is, let's say, x vector, ith vector, and the reference ith vector, and you square the distances to take care of the sign. This can even be the, and you now do from 1 to 70. Because in both cases, although we had only 70 test feature vectors, reference vector was for 85, we dropped every 6th frame to get the 70th frame. Now this is called warping of the reference signal to match the length of the test signal. You compress the reference signal length so that it matches with this. It is called warping. That is the word compression in this particular case. On the other hand, so this is the situation for the word 0. So what happens if I have the same test? Now once I do this, I get the distance, sum of the distances as it calculated here. So I get the distance, the square distance corresponding to word 0. Square distance of x, comma the word 0, I get like this. Now I'll do the same thing for the word 1, which is d of the x vector sequence, actually capital X, whatever, and comma the digit 1. The 1 is a shorter, it is shorter than the word 0. So in this particular case, the word 1 may be only of length 65. The length of the reference vector sequence, reference pattern, the reference pattern of the word 1 may contain only 65, whereas the length of the test remains 70. So in each case, this length is shorter than this, unlike the 0 case. So in this particular case, we need to somehow expand this to match the length of the test. So all that we can do is, every 13th feature vector, you repeat it so that 65 frame becomes 70, and then you can match. So this way you can uniformly compress or expand the reference template so as to match the length of the test feature vector and length, and then you can compute the distance between the test feature vector sequence and a model. Now this is called linear mapping. Linear warping. You warp it, but you do linearly so that the number of the lengths of the test sequence, length of the reference vector sequence becomes same as that of the test feature vector sequence. But there is a problem. So you can see here I have graphically compressed the time axis of the reference 0, the reference is below, with that of the test. I have visually shown here. If I do that, it doesn't necessarily match. Why? Let us say this is about Ahmedabad. This is where this is M begins here. This is the letter M. I can see, I know that this is M because I have learned it. And here the M is here. Now you see, even if after linear compression, the beginning of M here does not match with the beginning of M in the reference. Beginning of M here actually is near closer to the center of the sound. This is So as I shown here, even if you compress the long reference template to match the length of the test reference sequence, the pairwise matching of the feature vectors will give rise to problems. If you draw a vertical line, this frame, for example, will match with the silence here, and so on. Therefore, linear warping of the templates is not good enough. It will not give the correct distance between the templates or correct measure of dissimilarity. Distance and dissimilarity are synonyms in our case. So we need to do something different so that this first frame of the oval of the nasal M matches with the first frame of the oval M in the reference. Which means that we cannot afford to match, even after linear compression, we cannot afford to match 10th frame here with necessarily the 10th frame here. 10th frame here may have to be compared with the 12th frame here, because M here begins at the 10th frame and M here, M of the warped or compressed reference template still begins at 12. So we may have to compare not in regular mapping, but we may have to compare one feature vector here with any of the feature vector. In this particular case, 10th test feature vector was to be compared with the 12th feature vector of the reference. In some other case, the 10th feature vector may have to be compared with the 7th feature vector. We don't know. So we need to, the compression or expansion of the reference template need not be linear. We may have to compare a given test vector with a reference vector prior to that time or later to that time, which means that we need to resort to non-linear warping. Now, linear warping means you compress the reference template, compress or expand. You warp the reference template so as to match this length with that of the test, but that this warping is not sufficient as illustrated here, and we need to do the non-linear warping. I will illustrate this little more better using the next slide, and what is shown in the next slide is the same sentence, same word, Ahmedabad, where in the top waveform, you can see that Ahmedabad is spoken slowly initially and fast later. On the other hand, in the lower curve, Ahmedabad was spoken fast initially and then slowly later. In both cases, you notice that this length is 0.7. I didn't have to do any compression of anything. The lengths are exactly same, and still the waveforms don't match. You see here, this one corresponds to this one, and Ahmad, for example, is up to here, whereas here it occupies almost 80%, whereas here Ahmad occupies only 50%. So this particular frame, when I have to match these two sequences, this particular frame feature vector has to be matched with this feature vector, which means this feature vector, instead of being matched with this is wrong. I need to match it with this. This is right. So how do I know that this has to be matched with this or this or this or this? This is what I need to find. I need to find the best for each feature vector in the test. I need to find the best matching test feature vector in the reference, which means that I have to, for every feature vector in the test, I need to compare it with the best feature vector along the reference. And how many? And this can give rise to exponential computations. Let me, before I talk about that, let me play these sounds. I'll play the Ahmedabad slow and fast, and let me see Ahmedabad. First I will talk, the upper one is slow and fast. Let me play it. This, of course, I spoke intentionally in this manner just to illustrate the idea, and let us just hear it. As far as a human being is concerned, he will say there is nothing wrong with that. Thoda little bit, but otherwise this is the word Ahmedabad. He has no problem. So I'll play the top one first, slow and fast, and the other one. Let me play it again. See, Ahmedabad. So the speaking rate. Okay. So the speaking rate can vary, and still human beings will refer to both of them as all right and match it with the same word Ahmedabad. Okay. So I expanded the curve. So this particular beginning feature vector of the letter A, that has to be matched with this and not with this. Okay. Which means that take any feature vector. This feature vector, the only constraint is that the first feature vector here has to be matched with the first feature vector. That you don't have a choice. Similarly, the last feature vector here has to be matched with the last feature vector here. You don't have a choice. But any other intermediate feature vectors, I am looking at here at the waveform, but the corresponding feature vectors, you don't know this feature vector, which is let's say the beginning of the sound M, that has to match somewhere here. We don't know whether this has to be in this. Suppose we reverse the role of these ones. In this particular case, I assumed that this is the test and this is reference. Okay, but in which case the test reference case, the Ahmedabad was spoken fast initially and slow later, and the test speech Ahmedabad was spoken slow and fast later. Suppose the template suppose these things were recorded some other day, and the roles of template was of this type. I was in a hurry, so reference template was this type, and test template was this type. Then I take this test template, instead of matching with a previous feature vector, I have to match with the next feature vector. So in general, any feature vector on the test can be matched with any reference vector, okay, any intermediate reference vector. Whether the reference vector before this or reference vector after this depends upon the speaking rate, how the test speech was spoken, whether it is spoken slowly first or rapidly first, and so on. So let us see. Suppose this feature vector is of length n. There are capital N test reference frames. So this is the length of the test feature vector. Length of test feature vector. Okay. Now let us assume that the length of the reference feature vector is capital M, which is given here. Okay. Now so for every feature vector here, let's take the second feature vector here. first feature vector has to be mapped here. Second feature vector can still be mapped here or to any, can still be matched with any of the capital M reference feature vectors. So the first one, first test can be matched. Match means you need to check whether it matches well any of M reference feature vectors. Now first one can be matched with any reference, second one again it can be matched with any reference. So first and second test feature vectors can be matched in how many ways? M into M. Because first can be matched in M ways, second can be matched in M ways. Actually it is not M, it will be M minus 1 and so on. So if there are capital N test feature vectors, then they can be matched in various combinations, which almost becomes like factorial all the way to M minus N, M into M minus N and so on. So the factorial, so this combination, the number of ways in which the matching two sequences of unequal length, and we want to match it in such a manner that to get the least possible distance between the two sequences, and to do that we resort to this kind of grid or matrix formulation where the number of rows in the matrix correspond to the length of this reference template, the number of frames in the reference feature vector sequence, and the number of columns correspond to the length of the test feature vector sequence. And if a cell is marked, then it means that the corresponding test feature vector and the reference feature vector have the least distance. This particular test vector has the least distance with this particular reference feature vector. So if you draw a line connecting these filled cells, then you get a path. This path is called alignment path, aligning these test feature vector sequence with the given reference feature vector sequence, that is of the, let's say, the first digit 0, and this is the alignment path. How did we get the alignment path? In this particular case we did it manually. What we need to do is to tell the system to do it in an automatic manner. So to do that, the dynamic programming, as I said, reduces the computation by storing the result of any partial computation. So what does that mean? Suppose I want to find the total distance of matching this test feature vector sequence with the reference feature vector sequence, then I need to sum all these distances, distance of a pair of vectors, that is one test vector and one reference vector. So at this cell you can associate a distance which you call as a local distance. The local distance at this cell is the distance between this test vector and this reference vector. So you can compute the local distance of all the cells here and fill in with the numbers. How? If I want to fill in this particular cell, I take the distance, distance between this test feature vector and the reference feature vector. This one, this and this. So I can compute and store the pairwise distance of between one test feature vector and reference feature vector. This distance, let us call it as local distance, because it is the distance between one fragment of the test feature vector sequence with another fragment of the reference feature vector sequence. So this we denote it by d of I comma j, where that is d of I comma j is the value that is stored in ith row jth column, and That is the distance between ith reference feature vector with the jth test feature vector. So this is a standard. So two vectors are given, x vector and y vector. You know how to compute the distance. So we can fill in all the values in this matrix with these local distance values. What is our goal? Our goal is to find out the minimum distance or cost of matching the test feature vector sequence with the reference feature vector sequence. So that with the constraint, consider there, first the path starts here, that means the first test vector will match the first reference vector, and path ends here, which means that the last test vector will match the last reference vector. In between, the path can go anywhere in this matrix. Generally it will be close to the diagonal if the peaking rate variations are not large, but it can go anywhere. So what is the total distance between? Now what we need is the distance capital D between this entire test feature vector sequence and the entire reference feature vector sequence. That is the summation of the local distances along the optimal path. Along the optimal path. That is our goal is to find out. Our goal is to find out the capital D, the sum of all the local distances along the path, which what we will do is so we will denote that distance by capital D of capital N comma capital M. That is the distance of the optimal path starting from 1, 1 and ending at capital N and capital M, this particular cell. Now this complete distance between the test feature vector sequence and the reference feature vector sequence can be computed efficiently by resorting to recursion or by computing the distance of the partial path at any given point. Just like we computed the local distance for every cell, we will compute the accumulated distance for each cell. Let us say this particular cell, accumulated distance of a path starting from 1, 1 and ending at cell I, j. So what is the best path? What is the cost? So capital D of I, j denotes the cost of the best path starting from 1, 1 and ending at I, j. So, and then we use the recursion to compute D of I, j efficiently, so that we compute capital D of N, M, that is the distance between the test feature vector sequence of length N and the reference feature sequence of length M. So this we will illustrate in the next slide. So in the slide which shows the optimal alignment path, which has the title optimal alignment path on the blue, it shows similar that such a path nearly along the diagonal exists. This is illustrated using the spectrogram. In the spectrogram, you can see what is shown here is the spectrogram of two repetitions of the word 8. This was the spectrogram of the reference spectrogram of the reference word 8 that was stored, and somebody else and the same person told the word digit 8, and he wants to compare. Even now he is comparing the test spectrograph, test page with the reference template of the digit 8. We know that these two should match and should do very well. And what you see here is the black color here shows a measure of similarity, not of dissimilarity, similarity. Okay. So a measure of similarity. Now distance is a measure of dissimilarity. This is equal to dissimilarity, that means opposite of similarity. Okay. So what it shows here, the darkness here shows the similarity. That shows that this particular block of the oval A corresponds to this particular block of oval E. So you see a diagonal path here. You see that many of the cells along the diagonal path are all black, which means the cell feature vector here is closest to this feature vector, but slightly far away from the neighboring feature vectors, and so on. So if you want to see the best match between test feature vector and the corresponding reference feature vector, this particular cell has the largest darkness. Similarly, this particular cell has the largest darkness, and so on. Now these cells fall along the diagonal because the length of the A in the test and the length of the A waveform in the reference, they are same. So when that happens, the optimal path along this grid is along the diagonal. On the other hand, when he said the word t, in the reference case, the sound t has two parts. One is the so-called closure, when the tongue tip touches our upper denture and no air comes out, no sound comes out. This is called the closure of the stop, and this is called the release of the stop. So the sound T consists of two acoustic events. The closure in the test case was of about 5 frames long, whereas the closure in the case of the reference was of about 8 frames long. So you see the speaking rate are different in two situations. In test, he has spoken fast. In reference, he has spoken slowly. So because of this, the optimal alignment path has become little more vertical than the diagonal path. On the other hand, in the same test, you see that the release of T has 3 plus 3, 8, 9 frames long, whereas the release of T here is 5 frames long. This is 5 frames long. So in the reference, the T release is shorter, and in the reference, the T closure is longer. So you can see that the speaking rate, because of speaking rate variations, the lengths of these acoustic events, which may correspond to a sound or even a part of a sound, can have different durations in the repetition of the same utterance. And when you match a test feature vector sequence with the correct reference feature vector sequence, that is the model or the reference template of the word digit 8 and not of the 0 or 9 or something, you see that most of the time the optimal alignment path along the near diagonal exists. So this says that when you match the test with the correct reference template, the best reference template, in this case 8, a path along the diagonal exists. That's what you see here. On the other hand, you have the same test sentence. Now you are comparing with the reference template of the digit 3. Then the E here matches the A here, somewhat matching. Therefore, there is some blob of stuff here. And the ta of 8 matches the ta of 3. So you see some black dark here. So there is a similarity here. There is a little bit of similarity here, but no similarity exists along the diagonal path. So this shows that when you match a test feature vector sequence with the correct or the best reference template, the path generally exists along the diagonal. On the other hand, if you try to match the test with the incorrect reference template, a path along the diagonal does not exist, as you see here. Okay, which means that most of the time we are interested in a path which is along the diagonal of this grid, and this information can be used to reduce the computational load. So now we have graphically illustrated that how a matching of a sequence can be done, and when the path along the diagonal exists and when it doesn't exist. Now let us go to the implementation detail of this stuff, And let us see the how we can do this. So what I have shown here is the test feature vector sequence. I am calling it as x1, x2, x3, f4, etc. This is a test. The length capital N. And I have put the reference here on the y direction. The corresponding feature vector sequence I called R1. R stands for reference. R1, R2, R3, and of length capital M. Okay. So there are capital M rows and capital N columns. The grid, the identity of the, let us say this cell, what is its coordinates? Its coordinates is it indicates. So this particular grid point, whose coordinates is 4, 3, corresponds, and the value that this grid point stores currently is the distance between fourth test vector and third reference vector. That it's called test vector comma reference vector. That's how it is. So I varies along the horizontal direction and j varies along the vertical direction. So okay, now given any this, so what we can do is to fill up all these grids with the local distance. Local distance, what is local distance? D of 1, 1 is the value that is stored here. D of 4, 3 is the value that is stored here. The distance between fourth test vector x4, it's a vector, and third reference vector. In general, we can denote the distance between nth test vector with the mth reference vector. We can store it in the grid point n, m, and we store that distance by the small d of n, m. Now we can compute these distances for any pair of vectors, one vector from here and one vector from here, and we can fill up all the grid cells with the corresponding small d. This small d, we call it as local distance because it is distance between a pair of vectors, one from the reference and one from the test, and not the entire sequence. What you are interested in is the distance along the entire distance between the two sequences themselves. Now that distance or distance between the sequences of any length, of length I and j, we denote it by capital D. Let us see how we compute it. And as I spoke earlier, our goal is to, what is the goal? The goal is to find the optimal alignment path which starts from the grid point 1, 1 and ends at the grid point n, m. And our goal is to find out the best path going through various grid points. I may go like this, from here I may go like this, go like this, I may go like this, go like this, go like this, go like this, and so on, and go end here. So this is one such path. One path that follows the following constraint. One, it starts at 1, 1 grid point and set capital N, M. In addition, it follows two other constraints. One, the path can go only up and not down. Okay? That's the first point. It can go up, stay constant, but it can never come down. Similarly, path can go from left to right, but can never go from right to left. That is the. Now this is to match the temporal constraint of the two sequences. And this particular path that I drew satisfies this condition. Our goal is to find out that path. Now there are how many paths are there? Such paths are there which start from this point and end at this point. There are capital N power m. Paths are there, and our goal is to find out our m, n depending upon whichever is the length, and our goal is to reduce this computation to linear, that is n into m. And that technique is called dynamic programming. It makes certain assumptions. The assumption that it makes is called principle of optimality. It's a name. What it says is that the best path starting from 1, 1, that is this grid point, to any point on the grid, not necessarily the top right, but any point on the grid, let's say this point, 4, 3. That is independent of what happens to the path beyond this point. Beyond this point means to the right and to the top. So all it says is that whatever happens up to some point, it doesn't depend upon what happens in the future, which is a reasonable assumption to make. And that principle is called principle of optimality. Therefore, let us compute the distance of, let us compute the distance of a partial sequence x1 to x4 matching with r1 to r4. Now what is this? So this is the distance of a sequence of feature vectors. 4 vectors from the test and 4 vectors from the reference. It will be stored in this cell with the capital D. Why capital D? Small d of 4, 4, small d of 4, 4 is the distance between x4th vector and r4th vector. Is the distance between them. Okay, square distance if you wish and square root. Okay. But what about this? Capital T on the other hand is different. Capital T of 4, 4 is, suppose this is the path, the green path, it is sum of 4 distances. What are the 4 distances? 1 here, the small d at this point, that is d of 1, 1, and path goes through this, which means d, we add d of 2, 2, and then we add it, path goes through this grid point, which means this local distance here is d of 3, 2. It is 3, 2, and it goes through this point, which is the distance of d of 4, 3. 4, 3 local distance plus the local distance of grid 4, 4. So we have reached this point in 5 steps, and the capital D of 4, 4 is the summation of 5 local distances. Okay? So capital D is the distance of matching a partial test sequence of length 4 and partial reference sequence of length 4. We can do similar. So what is this optimal path? We still have to find out. But capital D denotes the distance between partial sequences. Okay. So let us assume that we need to compute these. So let's assume that we already know the optimal, the cost of reaching this grid point, d of 4, 3, using the optimal path. So capital D of 4, 3 is known. Let us assume that. We'll talk about it, how to compute it. Then all I'm saying is the capital D of 4, 4 is, what is this? It is the sum of 5 distances, but the path up to here, the capital D of 4, 3 is the sum of 4 distances, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the distance from here to here is the distance from here to here plus this distance. So when you want to compute capital D of 4, 4, we don't have to add 5 distances. All that we have to add is the local distance here, D of 4, 4, and the accumulated distance of reaching this grid point. The cost of going like this is cost of going up to here plus cost of going here. Cost of going up to here is given by, the best cost is given by 4, capital D of 4, 3, which we assume that you already known, and now all that you have to do is to add the small d of 4, 4, that is the cost of going from this grid point along the green to that grid point. So what is that point we are making? That to compute 4, 4, we would have, in naive way, if you want to do the straightforward way, we had to add 5 distances. Now all that you have to do is to add 1 distance to something that is already stored in a lookup table. So by computing capital D's of the partial path shorter paths, we can compute the partial distance of the longer paths in an easy manner. Now this is a recursion formula, and this reduces the computation to linear. Actually the computation cost is twice n comma m. Why? Because n comma n small distances d of I comma j's have to be computed, that there are n into m grid points, and by recursion you will see that every capital D involves addition of just one addition. Therefore the total cost is nm done twice. Nm once for small distances, and the capital D's have to be calculated for each of the grid cells once, and each of the capital D calculation involves only one summation. So the computational cost together is twice n into m, that is the linear in the length of both the test feature vector sequence and the reference vector sequence. So we'll illustrate this now, the dynamic programming algorithm. It's written here, whatever I talked right now. We define two distances. Small distance of n comma m, which is the local distance between nth test frame and mth reference frame. This is the test frame index, this is the index of the reference frame. Similarly, we define capital D of n comma n. It is the accumulated distance, that is accumulated distance starting from point 1 comma 1 to the point n comma m. We already defined it. We saw how to compute it using a recursion formula. Now what is the recursion formula? Recursion formula is here. Let's see the recursion formula. Now our goal is to compute D of 5 comma 4. This is the grid column number 5 and row number 4. So that is the grid point here. That's what we are talking. Our goal is to compute the cost of the path starting from 1 comma 1 and ending here 5 comma 4, and we want we want to find that path which has the minimum accumulated cost, and assume that these costs are already known. The cost to the left of this grid point, all the cost to the left of the grid point, and all the cost below this grid point. Let us assume that they are known. If they are known, what we need to do is the following. The optimal path coming up to here, from here to here, it can come in three possible ways. Either the best path starting from here to here and then this one extra jump, or the best path starting from here to here and then this extra jump, or some best path starting from here to D of 5 comma 3 and then one extra jump. So we already know the cost of going from 1 comma 1 to 5 comma 3, and that is denoted by D of 5 comma 3. Similarly, we know the cost of we are assuming that these costs are known. Capital D of 4 comma 3, that is the best path of this graph. Similarly, we know the cost of the best path starting from 1 comma 1 going up to D of 4 comma 4. The green cost, the purple cost, and the maroon cost. So what we need to find out is, if you want to find out the best path of reaching here, all that we do is to find out the minimum among these three paths, cost of this minimum among these three paths. So what is the cost of this path, topmost path? Let me call it as a green path. That is nothing but capital D of 4 comma 4, because that is the cost of the best path going from 1 comma 1 up to this grid point, plus the local distance of at point D of 5 comma 4, that is going from here to here. What about the middle path, the purple color path? That path distance is capital D of 4 comma 3 plus again the local distance D of 5 comma 4. What about the path of this maroon? That is equal to D, capital D of 5 comma 3 plus the local distance at this point, that is the distance between 5th test vector and 4th reference vector. Now what you see here is that the what you see here is that what I have done is to pull out this common value, that is d of 5 comma 4 in this equation, and find out and compute the cost of the lowest cost of reaching starting from 1 comma 1 to this point 5 comma 4 as the minimum of these three costs. What are the costs? Three costs. One, the purple and the maroon, these three parts. And as you see, d of 5 comma 4 is common, so I pulled out the constant term outside of the minimization. So the minimum cost of reaching grid point 5 comma 4 is the local distance of the point 5 comma 4 and minimum of the three paths that can come to this point, which is minimum of these three accumulated costs. That's all the dynamic programming is. It's a recursion, and we can execute it nicely. We can execute it in a computationally efficient manner. So this is the general equation. In the previous slide, I showed the example for capital D of 5 comma 4, 5 and 4 fifth. That is the point that represents the distance between the fifth test vector and the fourth reference vector. You can extend this argument to any grid point. The next slide shows capital D of n comma m is equal to the small d of n comma n plus the minimum of the three previous grid points. What are the three previous grid points? The minimum of the accumulated path of reaching the previous grid points. What are the previous grid points? In one case, so if you look at the horizontal grid point that is shown in I think purple color, that is to the left. That means the column index is one index is less. Therefore, this point is n minus 1 and m. Therefore, the corresponding accumulated cost of reaching from here to this point is capital D of n minus 1 comma m. And what about the middle part, the green curve here? That is one column to the left and one row below. Therefore, the index of that grid point is n minus 1 comma m minus 1. So the second of the partial distance in the minimum block is capital D of n minus 1 and m minus 1. And what about the blue curve? That is another third possible point. That is the one row below, no change in column. Since therefore the grid point coordinate of that grid point is n comma m minus 1. So this is the general equation of computing the accumulated cost of reaching a grid point n comma m using just the minimum of the accumulated cost of reaching previous grid points. When I say previous, either to the left or to the below or diagonal, any other. So all these capital D's can be used, but mostly we use the grid points, capital D's of grid points along the diagonal, because we saw the illustration that whenever we are matching the test feature vector sequence with the correct reference sequence, the path along the diagonal exists. Okay, so this is the formula for recursive computation. Let us actually work out a recursive. We can work out the recursive computation. I'll show it later. And when you do this, what you do is, let me see, I have skipped. So you can compute the capital D. So how do you compute the capital D's of different columns? Let me illustrate it, because this one slide is not there. So let us compute the capital D of 1 comma 1. I'm taking some time to illustrate this principle. Capital D of 1 comma 1, that is, you start from this point and reach this point. So all that it means is that the local distance, nothing else, because there is nothing to come from behind. So capital D of 1 comma 1 is nothing but the local distance. Now what we'll do is we go up in the same column. Capital D of column number 1, that is matching test first test vector with the second reference vector. So that is capital D of 1, 2. So what is the cost of path reaching this point, starting from this point? There is only one path, because you cannot come from here, because if you come from here, you are coming from right to left, reverse in time. That is not permitted. Similarly, you cannot come from here to here, that because again you are coming from right to left in time. And similarly, you cannot come from top, because that is also not permitted. Therefore, the capital D of 1, 2 is nothing but the local distance of 1, 2 plus the accumulated cost of the previous grid point, that is capital D of 1, 1. Similarly, let us compute the capital D of 1, 3, and that is nothing but the local distance of 1, 3. So to this grid point, you can come only from here. Therefore, this path is sum of local distance at 1, 3 and the accumulated distance of 1, 2. So you see that you can, knowing starting from the 1, 1, we computed capital D of 1, 2, capital D of 1, 3. So you can always calculate the capital D of 1, capital N. So you have computed the cost of reaching a point along the first column starting from the lowermost left cell 1, 1. Now let us do let us go to the second column. So all these capital D's in all these columns are all the cells in the first column are known now. Let us look at the capital D at this particular point. We have computed all the small d's earlier, local distance earlier. Let us compute capital D of 2, 1. To reach this point, there is only one path that you can come, which is nothing but this. Therefore, this cost is local distance of that cell plus the accumulated distance of the previous grid point, which is capital D of 1, 1. So the local accumulated distance of reaching the cell 2, 1, the column number 2 and row number 1 is nothing but the local distance, that is small d or the 2, 1 plus the path that it took. The only path that is available is from 1, 1 and its accumulated cost is given by capital D of 1, 1. Now we will go to this cell. Okay, this cell which is 2, 2. To come to the cell 2, 2, there are actually three paths. Let me illustrate that. To come to the cell 2, 2, we could have come from here, here and here. We could have directly come from here, or we could have gone like this and come like this. There are three paths. So using the recursive principle, we will compute the D of 2, 2 is equal to the local distance of that cell point plus minimum of 3 accumulated distances. Since to this point you can come either from here or here or here, we have to put the corresponding minimum distances in this minimum, corresponding accumulated distances in this minimization. So let's look at this point. This point is D of 2, 1. 2, 1. What about the accumulated distance of this point? That is capital D of 1, 1. And what about the accumulated distance of this point? That is capital D of 1, 2. And we already know the capital D of the first column. That means we know these capital D's. And just now we have computed the capital D of 2, 1. Therefore, and we already know the local distance of every grid point. So the computation of the accumulated cost of the cell 2, 2 is trivial now. It just involves one minimization among three quantities and summing that minimum value with the local distance 2, 2. Now you can recursively do the similar strategy if you want to compute the capital D of this point, which is capital D of 2, 3, which is nothing but local distance of 2, 3 plus the minimum of these three D's. This D of this point, and this point. You can so by the same logic you can compute the capital D of all these points. Similarly, all these points, all these points, all these points, all these points, all these points. And when you compute the capital D of the final column, we compute capital D of n comma m as the following. It is the local distance of this last grid point n comma m and minimum of 3 accumulated distances. What are 3 accumulated distances? One is this capital D at this point, which is nothing but capital D of nth column and m minus 1th column, last but one row. And this grid point, the accumulated cost of starting from here and coming up to this grid point, that is column number n minus 1 and row number m minus 1. And what about this grid point? That grid point is the accumulated cost of reaching this grid point of the best path is column number n minus 1 but row number capital M. So we can compute capital D of n comma m. What does that denote? It denotes the cost of the best path starting from here and reaching in whatever manner that is there, reaching this grid point. And this distance is the total cost of matching a test feature vector sequence of length n and reference feature sequence of length capital N. That is the best cost, that is the least cost, or the best match. Now, how much time that you have taken? For each grid point, you have to compute D of I comma j once and capital D of I comma j once. This is one computation, this is another computation because it involves simply minimization and addition. Therefore, there are n into m cells, therefore the order of computation is twice the product of the lengths of the reference and the test, or the computational cost is said to be linear in length of the vector sequence. So that is the nice property. We reduced all that we have done is to reuse the cost of the best path reaching at various intermediate points in the final path, in the complete path. So these information we stored in the table and we reused it to reduce the computational cost. So what I will do now is to okay, that's one thing. Second, you can also do the one more stuff, which is whenever I found that when I use this minimum, suppose I found the minimum is coming from among these three values, this top value was the minimum. What does that mean? It is the nth row, but the previous, it is the nth column, but the previous row. That means, okay, let me go back to that particular graph itself so as to minimize the confusion. When I do the computation, compute the minimum, in fact it can be done at any point. If I find that this value is the lowest among these three values, that value corresponds to a horizontal path. The column index has not changed, but the row index has decreased. Therefore, that corresponds to a vertical path. Then, what you can do is, you can remember using another pointer, let's call it that pointer as psi of n comma m. To this point, how did I come? I came using a horizontal path. Sorry, not a horizontal path. I used the vertical path, so I will use this. When do I assign? So this is another table of the same n comma m matrix, and its n comma mth entry will be vertical if to reach this n comma m point we took the horizontal path. We took the vertical path. On the other hand, if this middle one was the lowest among these three, what we remember is that to reach this grid point, the best path was diagonal. You can remember capital D. Or if it is this was the lowest, then we can remember that the best path was horizontal. So this is path information. The value of this path information at every grid point can be one of the three, which is either diagonal or vertical or horizontal. That we read the path. That how did we read that path? Why is it useful? You will see that when you want to do the training of a hidden Markov model, or even you want to form composite reference template, this backtracking path will be useful. Okay, let's assume that we know we have, in addition to these capital D's, we have also stored psi. That tells to any grid point, did you come through the vertical or horizontal or diagonal path. Okay. So we have three matrices. One matrix of low distance, so that's a matrix, and another matrix of capital D, and a matrix of psi. This psi can have value vertical, horizontal, or diagonal, or you can even store it as an integer, 1, 2, 3, one of the three paths. It doesn't matter, whichever way, that's up to you to represent it. Now if you keep that path information, then you can backtrace the path, and you can start from the last point and you can reconstruct the optimal path. How do you do that? Let us illustrate using a specific example. We will take the example of spell check. You might have noticed that when you write a document, for example a Word document or anything like that, you type in a word and you put a space after typing in the word. If the word contains a spelling error, the Word document immediately puts a green wiggly line below that. So if instead of saying spell, I just put spell and put a space here, immediately it shows a green wiggly curve. Now what does it shows? That I think this word is not in its dictionary. In the dictionary of the Word document, it is not a valid spelling. It's not the spelling of a valid document. And if you take your mouse on this green wiggly curve, it pops up a box and it shows a sequence of words where it could be which are all the possible words which you intended to use. And quite often the top in the list correspond to the correct spelling. Now the dictionary may contain 100,000 words or 1,000,000 words in the dictionary. How does it compare this misspelled word with 1,000,000 words in the dictionary in fraction of a time? It uses the dynamic program. So the spell checking algorithm uses the technique of dynamic programming, because dynamic programming is used to compare sequences, comparison of sequences. So in the case of the speech, we compare the sequence of feature vectors. In the case of the spell checking, we are comparing the sequence of misspelled letters with the correct letter sequence or correct spelling of 1,000,000 words in the dictionary. So how does it do it quickly? Because it resorts to dynamic programming technique, and let us illustrate. To illustrate this dynamic programming technique, you needed three entities. One was the local distance between of a grid point, that is the distance between a letter here and a letter here. We will put it as a D of this column number 3 and row number 5 or something. So we need to have a measure of distance or dissimilarity between a pair of letters. So we need that. So and then we will compute capital D's, and then we also remember the path. Let us start with the first quantity, local distance between the letters. We will employ, for our illustration purpose, we will employ a simple technique, simple formula, which says that whenever two letters are same, the distance is 0. whether it is oval or whether it is consonant. T and T, these are matching, and therefore the corresponding local distance is 0. And the local distance of ovals when they match, then also is 0. That means no spelling mistake, therefore distance 0, or in sometimes computer science you see one call it as a cost is 0, cost of misspelling is 0. Now other two things can happen. There is a spelling mistake. Then suppose a oval is to be compared with another oval. Oval and oval comparison, if they don't match, the distance is 1. So we say that distance between two dissimilar ovals is 1. Similarly, take a consonant R. The letters can be divided into consonants and ovals. There are 5 ovals. Okay, let me write in lowercase itself since we are A, E, A, O, U. So there are 5 vowels and 21 consonants in the Roman alphabet that is used by the English language. So we are comparing a consonant with the wrong consonant, another consonant, T. Then the distance is again 1. So the distance between two dissimilar consonants is also 1. Consonants can be confused with consonants, vowels can be confused with vowels. But a vowel being confused with the consonant, that is a serious error, so the cost is high. Okay. So if you take the consonant R and you compare with the vowel A, then the distance is high. This is all the simple distance formula that we are using. That's local distance, distance between letters. Any pair of letter, we know how to compute the distance. The distance would be 0, 1 or 2 according to this formula. Now we are ready to fill in the small d matrix, the distance between the pair of letters, and that is already done here. P is matched with P, distance is 0 because the letters are same. Let's start filling the D along this column. P is a consonant and it is matched with the vowel A, therefore according to this formula distance is 2. Now P, if it is matched with another dissimilar consonant, according to this formula the distance between letter P and T is 1, and so on. So you can see that you can fill up these various cells in by the local distances, small d's. And the local distances are shown in the green color in the slide called spell checking application of dynamic programming. You can fill up all these, and as you see, you will see that did I call Tridev? Yeah, Tridev is connected here, right? Okay. Yeah. So you can see in this slide which shows the spell checking application of dynamic programming that all the green letters denote the distance between a pair of letters, that is the local distance or small d. I was lazy, I didn't complete the off diagonal terms because mostly the optimal path will be along the diagonal path. Now let us compute the accumulated distance capital D. The capital D formula is as we saw earlier. Some symbols might have changed. Instead of I comma j it is x comma y, that doesn't matter. Now what is the capital D of 0 comma 0? That is nothing but the local distance. What is the capital D of 1 comma 2? That is nothing but the local distance 2, small d of 2, plus the capital D of the previous cell. There is only one path, 2 plus 0, this 2, that is local distance, plus the capital D of the accumulated cost of the previous cell, that will give us the capital D of this cell. What about the capital D of this cell? Capital D of this cell is the local distance plus the capital D of the previous cell, because there is only one path that is possible. 2 plus 1 is 3. So as you can see, I have filled in the capital D's in red color. Red color denotes capital D and green color denotes local distance or small d. So we did this for all the cells and we reached the capital D of the last grid point, whatever that number. Okay, and that was 1. So 1 is the cost of misspelling, matching a misspelled word pattern with its correct spelling or the reference spelling. So whenever somebody types in a misspelled word, it is matched with all the 1 million words in the dictionary, and for each word in the dictionary it gets a number here, the red number, which is the capital D, and we find out whichever is the smallest, which word has the smallest number, and that word is put at the top. In this particular case, the misspelled word was pattern with the three mistakes made, and the cost of the correct word pattern would be the smallest. So in the pop-up box you will see the word pattern to begin with, and then there it may be the next word may be Patrick, and so on. So this is how the lowest, this is how the smallest cost, the correct spelling for a mistyped spelling is done. Now, so what we have done so far is to compute the small d, the local distance or pairwise distance of each of the grid cell, and capital D the accumulated distance. We also have stored whenever depending upon which of these three values were similar, we have also stored a back pointer telling which path did we take, vertical, horizontal or diagonal. Okay. Now we will use it to this information psi. This is also called back pointer because it tells how did we come to the current cell from the previous cell, whether we came from the cell from below, we came from the cell diagonally, or cell to the left and horizontally. That's called a back pointer. That is the psi that we have stored depending upon which of these three values were minimum. Now we will use this psi to find out the optimal path. So far we didn't talk of what is the optimal path. We always said what the path, what the cost, what is the minimum cost. We didn't tell how the path is. Now you can use the path here. For example, this cost in red color was 1. I know that it's hidden here, so I'll write 1 here. Okay. And the psi at this point showed that the minimum amongst the three costs. What are the three previous capital D's? The capital D here, that is the previous column, and previous same row was 2, and the diagonal was 1, and the other was 2. Minimum of 1, 2, and 2. These three numbers is 1, which means that to this cell the optimal path came from the diagonal path. So our psi of this cell would have been diagonal. Psi here would have written as diagonal path, which means that we came from this cell because this number is the minimum amongst these three capital D's. So what we do is we put an arrow to indicate that to this cell we came from this cell. We have compared the cost capital D of the left cell, capital D of the diagonal cell, and capital D of the below cell. It turned out that the capital D of the left cell was the smallest. Therefore, psi would have at this point would have a value which would have written as of this cell would have written as a horizontal path, that we came from the horizontal or the left, and therefore we draw an arrow blue to indicate that to this point we came from the left cell. And similarly we can compute plot these blue arrows saying how we came from the previous cells till we reach the cell point 1, 1. Now you see that the sequence of blue arrows indicate the optimal path or the optimal alignment of the misspelled word pattern with the correct spelling of the word pattern. This is useful when you, this is called backtracing, and this is theoretical, for the illustration purpose is appealing, and this information will be useful when you want to, for example, make a composite reference pattern for dynamic time warping. What does that mean? So far, whenever we speak a sentence or something, we used to keep one reference pattern as the reference. We speak the word 0 once and we used to store it there. What is the guarantee that the 0 that I told today and tomorrow it will be same? It will not be. Therefore, it is good not to represent a reference pattern using one utterance of a word, but multiple utterance of the same word. I say 0 once now, I come in the afternoon and say 0, and come tomorrow and come 0. So now if I have 2, 3 repetitions of the same word, I want to make one composite reference pattern, one pattern from 3 reference sequences. Now you can do this by using the same dynamic programming and using the back tracing and averaging sequences of the same word on both horizontal and vertical axis. You can average and you can form a better pattern. You can extend it to use the method of statistics, and if there are 3 utterances of the same word, and you can match the 3 sequences using the back tracer technique that I talked about, and you can even compute the mean and standard deviation of these 3 values and a few other things, and to that extent it leads to the statistical model or the probabilistic model, which leads to the so-called hidden Markov model also. I will indicate it in the next slide. Okay, so the back tracing is useful. It is done A, to make a composite reference pattern, and B, it is also used in probabilistic models such as a hidden Markov model. So you can compute one reference template by averaging frames belong to the same phoneme or the word, but multiple repetitions, and you can extend. This is one point. The second, suppose our reference template is a spoken word, then you can, and in the spoken word, suppose the reference word, we know the phoneme boundaries. So the word P is here, A is here, T boundary is here. There is 2 T's, they both belong to single phoneme. So the phoneme boundaries are this, let's say. This we already know because this is a reference pattern. We can view it and store these boundaries between the phonemes. On the other hand, this is a test spoken pattern, and the P was spoken for too long time, and that's why there is a blue, the path is horizontal. So we know, which means that by looking at this path, we know that the 2 frames of speech, 2 frames of P phoneme match with 1 frame of P phoneme. And A here matches with A here because the path is diagonal. Whenever path is diagonal, we have no problem. Whenever path is vertical, for example here, it says that in this reference template, T was spoken for a little longer time than a test where T was spoken only for 1 frame, and so on. So we can even get the phoneme sequence, and not only phoneme sequence, but also the duration of the phonemes in the test pattern itself. We can use this to generate the composite reference templates, and this is the same technique that is used to train hidden Markov models. And when this dynamic programming technique is used in hidden Markov model, we call that alignment as Viterbi alignment, and the traceback, that is the blue curves path, is called Viterbi traceback. This is a sort of hand-waving introduction to the hidden Markov model, and I will talk a little more about it in the next couple of slides. Okay. So when we did the dynamic time warping, we had the test feature vector sequence on the x-axis of this grid. And on the y-axis, we had reference feature vector sequences. What we can do is, this reference feature vector sequences, suppose you say the word apple. The word A, the sound A of the word apple, this is the word in written form. What are the how many phonemes are there? There's a phoneme A, and then there's a phoneme P, and then there's a phoneme L. There are only 3 phonemes. Although it is written like this, there are 3 phonemes. Apple. Okay? Apple. The 3 phonemes. Vowel A is several frames long. Let us say the vowel A is 5 frames long. For sake of illustration, you can store the 5 feature vectors, or what you can do is to take the average of these 5 feature vectors. You can compute the average, that's the mean vector mu, and you can also compute the corresponding variances or the standard deviations. So when you store, so if it is a multidimensional vector, then what we have is a covariance matrix. So if we have 5 feature vectors, we can compute the mean vector and the covariance matrix. Now this, we represent it as one state of hidden Markov model that is associated with a probability distribution, and whose parameters, let's say if it is a Gaussian distribution has 2 parameters, mean and standard deviation. In a multivariate case, when each point has multiple dimensions, it's a vector of attributes, then we have mean vector and a covariance matrix. So in DTW we used to store the 5 feature vectors. Instead, in HMM, in some sense we take the average of these feature vectors belonging to the same phoneme and compute mean and standard deviation, or mean vector and the covariance matrix, and represent call these amalgamation or collection of these 5 feature vectors as one state representing the phoneme A, and it is associated with the probability distribution whose parameters are mean vector mu and the covariance matrix C. So there will be essentially 3 probability distributions, one for each phoneme. So what did you gain? Firstly, instead of representing 5 feature vectors, we are storing only 1 feature vector, 1 mean vector, and 1 covariance matrix. Quite often we assume that this covariance matrix is diagonal, which means that the different components of the feature vector are uncorrelated. So essentially we need to store 2 pieces of information instead of 5 pieces of information. So our model is compact. That's the first point. It is useful when you want to store it in an embedded system, mobile phone, and so on, small systems where the memory is short. Secondly, it represents an average or statistical property of the 5 feature vectors. Therefore, it allows for some variation in the values of these feature vectors, and that is the second advantage. So we can use the same dynamic programming technique to match a test feature vector sequence. In DTW, we match it with the sequence of reference feature vector sequences. In HMM or similar technique, we match these, we find the likelihood of each test feature vector with the distributions associated with the 3 phonemes. So we need to compute the likelihood of all these values with only 3 times rather than some 15 times and so on. So it also reduces the computation. So that is the kind of, so going from DTW to HMM, as far as the recognition is concerned, they are similar because both of them use the dynamic programming technique. And in case of the dynamic time warping, that is template matching, what we do is we have the distances, and the finding the distance of a partial path, that is capital D at any point it is n comma m, is the sum of the local distance and minimum of the cells in to the left or below. In probabilistic models, we don't have a distance concept, we have the corresponding likelihood concept. In case of DTW, we want to minimize the total distance, capital D. In case of probabilistic models, we want to maximize the probability of matching a test feature vector sequence with a HMM, with a sequence of states or a sequence of probability distributions. So in the case of, what changes from DTW algorithm to Viterbi algorithm in HMM, hidden Markov models, is that instead of distance, we have the log likelihood, and instead of finding out the minimum of the partial distances, we find the maximum of the previous distances. That's the way we do it. There is another term called related to the transition probability matrix. We will talk about it later. So I want us to end this talk by remembering that the same technique, dynamic programming, is used when you want to recognize a test speech using the template matching method, that is DTW, or using a probabilistic model, that is HMM, or doing a spell checking as we saw earlier, or matching DNA sequences which is coded in terms of 4 letters. In all these cases, the technique that is used is called dynamic programming. It enables us to find the best match, best alignment and match between 2 sequences of unequal lengths. Training phase, a word is spoken, some features are extracted such as MFCCs. So for each speech frame we have a vector of 39-dimensional MFCC feature vectors, and we stored a sequence of feature vectors of length capital M for a given word. We did it for several words, and so we have reference templates for several words, let's say 10 digits. And when somebody else speaks a test speech, now the similar features are extracted from the test speech. Let us consider the length of the test speech feature vector sequence as capital N. Capital N and capital M need not be same because this word and the reference word may be different, or even if they are same, the speaking rates may be different. So we have to take into account the speaking rate variation, and so we looked at the dynamic programming approach, which would find the best alignment between the reference feature vector sequence and the test feature vector sequence. The alignment path will start from the 1,1 grid point and ends at capital N, capital M grid point at this point. And we use the recursion, and we stored the results of partial computation in a capital D of n, m, and the small d of n, m represents the distance, squared Euclidean distance or Euclidean distance or any other distance measure between nth test frame feature vector and mth reference vector that we store here. And we resorted to this recursion to compute the partial accumulated cost of the optimal partial path ending at n, m, using the cost of optimal paths ending at previous grid points, either to the left or to below the current grid point. And doing this, we could find the best path sequence. What now we will do is to switch over from dynamic time warping, that is recognizing a given phrase, to the hidden Markov model approach, where you can recognize unlimited sequence of words. In dynamic time warping, the word or the phrase, if there is a phrase such as Mera Bharat Mahan, you cannot say Mera Mahan Bharat, it will not be recognized, because dynamic time warping is a template based matching. The sound sequences are prefixed in the template, whereas hidden Markov model permits any combination of word sequences, and so it is used for recognizing continuous speech. So we'll talk about this similarity between, in this slide we'll talk about the similarity between dynamic time warping and the hidden Markov model as far as the decoding is concerned, as far as the recognition is concerned, recognition of test speech is concerned. In both cases, the test speech is short time processing of test speech leads to a sequence of feature vectors x1, x2, x3 up to x capital N. In the case of dynamic time warping, we follow the reference template approach. Each phrase or a word consists of the feature vectors R1, R2, R3 up to R capital M. And we use the dynamic programming technique to find the best alignment between the test speech and a given reference feature vector sequence of one word in the vocabulary. Now, but firstly, we saw yesterday that the paths need not be necessarily diagonal, it can be off diagonal because of the speaking rate variation even within a word and by the same person and so on. Secondly, since the number of, so if you know the boundary between phonemes, for example, the number of feature vectors belong to a given phoneme, given speech sound can vary depending on the speaking rate. And even if the speaking rate is same, the feature vectors can differ because of the mood of the speaker. So there is inherent variation in this speech production mechanism. Whenever there are variations in generation of data, it is good to resort to probabilistic models. Yesterday we did talk about probabilistic models, that is representing the data points of a given class by a normal distribution. Normal distribution is parameterized by the mean vector mu and the covariance matrix capital sigma. Now we will go one step further and use the hidden Markov model technology, which represents a sequence of such phonemes as in some sense a sequence of probability distributions. So there are such phonemes. Okay. So the difference between the DTW template based approach and HMM, essential difference is the following: that you consider, let's say there are there are several phonemes or the symbols. That's why we have the S here. S stands for symbol. So let us say that a sentence consists of a sequence of symbols. The Mera Bharat Mahan consists of somewhere around 15 phonemes. S1, S2, S3 up to S15. Let's say in this particular case there are capital L symbols, and this is represented by capital M feature vector sequence in the reference template. What we can do is and suppose now this is a reference template, therefore we recorded it, we can look at using a Pratt or a wave surfer, you can look at the waveform spectrogram and find out the boundary between successive phonemes. So let us say the boundary between the first phoneme and second phoneme is here, so which means that the first phoneme first symbol S1 corresponds to 3 speech frames. They are characterized by the 3 reference feature vectors R1, R2, R3. Similarly, let us assume that the second feature vector, the second symbol S2 is of 2 frames duration, 20 millisecond long. That is characterized by 2 feature vectors R4 and R5. R stands for reference. Now when such thing happen, what we can do is to, instead of representing this particular phoneme by a sequence of 3 vectors, we can represent it by a probability distribution. Let us say, let us represent it by a normal distribution. Normal distribution is characterized by the mu mean vector mu and the covariance matrix capital sigma. How do you compute the mean? So you need to compute the mean of 3 vectors. That will give you the mu vector. Similarly, you can compute the covariance matrix of 39-dimensional 3. There are 3 such 39-dimensional vectors. You can estimate the covariance matrix. Now we call this collection some unit, linguistic unit, or a statistical model that is generated from the collection of 3 reference feature vectors belong to the first S1 as a state in hidden Markov model terminology. This is a jargon. It's a state. To begin with, you can think of it, each phoneme being represented by one state, and each state is associated with a probability distribution that characterizes that represents the characteristic of the feature vectors associated with that symbol. So different phonemes, this phoneme, so this is the phoneme number 1 and this is the phoneme number 2, and it may have the another let's say sigma 2. So another probability distribution associated with the symbol 2, and these characteristics would be different because these 2 symbols can be different. Okay. So, but apart from that, once you make such model that instead of using a reference template or consisting of R1, R2 feature vectors R1, R2, R3 all the way up to capital M, we now represent the utterance by a sequence of states. In state typically consists of several feature vectors. Now such a sequence of states is called a Markov model. There is a property called hidden Markov model. We will come to that. But apart from that, once you train such a hidden Markov model, recognizing a test speech which is characterized by a test feature vector sequence x1, x2, xn up to capital Xn is exactly same. We found what we do is earlier in DTW we used to match each feature vector with each test feature vector, let's say xn, with all the reference feature vectors R1, R2, R3 up to R capital N. Now instead of comparing this feature vector with all the feature vector reference feature vectors, we find the likelihood of this test data xn. It's a likelihood of xn belonging to a particular state. How many states are there? There are as many states as the number of symbols here. So the number of states is capital L, which is capital L is less than, typically much less than the length of the sequence, reference feature vector sequence capital M. So we need to compute less now because each test vector xn needs to be compared with the capital L states or the capital L probability distribution in contrast to in DTW where we used to compare it with the capital M reference feature vectors. So firstly it reduces computation, but that is a secondary issue. But more important issue is that these states represent variations in the acoustic characteristics of the different sounds using a statistical model. That's the advantage. With that broad introduction, now let us go to see why spectrogram, why hidden Markov model is a good model for comparing sequences such as the speech, which is essentially a sequence of speech sounds. To do that, this is my favorite spectrogram. This sound was spoken by one of my colleagues, and his pitch was low, and he spoke clearly. It illustrates certain principles. Illustrates several principles that are important in speech recognition. So this is a spectrogram of the word Thiruvananthapuram. There's a waveform here, time waveform, time along the x-axis. Here also time along the x-axis is almost up to 0.85 second long. and frequency is along the y-axis, and the intensity is shown by color code. So you can see the formants here. Formants are high energy regions, and formants are shown in red color. So this is the sequence of sounds are written here. You can see the up to here is ta, and up to here is e, this strip, r, this low energy strip, and you can see here are u, and so on, all the way up to ram. Now, if this part I talked earlier also, but I'll re-emphasize. Let us consider this is one word spoken by one person. Let us consider two repetitions of the vowel u. U occurs here in Tiru, and U occurs also in Puram. Now the U here, so these are the U parts here as well as here as far as the waveform concerned. They appear similar, but it is difficult to distinguish different vowels in the time waveform. So let us consider the frequency domain. Let's look at how the spectrum varies as a function of time. So if I approximately plot the boundary of U, this is the boundary of U in the spectrogram, and let us put the boundary of U in the spectrogram, the second token or second utterance of the U in the same word. Now what I will do is to compare the formant frequency behavior as a function of time. It's called formant frequency trajectory. Trajectory is how it varies with respect to something, in this particular with respect to time. What you see here is that in this particular case, the formant frequency is decreasing. Okay? It's going from high value to the low value in anticipation of a bilabial sound wa. Bilabial means wa is involved in the production of the production of wa involves lips, so the formant frequencies are low. Second formant frequency is low. I'm right now looking at the second formant frequency. Now consider the same vowel u, the same word spoken by the same person at the same time. The formant frequency seems to be increasing. What we expect is that the one vowel should have the same characteristic. Let's make 2 points. One, firstly, the characteristic of vowel u we expect it to be constant during this duration. It isn't, it is varying. It's a time varying characteristic. Secondly, the time variation of the vowel can be, sometimes can be positive, decreasing, sometimes it can be increasing. So there is variation in the time characteristic of the different sounds, but there is some method in this madness. There is this variation is systematic. It is predictable if we know the identity of the adjacent sounds. Of course, in speech recognition we don't know the identity of the sounds, but during at least training we know which sound occurs before the U and which sound occurs after the. Before the U occurs R, and U is followed by W. Quite often the characteristic of the vowel is influenced more by the following sound W than the preceding sound or the sound that occurs earlier. Now what has happened here is, in U is followed by vowel W, whose formant frequency is low. So the typical formant frequency of U is here, and typical formant frequency of W is lower. But when you are speaking, the articulators move slowly. They cannot take stepwise jump. They move continuously. Therefore, even when the person is speaking U, his lips are moving, is elongated towards the position of W. Therefore, even within the vowel U, the formant is changing in anticipation of the following sound W, following bilabial sound W. On the other hand, here the situation is ulta, that the expected value of the F2 of the U is here. That is true. But it is preceded by a bilabial sound P. P and W both involve lips, therefore their formant frequencies are lower. So the when the person spoke pa, format frequency was lower, and so he has to go to the target format frequency here, but the format frequency is increasing. So, therefore, the characteristic of a format trajectory or spectral characteristic of a sound depends not only on the sound which follows it, but also on the sound which precedes it, which occurs before that. This effect is called phonetic context. So let me write it here just to be on the, so that this effect, phonetic context, that means it depends upon which phone sounds come before and after, and the trajectory of phonemes for a given vowel depends on that. What I will now do is concentrate. I want to move on to the HMM. I want to motivate or illustrate why hidden Markov model, which is a Markov model, which is a sequence of states, is a good model for speech recognition. To do that, I will concentrate on this sound A. Okay? This particular sound A, vowel A, which is boundary between this and this. So let me concentrate on that. So ignore this. Let's concentrate on that particular part. Now, if you look at this A, again, A occurs here as well as here. Its behavior is different. Here F2 is increasing, here F2 is constant, and at the end, F2 is constant for a while, and at the end it suddenly drops. Why does it stop? Why does it drop suddenly? Because it is anticipating another bilabial sound ma, whose format frequency is low. So the format frequency characteristic is constant and drops here. This is the characteristic of the third format frequency, that is F2. Sorry, second format frequency. This is F2. F1 is here. F1 is increasing like this. Let us look at the F3. F3 is here. It increases and remains constant. Now let us look at the F4. F4 is here. It is decreasing slightly and increasing. Let us look at F5. If you look at the F5, it increases slightly and decreases slightly. You see, within a sound, different resonance frequencies, different format frequencies vary differently. That depends upon the format frequencies of the previous sound and the following sound. But something that you can sort of notice here, that the middle, this particular format frequency that I drew earlier seems to be sort of constant in the middle part. If you look at this middle part, this is constant, 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 constant. What happens is the left part of the format trajectory, how it behaves with the time, is influenced by the previous sound R. The right part of the behavior of the vowel A is influenced by the following sound M. Therefore, you can think of this vowel A as consisting of three parts. What I have done is, whatever I drew by hand on the previous slide, I have drawn it here specifically. Typical behavior. So the second format frequency is nearly constant and drops down. This is the third format frequency, increases and steady. Fourth format frequency is like this, fifth format frequency is like this. So you can see that the trajectory of the format, as shown by red lines here, of the vowel A can be seen as consisting of three parts. The middle part, which is generally the characteristic of that particular vowel, the middle part, which is reasonably constant, which is reasonably steady, hardly any variation, very little, let me say, very little small variation as a function of time. Whereas the left part, which varies, one format can decrease, another format can increase, this is influenced by the preceding vowel. And the right part is influenced by the following vowel. Okay? Therefore, it is better to represent one phoneme, one speech sound, as a sequence of 3 states, as a sequence of 3 segments, and each segment and within each segment also there are variations. Therefore, what we will do is we will represent this phoneme as a sequence of 3 segments, and each of the segment is represented by one probability distribution. Let me call this first probability distribution of the first part as a normal distribution, but mean vector mu1 and covariance vector sigma 1. And the middle part also as, let's say, n of mu2, the middle part, it's also a mean vector, and the covariance matrix is denoted by sigma 2. And by the third one, which let us denote it by mu3, the mean vector of the third part, and the sigma 3 covariance matrix. So what is better? But this graph illustrates that it is better to represent one phoneme as a sequence of 3 segments. It's a sequence, time ordered, not a set, sequence of 3 segments, and each segment associated with one probability distribution. Okay? So now let us say earlier in DTW what we had is sequence of feature vectors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 or something. Okay? So probably there were 5 feature vectors here, 3 feature vectors here, and 3 feature vectors here. When you did a DTW of a word Thiruvananthapuram, the vowel A, the length of the vowel A was 11 frames, and this is how the you can split it up into 3 parts. So now the vowel A in the word Thiruvananthapuram, is represented in DTW as a sequence of 11 feature vectors, 3 plus 5 plus 3. On the other hand, in HMM, hidden Markov model, that we are going to talk, Markov model, we represent it as state 1, a sequence of 3 states, state 2 and state 3. So, in DTW, we represent the one vowel as a sequence of several vectors, whereas in Markov model, we represent the same vowel as a sequence of 3 states. These are called states. The segments are called states. Subphonetic segments are called states, and each state is associated with the probability distribution. Now, how do you estimate the parameters of this probability distribution? If you know the boundaries, then between these 3 parts, we can take these 3 feature vectors, find mean vector mu and covariance matrix sigma. Now we have a model for the first state. We have estimated the parameters of the normal distribution with the state 1. You can do the same thing for the state 2, and you can do the same thing for the state 3 using 3 here, whereas the middle state parameters are estimated using 5 feature vectors. So that is the genesis or the motivation for hidden Markov model, that a vowel is best described as a sequence of states rather than sequence of feature vectors in DTW. Now we'll come to the graphical description of these state sequences, the kind of graph that you see in hidden Markov model tutorials. So this is called actually a Markov model. Markov model is a sequence of states. That is, if we ignore the probability distributions of the sequence of states, then it is called a Markov model. On the other hand, if there are probability distributions associated with the states such that the characteristic of this particular state, what you can see, what you can observe, the format frequencies or MFCC coefficients that are associated with this, if it is not deterministic, if it doesn't change, if it changes with the time, changes from one repetition to another, then we associate the probability distribution. Such a chain of Markov models is called hidden Markov model. So the hidden Markov model of this oval R is represented a sequence of 3 states. Each state is associated with the probability distribution, as we saw here. And now, what are the parameters of this hidden Markov model, which represents every sound as a sequence of states? Firstly, there are 3 probability distributions. So each probability distribution is associated with the parameters. So typical terminology that is used in HMM technology is that this state is the probability distribution associated with the state 1. State 1, this is the probability distribution, it is denoted as B1. B2, probability distribution associated with the state 3 is denoted by B3. Okay. Or you can talk, yeah. What you see is that the probability distributions can be different. This, for example, distribution is has a larger variance than the center one, and so on. So so there are 3 states here. There are 3 probability distributions. Now this and each probability distribution B1 has 2 parameters, mu and sigma, and so on. So the collection. So there are how many parameters? 3 models and 2 parameters. So 3 into 2 equal to 6 parameters are there associated with the 3 probability distributions of the 3 probability distributions of 3 states. Now this collection of these 3 probability distributions, that is B1, B2, B3, is collectively denoted by capital B. So capital B is the collection of the states associated with the one hidden Markov model, B2, B3. This is comma. So this is a set that is called B. So that is one parameter. The second parameter, so we are looking at the parameters of the hidden Markov model. Second parameter is associated with the duration of each of these segments, or the expected duration, average duration of each of these segments. In our particular case, in the particular example that we saw, this had 3 feature vectors, this had 5 feature vectors, this had 3 feature vectors. The same oval R, total duration was 11 frames, 11 feature vectors. So you see that the center feature vector is longer in duration. So we need to represent that the duration of these 3 segments are defined. We implicitly represent it by what is known as a self-transition probability. So what we do is the following. If the duration of let's say center state is larger, we say that the system stayed in the state 5 times. If the duration of the center state is 5, we say that system stayed in the state 5 times and emitted 5 feature vectors. So I am using the term emission. So the system emitted the state 2. In the state 2, the system emitted 5 observations. This is observations are nothing but feature vectors as we measure. So this is the terminology, the language of hidden Markov model. We should be associated with that. We say that if the duration of the middle segment is 5 feature vectors, we say that the system emitted 5 observations in state 2. What about in state 1? It emitted 3 observations. What about in state 3? It emitted 3 observations. So the total duration of the oval R is 11 because we associate or we associate 5 feature vectors with the middle and 3 each from the first and second. Now, what is the terminology that is used in hidden Markov model is the following. The system first enters when to account for these 11 feature vectors of the oval R, we say the system enters the first state because it's the first in the sequence, let's say, and then it emits the first feature vector here. There are 3 feature vectors like this, and it emits the first feature vector. As soon as it enters the state, it emits a feature vector. This is what we call this. We call it as an emitting state. Again a jargon. Let's get used to it. As soon as the system comes to the state 1, it emits the first feature vector. And then we say that the system makes a transition to itself. That means the system stays in state 1. That the terminology, HMM terminology language is to say that the system makes a self transition. It makes a transition to itself. It is called self transition. And then emits the second feature vector. To account for the third feature vector, we say that system makes one more self transition. Then emits the third feature vector. Now the feature vector number 4 should be emitted by, it belongs to the middle segment number 2. So we say that after emitting 3 feature vectors, system makes a transition from state 1 to state 2. Then as soon as it lands up here, it emits the first feature vector here, and then to account for the 4 more feature vectors, we say that the system makes self transition 4 times. And after making self transition 4 times and emitting 4 feature vectors, initially emitted 1 feature vector and it emitted 4 feature vectors because of 4 self transitions. Then we say that the system moves to state number 3, and as soon as it lands up there, it emits 1 feature vector, and then it makes 2 self transitions. It emits the next 2 feature vectors, and then we say the system exits out of this HMM. So this is the pseudo-Markov model terminology, the language which accounts for the different durations of the different states. So in this particular, okay. Alright, so now how is it represented mathematically? These durations, expected durations, the average durations. That the average duration of state 1 is 3. That on the other hand, the average duration of the state 2 is larger. So we say that the probability of making transition from state 1 to state 1, that is denoted by A11, A subscript 11, that is A subscript 11 denotes the probability of making transition from state 1 to itself, to state 1. This probability is less than the probability of self transition in the state 2. That is A22 denotes the probability of self transition in state 2, that is transition from state 2 to itself, state 2 to itself. Why it should be larger? Because this segment has a longer duration. Therefore, this probability is larger than this. This A22 implicitly captures the expected duration of the middle segment. In fact, one can even show that the expected duration is given by 1 minus A22. So if A22, let us say A22 is equal to 0.8, then 1 minus A22 is 0.2, 1 over 0.2 is 5. So if the average duration of the middle segment of the vowel A, middle state of the vowel A is 5, then the A22 would be 0.8. You can compute it, and so you can estimate these transition probabilities too. So in this particular case, what we have done is we found out that for the state 2, the duration is 5 on an average. By this we can find out by several repetitions of the vowel A, and when we know that it is 5, you can compute the estimate the self transition probability A22. So A22 is equal to 0.8. The actual methodology we'll talk about it later. Then what is A23? What is the probability of making a transition from state 2 to state 3? That should be 1 minus its self probability in this particular case, which is equal to 0.2. So once we compute the self-transition probability, we can compute the probability of making a transition from state 2 to state 3, which is denoted by the symbol A23, which is the 1 minus this, because these two probabilities have to add up to 1. Because from state 2, you can make a self-transition probability or move to the right in time. You can never go back. Why you can never go back? Time never goes backwards. Time always goes forward. This is a sequence, so the arrows can come back or go to the right. Okay? So I have sort of given a hand-waving argument about how to estimate these transition probabilities also. Now, these transition probabilities, in principle, you can make the other transition. For example, I can make the following transition, which is the transition from state 1 to directly to state 3. So if I make such a transition, state 1 to directly to state 3, what does that mean? The middle segment was never uttered. That no feature vector corresponds to middle segment was spoken. Why does it happen? When somebody speaks very fast, he is in a hurry to say something, he compresses the duration of the entire phoneme, and quite often he aims his forward frequency to go up. Suppose F4 is here, he aims his forward frequency to come down here, and immediately he goes up because he has to utter so many sounds in a short time, because he is speaking very rapidly. In such case, the middle segment quite often can be very short, it can even non-exist. In which case, no feature vector could be associated with the state 2, and we say that the system has made a transition from state 1 to state 3. So, from a given state, that is state number 1, in principle, we can make a transition to all the states in a HMM. So, you can make a transition from state 1 to state 1, you can make a transition from state 1 to state 2, you can make a transition from state 1 to state 3. All these probabilities have to be estimated. This A11 is the self-transition probability, that is transition from the state to itself, which means remaining in the same state. Similarly, from the state 2, you cannot make a transition to state 1, because that is not permitted by the speech, because this is a temporal pattern. So these values will remain 0. On the other hand, from state 2, you can make a transition to itself to state 2, or you can make a transition from state 2 to state 3. That is this. And what about state 3? State 3 can make only transition to itself, or it can make a transition to exit. That's a special case. But from state 3, you can never come back to state 2. The probability of coming from state 3 to state 1, that is A31, is equal to 0, and similarly A32 is also equal to 0. Similarly here A21 is equal to 0. Why? Because time always goes forward, therefore arrows can never come back. So if you see, this is a matrix of probability values. In this particular case, there are 3 states. Therefore, this is a 3 by 3 matrix of probability values. The individual probability values are denoted by lowercase a. This entire matrix is denoted by capital A. So that capital A is another parameter of the hidden Markov model. The third parameter that we will talk about is called the skipping probability, not the skipping probability. Sometimes it may so happen that the system so what we assume that the system always comes to state 1. That is not true. Sometimes because of poor articulation, system may directly jump to state 2. Sometimes it may even directly jump to state 3. So what is the probability that the first feature vector of a phoneme is associated with the state 1? That is called pi 1. It's a probability. What is the probability that in each case the system comes like this? That's okay. What is the probability that the first feature vector is associated with the state 2? Now that is because of this jump, and that probability of system directly jumping to state 2, ignoring or skipping the state 1 is denoted by pi 2. And similarly, pi 3 denotes the probability that the first feature vector of a oval is emitted by state 3 or associated with the state 3, and that is given by pi 3. Obviously, the sum of these three numbers should be equal to 1.0. Generally, pi 1 is larger than pi 2 and pi 2 is larger than pi 3. Quite often they are 0 and so on. So this set of these three initial probability, the probability that the first feature vector of the phoneme is associated with the state 1, state 2, state 3 are collectively denoted by this symbol pi. Pi consists of, so in this particular case there are three states, therefore pi has three values, capital B has three probability distributions and their parameters, and capital A is a 3 by 3 matrix. So these are the parameters of the A hidden Markov model. Okay. So A, B, pi, A and B model, duration and features of the phoneme, pi is the probability of skipping the initial part. This looks like a good time to stop. Yeah, it's 11:30. No, let me take let me take 5 more minutes, and these next slides, the slide titled Modeling of a Phoneme. I'm sorry, I didn't tell the audio people that which slide we are talking about. You had to figure it out, sorry. This next slide, which contains the modeling of whose title is Modeling of Phoneme, explains the same thing in grammatically correct sentences. That is, to enunciate, to articulate, to say the vowel R in a word, our articulators are moving from one configuration of the previous phoneme to that of the current phoneme, and then from the current phoneme to that of the next phoneme. This takes place continuously because these are analog systems. They have inertia, they move slowly, they don't move jump statements. Therefore, we can think of a given oval as consisting of three distinct time segments. That is, middle one, which is a steady state that corresponds to oval R, and the first one, which is a transition from the previous phoneme to the current state, and the third one, which is a transition from the current phoneme R to the next phoneme, as we saw in the formant trajectories. And features for these three time intervals or segments are quite different. Therefore, we use different probability density functions to model the three time intervals, and these are denoted by probability density models of state 1, state 2 and state 3. In addition, we also need to model the time durations of these three segments, and that is given by the transition probability, self-transition probability, and probability of making a transition to the state I to state j, and Aij denoted the transition probability of making a transition from ith state to the j state, and the set of all these probabilities that is given by a matrix is denoted by capital A. So these are the parameters. And the next slide, HMM model of a phoneme, shows the description again. Use the term state for each of these time periods, and we say that the state emitted the time observation T, O subscript T. T stands for time. The Tth feature vector in a feature vector sequence is omitted by the jth state, any state, then we denote it as the symbol Bj of Ot. Why? Bj denotes the probability distribution associated with the jth state, and Ot denotes the observation at the time instant t. Observation is nothing but feature vector. That is our 39-dimensional feature vector. So this Bj of Ot, this is terminology that we'll keep listening again and again, tells suppose B2 of 07. This means that what is the probability that the seventh feature vector is emitted by the second state of the phoneme, of one sound. So that is called the likelihood. So the the state sequence, the feature vectors. There are 3 states here, sequence of 3 states, each associated with the 3 probability distributions. We call it as a Bj, B1, B2, B3, where j equals 1, 2, 3, and this phoneme, which is represented by 3 states, is associated with the, let's say, a sequence of observations which are called O1, O2, O3, also called X1, X2, X3. It's up to you, us, the symbol to be used. And in this particular case, there are 10 feature vectors associated with one phoneme. So these 10 feature vectors or 10 observations have to be associated with these 3 states, either in a deterministic manner or in a probabilistic manner. In HMM, we associated these 10 states probabilistically with these 3 states, these 10 observations with these 3 states. Why? A Markov model, that is a sequence of states, is a good model for representing a temporal pattern, a sequential pattern such as speech, which is a sequence of phonemes whose spectral properties change with respect to time. And we saw that even the smallest linguistic unit that we think of, the basic sounds, the elements of our Aksharamala, can still, it is better to represent it as a sequence of 3 states, 3 segments, which we call as 3 states, each associated with a probability distribution, because the characteristics do vary. Such a model is called hidden Markov model, that where the probability of the various formal frequencies, for example, associated with the state 1 and state 2, state 3, they have different probability distributions with different characteristics, mean as well as variance. So we said that a phoneme will be modeled as a sequence of 3 states. Associated with each state, there will be a probability distribution, which we call it as Bj. J, that is the probability distribution associated with the jth state, j equal to 1, 2, 3, and these 3 states emitted O1, O2, O all the way up to O10. There were 10 observations here, feature vector sequences here, 13-dimensional MFCC vectors. There were 10 of them, and these are to be associated with this state. We say that these 3 states, B1, B2, B3, they emitted 10 feature vector sequences. Now, whenever there is a probability distribution associated with the state, we call this as a hidden Markov model. If there is no probability distribution associated with the state, it is called a Markov model. And I have sent you a link which introduces to the Markov model itself. An example of a Markov model which is deterministic is the traffic light pattern. If you go to the traffic junction, you see signals. For certain seconds it will be amber, then it becomes green for certain seconds duration, and definitely it will go back to the red, and so on. Everything is predictable, what happens after some time. Such a sequence, so these are the 3 colors, 3 states, self-transient probability and the transition from red to green to amber and so on, they are all well determined. And that is called a Markov model. But on the other hand, in the state 1, whether it will be amber or blue or green, we don't know. Then there is uncertainty in the output of the states. Then we have a probability distribution, so with that we call it as a hidden Markov model. Well, that is all fine as far as the terminologies are concerned. But how do you sort of associate with the speech with which what we are interested? That is what I am going to talk next. What is this word hidden in the hidden Markov model? To illustrate that, I will refer to the F1, F2 diagram of Peterson and Barney, drawn by them half a century ago, of the 10 or 16 American ovals, F1 and F2. What you see here is there are 100 data points correspond to each oval. They form clusters in the F1, F2 plane, and somebody has drew by hand these kind of cluster boundaries, if you wish. Point to notice is that some data points of O are here and some data points of A are here. That means in this region there are data points belonging to both the classes. In other words, the two clusters A and O overlap. So and similarly here also you see the cluster of A, the cluster of A versus A, they also overlap here. So this is common, that there is no well-defined boundary between different clusters. Clusters overlap, and when if you estimate probability distributions with these, then each of this class will be described as an ellipse, and when you describe as an ellipse, there is a boundary here, boundary region, there is some overlap region where these two ellipses overlap, these two clusters overlap. Whenever that happens, we say, now so let's say the data point, some data point falls here, that is test data point, whose first format frequency is 720 Hertz and the second format frequency is 1100 Hertz, let's say. Then such a point will occur here. Now this point can belong to can be because some adult spoke the vowel A, or some kid spoke the vowel O. Kids higher format frequency is higher, and so on. So we don't know. There is no way where the system can definitely say whether this test data point X marked by X belongs to the O or A. What are the intended vowel? Is it A or O? It cannot say. All it can make is a probabilistic statement that this test data point is O spoken by a kid with this probability, and it is A spoken by an adult with some other probability. All the probabilities have to add up to 1. So the true identity of the vowel that gave rise to this test data point is not known. The true identity of the sound is not known, and when it is not known, the terminology is hidden from us. Something is not known, so it is hidden from us. So whenever a test data point falls in the overlap region between the two distributions, we cannot tell the true identity of the vowel. What is the vowel which gave rise to this data point? We say the true identity is hidden, and we just tell the probability of this data point belong to various classes. Such a Markov model is a sequence of states where we cannot tell the identity of the class membership of a test data point with certainty, with one probability equal to 1. When we cannot say that, we call it as a hidden Markov model. Summary: whenever clusters of different classes overlap, hidden Markov model is useful. We associate each cluster with a probability distribution, and the test data point comes, we can only talk of the probability of the test data point belong to different classes. So that's what it says. Observation at time t is generated which of the state densities? That is not clearly statable. Therefore, what we see is feature vectors, waveform from which we extract feature vectors. They are called observations. But the actual state which generated each of the observations O1, O2, O3, etc. is hidden from us, because we cannot tell clearly which that O1 came from 1, O3 came from 2, and things like that. We cannot tell. We can only tell the probability of the O3 being emitted by state 1, or probability of O3, the third observation belongs to state 1, or third observation belongs to state 2, third observation belongs to state 3. We can compute this probability because each state is associated with a probability distribution. Okay. We will skip this particular part. These were slides of some HMM for text-to-speech synthesis. I will skip that. So what I will do now is to prepare ourselves for how estimating the parameters of the hidden Markov model. The parameters of the hidden Markov model are the the transition probability matrix denoted by capital A, and the set of probability distributions b1, small b1, small b2, small b3 denoted by capital B, and the pi, the probability that the first feature vector is associated with the state 1, state 2, state 3. These collectively are called the parameters of the model, and it is the symbol lambda, Greek symbol lambda, is used to denote this entire parameter set of one. Now what we want to do is, given a set of training data, what is the training data? Speech data, where we know what words were spoken, and corresponding to each word we know what is the expected pronunciations of the words. So for a training data we have the so-called transcription, which can be at the word level, sequence of words, or the sequence of corresponding phonemes. We know that, and doing that, how do you estimate the parameters of the hidden Markov model of various phonemes? There may be some 50 phonemes in a language, and so there will be 50 such sets of parameters that needs to be estimated. Definitely this involves probability, and it is good to sort of refresh our memory on the basic concepts in probability. So that's what we are going to do. First term that we will refresh our idea is about the conditional probability and joint probability. A and B are called two events. P of A comma B denotes the probability that both A and B occur. Okay. A occurs and B occurs. That is not a P of A comma B, which we say that the probability of joint occurrence of these two events A and B. Now this can be expressed in using conditional probability and prior probability. So the first term is called conditional probability. Okay, let me write this term, conditional probability, and the second term is called prior probability. Prior means before. Before the event occurs, we can always tell what probability of an event is. So P of B denotes the prior probability of event B. To take an example, what is the chance that Indian cricket team will win in the tomorrow's test? Generally, it wins 40% of the time. Therefore, the probability of winning, B means win. The probability of, that's the probability of the Indian team winning is 0.4, let's say, against all teams in the world. Now, on the other hand, suppose the B is win and the A denotes rain. Suppose it rains the previous night or something. Then we have some bowlers who are very good to take the crickets of the opponents, batsmen of the opposing team, when the pitch is slightly wet, when there is a moisture content in the pitch. They are very good. Therefore, if it rains the previous day, so without knowing anything about the raining, we can tell the probability of the Indian team winning is 0.4. On the other hand, if it rained the previous day, then the probability of winning, given that the previous night it rained, probability of winning given this vertical bar is to say that this has occurred, A has occurred first, and what is the probability that B occurs? This probability is called conditional probability, and this probability may be higher. Why? Because when it rains, when it has rained previous night, the chance of Indian team winning the cricket game is higher than otherwise, than the general probability. So this is called a conditional probability. Probability of B occurring conditioned on the event A is 0.6. So what I have written here is that the probability that both the events occur, that is, it rained yesterday and the cricket team won the game, is given by the probability of raining at this time of the year, probability of raining at all. In Mumbai, probability of raining may be 1/3. In Delhi, probability of raining may be 1/4. In Rajasthan desert, the probability of raining may be 1/100. So the probabilities of raining on any given day in any year is known. That is called the prior probability. So what is the probability of the raining? Suppose it is in Mumbai, that probability may be 1/3, 0.33. That is the probability of A. It is the prior probability of A. It is the prior probability of raining in Mumbai. And that, once it rains, what is the probability of a team winning given A? And that is given by this conditional probability, 0.6. So what is the probability of raining and winning? That is given by the product of these two terms, which is probability of B given A is 0.6 multiplied by the probability of rain on that day. So that is 1/3. So this will be 0.2 in this particular case. Okay, this is the conditional probability, not the actual probability. On the other hand, this joint probability of two events A and B can also be written in another manner. We wrote it as event A occurring first and then event B occurring. We can also write it in another manner, which is the probability that India has won, and probability of having India won, it rained the previous night. It can be written in both ways. So the second terms here are called prior probabilities, and the other term is called conditional probability, because one event occurring conditioned on the event that is to the right of the vertical line. Now this expression, both are equivalent. There are two equal expressions. We can rewrite it. We can rewrite the conditional probability of A comma B as you take, now you consider only, ignore this part, consider only this part. This one you bring it down, so that becomes probability of B given A into probability of A divided by probability of B. So this is called Bayes' rule, which expresses the conditional probability of event A given event B in terms of the conditional probability of event B given A and the prior probabilities of the two events. Okay, I am going slow, but I just want to go slow. Now, what we said is probability of B. Probability of B we can compute the probability of B given an event A. That's what we are talking about, conditional probability. But probability of winning may depend upon whether it rains. That is, raining is, let's call it as a event 1, raining the previous night. Or it can also depend, the probability of winning may also depend upon whether all the batsmen are healthy. Sometimes somebody gets injured. If a batsman gets injured, the chance of winning reduces. And it may also depend upon something else. So we don't know. So the probability of winning may depend upon several events, several previous events. Let's call the events as A1, A2, A3 and so on. Then we can express the prior probability of winning event B as the sum of all these products. So what we are writing here is summation of probability of event B conditioned on event A multiplied by the probability of AI, and you sum it over all i's. In this particular there are 3 events, I goes from 1 to 3. There can be any number of events, we can still write like this. So I can substitute the expression for probability of B here by this expression, and probably that is what is written. All that I have done is to take this expression and substitute it for this by this. So this is an expression that we will use in our theory for estimating the parameters of the HMM model. Okay. The second point that we need to learn is the so-called chain rule. What we talked earlier was the probability, joint probability of two events. This P should be lower case, but in it doesn't matter. So what we saw last time was probability of joint probability of two events occurring. That means both the events occur. Well, you can extend the argument that several events occur simultaneously. Simultaneously means what is the probability that small n events occur? A1, A2, A3, all the way up to small n events occur. This joint probability of several events occur can be again written in terms of the prior probabilities and the conditional probability. What we say is the following. What is the probability that the first n minus 1 events have occurred? What is its prior probability? Followed by the conditional probability of the last event, nth event occurring, given the fact that previous n minus events have occurred. So here, so we know a probability of A comma B is equal to probability of A given B into probability of B. Now the B here corresponds to n minus 1 events occurring. That's all. So we can write like now. What we can do is we can re-express this last term. This is a joint probability of n minus 1 events. We can re-express it again as probability of conditional probability of n minus 1 event occurring, given the fact that previous n minus 2 events occurring, and so on. We can continue to expand this and so on all the way up to probability of the first event occurring. So it shows that the joint probability of any number of events can be written in terms of the a priori probabilities and in terms of the various conditional probabilities, assumption that we make conditional probabilities. Now, if the events AI, if they are dependent upon each other, that is, whether it rains, whether the batsman gets injured, are they dependent? No, they are not dependent. Some cases they may be, but the batsman reaching the venue on time may depend upon whether there is a flood on the streets and he is not able to reach on time. So therefore, rain and reaching are to some extent dependent event, but most of the time it isn't. Therefore, we can consider the event A, that it rained, and the event batsman getting injured as independent events. One does not influence the other. When the events AI, if they are independent of each other, that is, the ith event doesn't depend upon any other event, then we say that AIs are independent of each other. In which case, these conditional probabilities, this becomes nothing but probability of AN itself, the prior probability itself, because it doesn't depend upon the other events. Therefore, this expression of the joint probability of n events just becomes the product of each of the events. That becomes probability of A1 into probability of A2 into probability of A3 and so on, all the up to prior probability of the nth event. This can also be compactly written the expression as product. Product is use the term pi, I equals 1 to n, the prior probability of the ith event. That's what this says. If AIs do not depend upon each other, they are independent of each other, not just uncorrelated but independent, then the joint probability of n events is nothing but the product of their prior probabilities. Now we introduce the parameters. We have already talked about the parameters of HMM. Now we will introduce certain symbols. We already talked about some of these symbols, but just to make the ideas clear, let's go through the symbols. What are the parameters or symbols that are involved in a hidden Markov model? Firstly, HMM a Markov model is a sequence of states. How many states are there in a sequence? If you take one phoneme, we said 3 states are good enough. Did somebody say that it has to be 3? No. It's up to us. It's up to the engineer to determine whether it should be 3 state, 4 state, 2 state, even 1 state. Sometimes we do that. So the number of states representing a HMM is determined by us. Suppose the word is Mera. It has 4 phonemes. Each phoneme has 3 states. So the word Mera consists of sequence of 4 phonemes. Each phoneme consists of 3 states. Therefore, the word Mera can be seen as a sequence of 3 into 4, 12 states. 3 states into 4 phonemes. So, in which case, the word HMM of the word Mera consists of, in that particular case, capital N is equal to 12. That is the number of states. So, the number of states depends upon which HMM are you constructing. Is it a phoneme HMM, word HMM, sentence HMM? We can always construct larger and larger HMMs. HMMs are larger linguistic units such as words and utterances, as a sequence, as a joining of the smaller units such as phonemes. Smaller HMMs of smaller units such as phonemes. So N is the number of states. Let us denote these N states by symbols. Q1 denotes the first state, Q2 denotes the second state, and so on. The last state is given the symbol Q subscript N. So Qn denotes the nth state in the sequence of capital N states. We already have seen this capital B, that is the set of all the probability distributions. There are capital N states, therefore there are capital N probability distributions, small b1, small b2, small b3, all the way up to capital N. So we denote this set as a set of Bj, j from 1 to n. That we denote by B, capital B. We already looked at the state transition probability matrix, Aij. This was the n by n matrix. So this actually, since there are n states, this A will be an n by n matrix, because we have to specify the probability of going from any state to any state. Aij, I and j both vary from 1 to n. I and j both vary from 1 to n. Now what does the Aij symbol denote? It denotes the following probability. Now Aij has a time that the system at time instant t, the label of the system was I. What does that mean? At time instant t, the system was in state I. That is what this denotes. At time instant I, the identity or the label of the system is I. That means system was in ith state at time instant t. Time t. That's what this says. Qt equal to I. Given that the system was in state I at time instant j, what is the probability that at the next time instant, t plus 1, the system label changes to j? That means system state makes a transition from ith state at time t to jth state at the next time instant, or t plus 1. So this denotes Qt plus 1 equal to j, means identity of the system, the state which at time t plus 1 is j. So this is the probability of the system makes a transition from ith state to jth state after time instant t. That is given by Aij. That is the symbol that denotes it. It's good to have a good feeling of these symbols, because once the equations come, we'll just start using them with the assumption that you have understood these symbols, meaning of these symbols very clear. This is the definition of the joint probability in terms of the conditional as a product of the conditional probability and the a priori probability. That gives rise to base rule, and the a priori probability P of B itself can be written as this summation, that is the summation of the product of the conditional probabilities and the a priori probabilities. This we will use in our derivation. Next, we will extend the joint probability definition not just to two events but multiple events. And when the multiple events come, the joint probability can be written as a product of various conditional probabilities ending up with the a priori probability of the first event. And this can be so if the events A1, A2, A3, AN are independent, not just uncorrelated but independent, then this turns out to be product of the a priori probabilities of the events. We will use this in our derivation. So we looked at the elements of the various meanings of the symbols of the HMM, that an HMM has states, they are called hidden states, and in general we also learned that the phoneme is represented as a sequence of 3 states, and a word may consist of several states, and utterance may consist of a long number of states. Now, if there are capital N states in a HMM that represents a sentence, we denote the identity of these states, hidden states, emitting states, as Q1, Q3 up to Q capital N. So if the word Mera is there, then there will be 12 states, capital N will be 12. 12 states in the word HMM consisting of 4 phonemes, 4 into 3 states, 12, and we denote the states, first state as Q1, second state Q2, and so on up to Q12. So with each state is a probability distribution which tells us the probability of various, the probability of the features taking various values. So we denote it by, now this could be the probability of the probability of the second format frequency taking a value 2000 is very high, than it taking 1000 or 3000 and so on. So these probabilities normally we represent it as a normal distribution and quite often as a Gaussian mixture model. There are capital N states, and so in each state there is one probability distribution, B1, B2 all the way up to B capital N. The set of all these probability distributions we denote it by capital B. The state transition probability matrix, which is whose elements Aij, denotes the probability of making a transition from state I to state J. And then there is a initial probability distribution pi. All these things have to be estimated. So we can state 3 problems. One is, if you have a trained model which is given by the parameters this, how do you compute the similarity between a test feature vector sequence and the model? Which is essentially, what is the likelihood that this model generated this test speech sequence? That is, this sentence, when somebody spoke, it gave rise to this sequence of feature vectors. That's the first problem. We will use the forward algorithm. Today we will learn about that. Second is, even if we know that, and given a test observation sequence and a trained model, how to find the optimum state sequence? Okay, the observation sequence is of length capital T. What are the states associated with each observation sequence? That is, O1 came from which state? State 1, state 2, state 3, and so on. So we want to assign, essentially we want to assign each feature vector to one of the states. One of the capital N states. So we want to know the identity of the state which gave rise to each of these feature vectors. So that is, we will use a Viterbi algorithm, which is actually dynamic programming algorithm. So this is useful to derive the phone sequence corresponding to the utterance that is spoken. Third problem is, well, in both cases we assume that we have a trained HMM model. How do you train an HMM model given a set of data whose transcriptions are known? So we'll address each of these solutions one by one. So we started with the training subword HMM. Subword HMMs are HMMs which represent a linguistic unit smaller than a word, and and we use an iterative method of estimating the parameters. Now when you say it's an iterative method, you need to have a initial version of the parameters of the model. That can be approximate, but this approximation keeps on increasing as we iterate, as we go on with the iteration. Because the algorithm, that is the Baum-Welch algorithm, also known as forward backward algorithm, guarantees that the likelihood of the trained model explaining the training data increases with each iteration. So as iteration increases, the model becomes better and better in explaining the training data. But we always need an initial set of parameters, and yesterday we talked about how we looked at the initial set of how to get the initial set of parameters. The assumption that we made is that if in one training utterance, if there are capital N phones, we assume that all these phones are of equal duration, and divide the training feature vector sequence of that training utterance into n equal parts, and assign each part to a phoneme in the phoneme sequence. Yesterday we also, so these are the basic units that we use in our Indian alphabet, and we also looked at the pronunciation dictionary, which explains how a word is to be pronounced as a sequence of phonemes, which takes into account pronunciation variations, script to phoneme rules, letter to sound rules, if you wish. Now, with this example, we looked at how to get, suppose the first sentence, spoken sentence, is Mera Bharat Mahan, and looking at the pronunciation dictionary, we derive the corresponding phoneme sequence, which includes two silences on either side. Now, looking at, suppose this is the wave file that is there, and how do you get an initial set of parameters? Now, if we assume that this sentence was 1 second long, then there will be 98 feature vectors at the 100 feature vector rate, because frame shift is 10 milliseconds. What we'll do is to divide these 98 feature vectors into 16 phonemes, which are there in the black here, which means that each phoneme, each label, each segment in the spoken wave, I shouldn't say each phoneme, each segment in the spoken wave gets six feature vectors. I am using the word each segment or each label because some phonemes occur repeatedly. In which case here this segment gets 6 feature vectors, this segment gets 6 feature vectors, and so on. So A gets 3, there are 3 repetitions of the A in this sentence. So each segment, each repetition of A gets 6 feature vectors each. And so that is what is explained in detail in this slide. So we get 6 feature vectors. The M, for example, occurs twice in the sentence. Therefore, M was assigned a sequence of 6 feature vectors twice. And now, since if a phone is modeled by a 3-state HMM, then these 6 feature vectors can be divided into 6 feature vector. The feature vector sequence of length 6 is divided to 3 equal parts. So, for example, Ma has occurred twice here, which means that first occurrence of Ma gives 2 feature vectors to the state 1 of Ma, and next occurrence of Ma again gives a set of 2 feature vectors to the first state of M. Now, so from this sentence we get 2 plus 2, 4 feature vectors assigned to the first state of the label M. So we can now compute the mean and standard deviation, and that is the parameters of Gaussian distribution associated with the first state. You can do the operation for the second and third state of the phoneme M, and you can do it for all other phonemes. As I said, the word Mera, this should be double A, it occurs twice, and so on. Which means that we have estimated the set of distributions associated with each of the phonemes in this sentence. Actually, we don't do that. Our training doesn't consist of just one speech file. It consists of several sentences, and we collect all such segments from all training data and then re-estimate. Then we estimate the parameters of the distributions associated with each state. So we have estimated the likelihood functions, that is the conditional probability. What is conditional probability? Suppose this one feature vector is emitted or associated with state 1, what is its likelihood? What is the likelihood that the observation, given observation OT is coming from, is emitted by the jth state, and that is given by Bj of OT. That is the expression that we use. That is one parameter of the model. The second parameter set is the transition probability matrix. We can simply assume that the transition probability is half if for self-transition probability or making a transition to the next state. Otherwise, you can set it to 0. Similarly, you can take an initial value of the pi as that the system can make transition to 1 as usual, or it can skip the first state and go directly to the state 2 with the probability half. So we have now given a set of training data and their word level transcriptions and dictionary. We have an initial estimate of the parameters of each of the phonemes. If there are 50 phonemes, we have such 50 HMMs. Now the assumption that we made is that all phonemes are equal duration, which is not right, but it is it's okay to begin with. Why it is not right? As we talked earlier, we have the concept of long vowels and short vowels. The short vowel is shorter, it should be shorter than the long vowel R. The should be shorter than the R, and so on. So now this is the better estimation of parameter, that is the iterative procedure for improving the parameters of the hidden Markov model. So if you look at this 1 second long sentence, now it is split up, it's 98 frames, it is split up into 16 segments, with each segment of 6 frames duration. The assumption that we made is that each segment is of equal duration. Now what we need to do is so the boundaries between the phonemes they come every 6 frames along. Their boundaries are equally spaced along this time axis or the feature vector axis, OT. What we need to do is to adjust these boundaries such that when I say E, V, it is the algorithm, what it is expected to do is to adjust the boundaries so that the duration of the long vowels is more than the duration of the corresponding short vowels, and so on. And consonants are generally shorter than the vowels, and quite often there will be long silence on the other side. So it has to adjust these boundaries so that you can the HMM with the given parameter explains this data better, explain the training data better. What do you mean by explain or represent? It means that the likelihood of the training data corresponding to these HMMs increases. So right now I still have not come to the math part of it. I am still in the intuitive mode. So our goal is to search for that set of phoneme boundaries. So phoneme boundaries, this boundary can go anywhere here, there, and each boundary can go anywhere. We want to search all possible sets of phoneme boundaries such that the HMM parameters estimated by the revised boundaries. Now if you revise the boundary, let's take one example of a boundary revision. Suppose we move the boundaries like this, then we compute the the mean and standard deviation of the Gaussian distribution. So the R using this long, which is longer than this segment, which is longer than the 6 frames that we assume, and similarly here this may be 10 frames longer compared to the 6 frames that was assigned earlier. So now you take 10 frames here, 7 frames here, 7 frames here. Now you re-estimate the parameters of the state distributions, that is mean and standard deviation, what we get is a revised distribution for the vowel A, and similarly for all other vowels. B of this particular B denotes the probability distribution along with the states, and for various vowels we re-estimate these mean and standard deviation for this particular boundaries. Then we need to search all possible boundary adjustments and see which set of boundaries give the highest likelihood, which set of boundaries will give the highest likelihood. So our goal is to find that set of revised boundaries which represent the training data better. The search for such state phoneme boundaries or state boundaries, so this can be formed as a search in amongst all possible sets of phoneme boundaries. And once we get the best phoneme boundary, we update the parameters mean and standard deviation. And then once we have the revision number 1 of the initially, let us say we had a initial probabilities, initial set of parameters that is that was derived by assuming equal phoneme duration for each of the phonemes. Then we search amongst all the phoneme boundaries, adjusted phoneme boundaries, we search for that state boundary whose likelihood is highest amongst all possible sets. So that is called maximization, and then we update the parameters, and then what you get is once you update the parameters, we get a revised set of parameters that at the end of the iteration 1, let us call it as lambda 1. Now from the lambda 1, again we try to readjust the boundaries further and keep repeating these two steps. These two steps are called expectation maximization, and we iterate it a few times till certain conditions are satisfied. So what it requires is we need to search for the set of phoneme boundaries such that the likelihood of the training data given the revised parameter is highest. For all this to happen, we need to be able to compute the likelihood of the training data. So that is what we are going to address first. That given a set of observations, O1, OT, all the way up to OT, our goal is to that, and if we are given a trained HMM, which is lambda 0, lambda 1, whatever it is, our goal is to compute the likelihood of the feature vector sequence given the model. Now, to the right side of this vertical bar, there are two quantities. Probability of the observation sequence given not just the model, but also a given state sequence. Q represents a state sequence. Let us do that job first. Because, did I skip something? No. Because if I am able to compute this, then I will be able to compute probability of O given lambda. We will come to that step later. First, let us make the following assumption, that we have a trained model that is told here, and we have a sequence of feature vectors, and let us assume one state sequence. Let's assume one particular state sequence. What does that mean? That O1 is assigned to some state, we call it as a Q1, the O2 is assigned to Q2, and so on. Once that is there, then can we compute this probability? Let me show it graphically. That is shown in the next slide, titled Match Observation or Speech Vector Sequence with a Model. Here we resort to the trellis, or in DTW I talked about grid or trellis. Trellis arranged so that the computation becomes easier to understand. On the x-axis is the observation sequence, the time axis. O1, first observation sequence, first observation, or the first 39 dimensional MFCC vector. Second, O3, O4, and at a time small t, we have the observation OT. And the next observation at time t plus 1. okay, T is subscript, that's a kind, all the way up to capital T feature vector. That's on the x-axis. And on the y-axis, we have the capital N states. The states, how many states are there? N is there, so 1, 2, 3, all the way up to nth state. And let us denote this row as ith state. This is the ith state. Now, our goal is, our goal is to compute this step, which is the observation, likelihood of the observation sequence given the model. But these observations could be assigned to, they might come from multiple state sequences. What does that mean? The first observation may be assigned to the state number 1, okay, that is okay, and the next observation may be still assigned to state number 1 because it made a self transition, or it may have come from the state number 2, or it might have come from state number 3 by skipping the second state, and so on. So there are multiple ways in which a given observation can be associated with any of the states. There are, and so which means that the first observation might have, in principle, or in a worst scenario, or in a loose sense, could come from any of the capital N states. That is, first observation vector could be associated with any of the capital N states. Similarly, the second observation vector can again be associated with any of the capital N states, and similarly so on. So every observation vector or the feature vector can be associated or represented or explained by any of the capital N states. Now, if you make an assumption that these observations are independent, here we are making an assumption that the first feature vector and the second feature vector, there is no correlation, not linear, not any type of relation. That's, if you make an assumption, then the ways in which the observations, capital T observations, can be assigned to capital N states would be the product of all these possibilities, which would be nothing but n multiplied m times, which is n power m, and that is exponential. So the dynamic programming algorithm as applied, which in the HMM context is called Viterbi, that is not true. So we need to compute all these the likelihoods of all these paths. What we do it efficiently using an iterative algorithm, and this algorithm is called forward algorithm. That's what we will talk. In the next slide, that is, our goal is to, let's see the next slide. Our goal is to compute probability of the O1, O2, O3 all the way up to O capital T given the model. Now let's go step by step. The first step is, there are many state sequences or paths. We already computed capital N power m assignments, which essentially corresponds to a path in this trail list as we saw in the DTW. So suppose O1 is assigned to this, and O2 is also assigned to state 1, and O3 is assigned to state 3, and so on. So these paths, these circles show the assignment of OT plus 1 to n minus 1 state, and the last two feature vectors to the nth state. Now if you draw, so all these associations, if you connect them through lines, then it becomes a path in this trail list. And in kind of order of magnitude, there are n power m such paths. And so what we'll do is we'll take one such path and let us do the calculation. So the slide, we assume one particular path, that means which is equivalent to assuming one particular state sequence. What it says is that O1 was assigned to some state, O2 is assigned to some state, and so on. So Q1, if it is equal to 1, what is Q1? Q1 is the identity of the state which is associated with the first observation sequence. Now if suppose it is 1, what it means is that O1 is emitted by the first state. The Q2, the value of Q2 says what is the state number to which second observation O2 is associated. This was also 1 in the earlier case. And Q3, it says that O3 is associated with the, suppose the value of Q3 is 3, then O3 is associated with the third state, and so on. So essentially Q1, Q2, Q3, Qt, each of these variables take a value Q any t will take a value 1 or 2 or 3 all the way up to capital M, where capital M is the number of states. So Qt tells which tth observation is associated with which state number 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way up to capital M. Let us, to begin with, let us assume one such path, one such assignment. Let us call this as Q1, Q2, Q3 to capital Qt. So out of the capital N power M assignments, capital N power M assignments are path, we are taking one such state assignment sequence. Now, as I wrote earlier, if we assume that now we have a model, we also have assumed a state sequence. Now, let us compute this quantity, which is the likelihood of the observation sequence given not just the model but also for one particular state assignment of state sequence. Now, this can be written as the product of this quantity. What does it say? When the teeth, let us look at this thing. What does it mean? Suppose the first observation sequence is associated with the Q1, state Q1. That's what that is. Let's say Q1, let us say Q1 was 1, Q2, let me write, Q2 also was 1, and Q3 was 3. This is what we assumed for illustration's sake. So BQ1, what Q1 value is 1, therefore this what we need to compute is the likelihood of first observation sequence being associated with the state 1 because Q1 is 1. Now we assume that observations are independent, and therefore the probability of the entire observation sequence is nothing but the product of the probability of each of the observations, each of the observation. So these are all conditional probabilities that given the state 1, what is the likelihood of the O1 being generated here? And now this multiplied by what about the Q2, whatever to which state observation O2 was assigned? That Q2 tells that it is assigned again to the state 1. What about O3? If you look at O3, it says that the value of Q3 is 3, which means that O3 was assigned to state 3, and so on. In the model, as the product of such likelihoods or conditional probabilities all the way going up to the likelihood of the last observation O capital T being generated by the state associated with the teeth OT, and that is already given here. So this is something that we can compute because we have trained models. For each of the state we have these coefficient distributions. We can compute this likelihood. So this is something that can be computed. Okay. Now that we have computed this, our goal is not to compute probability of observation for one state sequence, but our goal is to compute the likelihood of the observation sequence for the model independent of the state sequence. That means we need to consider the likelihood of all possible state sequences, and these are independent events, so probably we add these probabilities. So that we'll do in the next step, but let us expand on this particular part itself. This expression itself, which we wrote as the product of several likelihoods. Now this likelihood, how do you compute it? Let
let us look at this state sequence and the associated probability distribution. So associated with state 1, there is a probability distribution. Associated with state 2, there is a distribution. Associated with state 3, there is a distribution here also. What does this say? It says that when Q1 equal to 1, it says that O1 is emitted or associated with the state 1. So the O1 is associated with the state 1. Now, which means that the system first started, when it started, it came to the state 1 first. So what is the probability that system, likelihood that the, is the probability, what is the probability that the system comes to state 1? That is given by pi 1. Pi 1 gives the probability that the first observation vector is associated with the state 1. Because pi 2, for example, tells the system makes first observation vector is associated with the state 2, first one. So it jumps this state 1 and 2. That is goes straight to the state 2. So in this particular case, we already know because of this Q assignment, state assignment, that O1 came from state 1. Therefore, the probability of O1 coming from state 1 has two components. First, the system has to come to the state 1. That probability is given by pi 1, and then having come here, then it has to emit the observation O1. Therefore, this so the likelihood of the first state emitting the observation 1 is given by P1 Q1. But what is the probability of state sequence itself? Probability of state sequence itself, it says that if first it has to come to the state 1, then it has to remain in the state 2. That means the probability of remaining in the state 2 is given by A11, self-transient probability of state 11. And then it makes a transition from state 1 to state 3, and that probability is given by A13, probability A13, skipping probability, and so on. So the probability of the state transition sequence itself is given by a product of the transition probabilities, except the initial transition probability is given by pi. So that is what is shown here, that the probability of the A given state sequence given by this identity is given by this expression, which is nothing but the pi of the first state Q1, that is pi Q1, followed by a transition, probability of making a transition, that is given by A from state 1 to state 2, multiplied by the probability of making a transition from the observation vector which was second observation vector which gave rise to second observation vector, to the state which gave rise to third observation vector, and so on. So this is the probability of the state sequence itself, which we assume. Now we will combine these two. Let me erase what I wrote here so as to not to confuse. So we know the following: given a state sequence and a model, we know how to compute the likelihood, which is nothing but the product of various likelihoods. This is given by the probability distributions as well as the states. And the probability of particular state sequence is given by the product of Aij's, except the first term is pi Q1. Now let us look at this expression, probability of the observation and a state sequence given the model is the product. Now this is the base rule, is the product of probability of observation given the state sequence and the model, and the conditional likelihood probability of the state sequence given the model. So now we are able to compute this expression, because this expression we already know how to compute it. This expression we already know how to compute it. Therefore, this expression is the product of this and this. This expression comes from the definition of the joint probability. Here, the joint probability of the observation sequence and the state sequence given the lambda can be split up as a conditional probability and a priori probability. So now let us look at that. So the probability So this is repeating this probability of the observation sequence given a state sequence and lambda is given as the product of the condition likelihoods, that is product of BQT of OT product. Okay, that's what is written here, for example. And probability of a particular state sequence is the product of the transition probabilities. Therefore, probability of for one particular state sequence Q, the probability is given as the product of these two terms, as we saw in the previous slide, in the slide which tells this expression. So in the next slide, so we look at, so this is the probability of observation vector and the state sequence given the lambda. Now what we need to do is there are many assignments of feature vectors to states, which is equivalent to saying that there are many paths in the trellis. How many paths are in the trellis? N power t state sequences of the paths. So we need to, and these paths are independent events, therefore we need to sum the corresponding probabilities. So this summation is over Q. This Q has to come down here. It's a summation over all state sequence assignments. If you want to do it brute force way, it has a exponential computation complexity, and the dynamic programming algorithm reduces to the linear complexity. It is essentially a recursive. It uses the property of recursion and reduces the computational load. Let us look at that. Now this algorithm is called forward algorithm. So we look at the forward algorithm of in the context of vision ortho model. Again, we are going back to the trellis here. In the trellis, on the x-axis, horizontal axis, the time axis, O1, O2, O3, all the way up to O capital T. Here, I am taking a particular time instance, let's call it a T, O subscript T, and then the next time instant is the T plus 1. So OT plus 1 is the feature vector at next time instant, and OT is the feature vector at time instant T. Let's say we are at this point in time. And on the vertical axis is the sequence of states, the labels. So when I said the word Mera, the word Mera consists of 4 phonemes into 3 states, and could have been 12. That was there would have been 12 states in word Mera. Let us consider a situation where the observation at time instant next time, we are right now here, let's look at the other way. Observation at time instant t plus 1 is emitted, and it is emitted by the state j. So the likelihood of OT plus 1 being emitted by the j state is given by Bj of OT plus 1. Observe feature vector 13-dimensional MFCC vector at time t plus 1 being emitted by the jth state is given by Bj of OT plus 1. What we are looking at is, so the system, we say that system came to jth state at time t plus 1. Where did it come from? Did it come from state number 1, state number 2, state number 3, or state number I, or any of the states? It should have come from any of the states, because phonemes can occur in any order, practically in any order in a language, if you are looking at the continuous sentences. So let us consider, so the system might have made a transition to the j state from any of the capital N states. And the probability, the transition probability of making a transition from state 1 to state j is given by A1j. Probability of making transition from state 1, the row 1, to the jth row is given by probability A1j. And that's what it is. A underscore 1j means subscript I, 1j is a subscript. this we know because we already have a trained HMM. Similarly, the probability of making a transition from state 2, second row, to jth state is given by A to J. In general, the probability of making transition from ith state to the jth state in the next time instant is Aij. So it is given by A subscript I and J, which says that at time instant. So in this particular case, at time instant t, system was in state I, and in the next time instant t plus 1, system went to state j and emitted the observations, the feature vector ot plus 1. So this is given. All these values are known. Aij is known. This also can be computed. So this is a long explanation of this particular trellis and the parameters and the variables that are involved in the forward calculation. Okay. Now we assume that at time instant t, the system was in state I. What does that mean? That then the system I gave rise to OT. Okay. Now what we will do is to define a variable. We define this variable, we call it as alpha of t of state I. So let me write alpha subscript t time, and the inside the bracket is the identity of the state, which state it is in. Okay. So alpha t of I represents the likelihood that we have observed the initial few observations, that is the first part, some part of the initial part of the observation sequence. That is, what is the initial part? O1, OT, O2, etc., O3, etc., up to OT. And at time instant t, we are in the state I. That's what the value of Qt equal to I means. At time instant t, we are in the state I. And that's what it shows here. That at time instant t, the OT was associated with the ith state, ith row, tth column. Now that's and given a trained model. That is the definition of alpha t of I. Let me repeat. Alpha t of I is the probability of the likelihood, the joint probability of a partial feature vector sequence O1, OT, O2 all the way up to O subscript t, and at time instant t, the system is at state I, which means that at time OT was emitted by the state I. Now we can compute the alpha, the similar quantity, at next time instant t plus 1 for any state j in the following manner, using a recursion. Why is it so? Let us compute at time instant t plus 1, next column, and for any arbitrary state j, jth row. Here, now at time instant t plus 1 system is in state j. It could have come from the previous time instant. It could have been in the first state, second state, third state, any state, we don't know. So what we need to do is all that we are interested in is the probability of O1, O2, O3, OT and OT plus 1 being emitted by jth state. So it has to account for the joint probability of this partial sequence up to OT plus 1. This can be written in terms of the alpha t's at the previous time instant in the following manner. How? So to come to the state j, it could have come in the previous time instant. Suppose it was in state 1. Then suppose it was in state 1 and then it came to state j at the next time instance. This likelihood or conditional probability, this is joint probability, can be calculated as the product of two terms. One, what is the probability of the what is the joint probability of the partial observation sequence O1, O2, O3 up to OT being given rise to ith state, we consider an ith state, and then at next time instant it makes a transition to jth state and then emits the OT plus 1th observation. Now this is emitted by the jth state, therefore the likelihood of the observation at time instant t plus 1 being emitted by j is given by this. So if the system has taken a path like this, that at time instant t it was in state I, and at time instant j it was in state j, at time instant t plus 1 it was in state j, then the probability of this particular path is given by the following expression, which is alpha I of t. What does it say? It explains the partial observation sequence all the way up to OT and being in the state I at time instant t. That is the definition of alpha t, by definition. And then it makes a transition from state I to state j, and whose probability is given by aij, and then having come to state j, it emits the OT plus 1 and its probability is given by bj of OT plus 1. OT plus 1 is emitted by the jth state. Now this is situation if this is the probability if path followed this at the last instant. But in general, in the previous time instant t, it could have been in any of the states. So what we need to do is, since they are independent, we need to compute the total probability. We need to sum it over all states at the previous time instance. And that is what is written here. So you see the same thing is written here, that this is for this alpha t of I, aij, bj of OT plus 1 accounts for the fact that at time instant t it was in state I, and at time instant t plus 1 it was in state j. Only this particular part. Now there are various ways in which it can come to state j at time t plus 1. We need to add all these probabilities, and that's what is given here. And this explains the probability of the joint event of O1, O2, O3 up to OT plus 1 and remaining in state j. So this is a recursion. This recursion is very easy to compute because this just involves multiplication of 3 probabilities here and summation over n. So this is of the order of capital N computations. Now this can be computed recursively, and so if you know how to compute alpha 1 for each of the states, we can compute alpha 2 for each of the states by using this recursion. So we can keep computing alphas for various time instants all the way up to alpha of capital T for each of the states. It is somewhat similar to our capital D, that computation in dynamic time warping, except that in that case we did a maximum operation. Here we are summing the various probabilities. So let's go to the next slide. The slide which says forward algorithm, which formalizes what we described just now. We just give the algorithm in 3 steps. So this is the summary of the algorithm. First, you define a forward variable. Why it is called forward variable? Because knowing alpha t, we can compute alpha t plus 1. Knowing the alpha values at any given time instant, we can compute the alpha at the next time instant. We go forward or right in that release, so we keep on computing alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 for various states and keep moving forward. That's why it's called a forward algorithm. It is called forward algorithm because there is something known as a backward algorithm. We will come to that later. So alpha t is the definition, is the probability of observing the partial observation sequence O1 to OT and the remaining at state I at time instant t given a trained HMI. So initialization. So we can first, how do you compute the probability of the first observation sequence. The subscript is alpha t. This is subscript. So the first observation sequence being given rise or associated or emitted with the state I, that is given by the probability that the system makes the transition to ith state and emitting the first observation sequence in that particular I state. So this is the initialization. So you can compute this for I equal to 1 to capital N states. It's trivial to compute, and then we do the recursion as we saw earlier, which means, so we have using this initialization, we have computed alpha for each of the states 1 all the way up to capital N. So we know the alpha values for the first time column. Then using the recursion we can compute for the second time column, third, fourth, all the way up to the tth time instant, which denotes the last feature vector. This is the recursion. And then, so then it doesn't stop. So what we have is alpha t of 1, that is, so this is the nth state, and at time instant t, what is the probability that the last observation vector was emitted by the state 1. So we have alpha t of, in general, alpha t of ith state. So we have computed column wise. This is the last time instant, capital T column. We have all these values. Probability of entire observation sequence given the trained model is nothing but the sum of all these probabilities, because we do not know, we all we are interested in is the model explaining the given training of the feature vector sequence. Where the last feature vector sequence was it emitted by state 1, state 2, state I, state N, it doesn't matter. All these possibilities has to be considered, which means that all these alpha values in the last column has to be summed, and that is what gives rise to the probability of the observation given the lambda. Now this is the answer to the first question that we talk about, that is, and what we notice is the computational complexity is quadratic, which is something that we can handle. And what is the use of this is the forward algorithm, which answers the first question of, given a trained model, can you tell what is the probability of a test feature vector sequence being associated with this model? Where it's useful, for example, our goal is to recognize a sequence of sequence of words, just one word, let's say, digit recognition, just one digit at a time. Then we have models for digit 0, model for digit 1, and so on, model for digit 9. Somebody speaks a word, and we compute the corresponding observation vector sequence, which is a sequence of 39 dimensional MFCC vectors. And what you want to do is to compare that test feature sequence with the model 0, model of the digit 0, compare it with the model of 1, model of 9, and so on. We get 10 likelihoods. Let's denote it L0, L1, all the way up to L9. What you need to then we find out the maximum among these likelihoods, and suppose the maximum turns out to be 3, L3 is the greatest, then we say that this spoken test sentence is the digit 3. So this is useful for recognizing one particular word, or it can even be a phrase, but fixed one. So this forward algorithm is useful for recognition of amongst finite number of HMM models. Forward algorithm, which helps us to match a test observation sequence with the trained model of a word. So you can compute the likelihood of the test speech with the various models, and we can recognize the word spoken. For which we used an algorithm which is called forward algorithm. We defined a variable alpha t of I, which is the joint probability of the first t observation vectors being explained by the being generated by the trained HMM lambda, and there's a comma here, that the tth observation vector is emitted or associated or generated by the ith state, alpha t I, t I. We did the initialization for the first time instant alpha 1 t equal to 1, that the product of pi I into bi of 1, that the system makes a transition to the ith state at time instant 1, and at time the first feature vector is emitted by the ith state. So we can do this alpha 1 for I equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, all the state of capital M, which means that we have computed alpha for the first time column. And using this recursion, we can compute alpha for 1 plus 1, alpha second column, and so on all the way up to the last column. And if we add the all alphas in the final column, that gives us the probability that the this trained model generated this test speech sequence. Computational complexity n square t, that you can see here itself, that's okay. Now we'll talk about the second problem, which is given a test speech and a trained model, what is the phoneme sequence? So we have recognized, let's say, that digit spoken was 3. 3 consists of 3 sounds, the r and e. Where is the boundary between the sounds? We can find out using this. That's the question that we want to ask. We can even go further and say that even if the word the ends at 17th phoneme, the HMM of the phoneme ta has 3 states. How many out of the 17 feature vectors associated with the phoneme ta, how many feature vectors are associated with the state 1 of the phoneme ta, how many were associated with the state 2 of the phoneme HMM ta, and how many were associated with the third state of the HMM of the phoneme ta. So by doing this, we even know the state boundaries in the observation vector sequence. So that is what we are interested in. We are interested in saying which observation was it emitted by the first state of the ta, or second state of ta, third state of ta, or first state of ra, and so on. So the state identity of each of the capital T feature vector sequence we can find out. So which path it has taken in the trellis, that is our interest. This path we call it also as optimal state sequence, because it is this path which gave rise to the highest likelihood. So how do you find that? This is somewhat easier, because this is actually, the algorithm is called Viterbi algorithm, and the Viterbi algorithm uses the dynamic programming technique that is used in DTW. To do that, let us define a variable called delta t of I. Earlier we defined alpha t of I, alpha t of I, that's what we defined in the forward algorithm. Now we define a delta t of I. What does delta t of I say? Delta t of I says that what is the highest probability path that ends at some state I at time instant t. Now to this, so this is time instant t and it ends at state I. To this path, to this state, from time instant 1, it would have come anywhere like this. It doesn't matter, because various phonemes can occur, repeat, and so on. There are n power, so the number of states is n power small t paths that are possible. What we are interested in is which of these n power t paths have the highest likelihood, such that it explains the first t small t observations, and the system ends up in state I. System ends up in state I, which means that the tth feature vector is associated with the state I. And that's what it says. Tth feature vector is also with the state I, and it explains all the observation sequences, partial observation sequence up to OT, and previous states could be anything, I don't care. So what about the t minus 1, which state it emitted? I don't care. So I want to maximize over all such paths. That's what the state identity of the previous observations. It can be anything. So which means that it can come through any of these paths, and I want to find that particular path amongst the trellis which has the highest value. Okay. Now this is again a recursion, and this recursion is shown here. Why is it recursion like this? Okay, let's look at that. So to do that, I will assume, just like what we did in alpha, we assume that we know the delta at time instant t for all states. So in the time t column, we know the delta values for all the states, t equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, I, n minus 1, capital N. Let's assume that. Then this shows how to compute the delta, for the next time instant, t plus 1. Let us look at it. Now, our goal is to compute the highest probability path ending at state j at time t plus 1, because what we are interested in is delta of t plus 1 time instant t. The system should end up in state j. So that graph denotes such a possibility. So it ends up in state j at time t plus 1, and it could have come from any of the capital N states, from here, here, here. That's what these purple curves show. So what is this probability? What is the maximum of these probabilities? There are capital N arcs that is coming from the previous time instance. You need to find out the maximum of these capital N arcs. Before that, what happened, it really doesn't matter. That is the dynamic programming, the principle of optimal dynamic programming. So all that we need to do is to compute the maximum. You need to compute the maximum amongst these capital N paths. So that is, they are coming from any of the capital N states. So that is what it says. Maximum over I is equal to 1 to capital N states, these paths. So let's let's compute this probability for one particular path that is coming from state I and going to state j. Now, what is the best path? What is the likelihood of the best path starting from 1 and reaching state I at state t at time t? And that is given by delta of t of I. By definition, delta of t of I is the maximum likelihood of explaining the first t observations and ending up state I. That's it. So this probability, maximum probability, we already know, that is given by delta t of I. We made an assumption. And then it has to make a transition from state I to state j. And this probability is given by the state transition probability Aij. This also we know because we have a trained HMM. And once it comes to the state j at the next time instant, the time instant t plus 1, it has to emit the observation vector at OT plus 1. What is the probability of emitting OT plus 1 from jth state? That is given as Vj. It says that, so this is the probability of this particular path, best path up to here, and the next path, this. Now we need to find out the maximum of such expressions of arcs coming from each of the n. And that's what is written here. Whatever I wrote by hand, I have written here in the slide, and we need to find the maximum of the n arcs, 1 all the way up to capital N. This is recursion. This can be again computed very easily. So this you can compute it for every time instant. You can keep on moving and you can get the best path at the time instant, last time instant, capital T. I just want you to contrast this Viterbi recursion with the recursion in forward algorithm. It appears somewhat similar. You see, this term is constant in both cases. Instead of alpha t, we have a delta t here. Instead of summation here, we have maximization. You want to remember that. Because our goal is to find the probability of the maximum likelihood path. We are not interested in the probability of observation sequence matching with the model, but we are just interested in the best state sequence which gives us the phoneme sequence and so on. The boundary between the phonemes and the test utterance and so on. So that is the Viterbi recursion. Now let us look at the algorithm itself. Okay. As usual, after explaining the intuition behind an algorithm, we have to state the algorithm so that somebody can implement it if somebody is interested in implementing it. The best thing, of course, is to implement it, but these days we have tools which will do that job for us. So first, it's always initialization, recursion, and termination, final step that we need to do. Initialization. We need to compute the delta for time instant t equal to 1. So we are computing delta t of I, right? So for t equal to 1, if you know, how do you compute? That is given by the, if you are looking at the state I, there's only one path that it can come. That is given by pi I into that. Pi I is the probability that the system comes to the state I at time instant 1, and at time instant 1 the first feature vector is emitted by the ith state is given by this expression. The product of these two will give the probability of the first feature vector being emitted by the ith state. There is only one path, therefore there is nothing like a maximization. So this we can compute for each of the states I equal to 1 to n, which means we have computed a delta for the first time column. We will also use the back pointer as we talked of in the DTW. This will help us to find the best state path. So the back pointer is given by the psi. Psi at time is psi again is given by psi t of I. Time instant 1. The back, where did it come to the state I at time instant 1? It came from the zeroth state. Zeroth state means the beginning of the word. Okay, that's so the previous state identity is 0. That sometimes in HTK we have the concept of null state or non-emitting state, which it can be given this label zeroth state, which is a non-emitting state, which is not associated with any feature vector. So doing this, we can compute delta for the first time column, and all the psi 1s of I is set to 0. Now we already have seen this recursion of computing delta t at time instant t in terms of delta of the previous time instant. So here you are computing delta for time instant t using the deltas of the previous time instant t minus 1. This was the recursion that we saw earlier. And the back pointer, as usual, suppose there are several paths, capital N paths in the trellis, and it so happens that this path was the maximum, which this path had the highest likelihood. Then we say that at the previous time instant it came from state n minus 1th state. So what we say is that the back pointer from the current state, where it came from n minus 1 state. So we say that at time t, whatever is the psi, at time t the back pointer points to n minus 1, and that is what is shown in the next slide. That the back pointer, the system was in state j at time t. Where did it come from t minus 1? If it came from the n minus 1, then this value will be n minus 1. And that's why this is shown here as argmax. argmax means you don't assign the maximum value, but you assign the argument among the I for which this expression is maximum. So if the argument, if it came at a previous time instance, it came from n minus 1, this will be assigned value n minus 1. This is the back pointer that we used even in the case of the DTW. And so these two expressions can be computed for each of the time instances all the way up to the last time instant and for all states 1 to capital N. And the last termination is we have the delta t's at the final time instant t for all states I equal to 1 to capital N. We need to find out the maximum of that, and similarly we compute the psi t for that, and then using that we can do the back tracing using the algorithm. This is very similar to what we did in DTW, so I will skip that particular part. So by using this recursion, we are able to find the state sequence in the trellis, which also gives us the information any feature vector to which state it is associated, which means that in other words, we can also find out for a given state how many feature vectors are associated. If or for a given phoneme which consists of 3 states, how many feature vectors are associated. So we know the duration of that phoneme in that particular test utterance, and in addition we also know the boundaries of the phoneme, because the third phoneme, if it is assigned feature vector number 17 to 23, we know the left boundary of the third phoneme, and we also know the right boundary of the third phoneme. By recursion we know the boundaries of each of the phonemes, so we have automatically segmented a speech waveform in terms of phoneme at phoneme level. And this can be used in training a system. It's called force alignment. We will use it while we need to do the training. So that concludes the Viterbi algorithm. And the last part is the third problem. We will talk about that. The third problem is, we all assume that there is a model that is trained. We are not told how the model parameters are estimated. That's called the training of model. Now we'll address that question. Given a training data, so what all things that you need to give? Wave files and the corresponding transcriptions or label files. These are the word level transcriptions, and we need a dictionary, which is also called pronunciation dictionary, just to be explained. Pronunciation dictionary. Given this, these are the linguistic resources needed for training a hidden morpho model. And of course we need to know how many labels that we need are there in a given language, and every label, HMM corresponds to every label. Let's say we model it by 3 states and so on. So what we do is, we want to estimate the parameters of the model for each of the phonemes. If there are 50 phonemes, we will have 50 such lambdas, 50 such HMMs, phoneme HMMs. We want to estimate these parameters so that after the training, the trained models explain the training data very well. What do you mean by explain the training data very well? That the likelihood of the training data by these models is highest. It increases. There is no closed form solution because of the complexity. So what we resort to is a iterative algorithm, which is called EM algorithm or Baum-Welch algorithm or BW algorithm. So let us look at this iterative algorithm. This uses this involves 2 types of variables. One variable is the forward variable that we already talked. I think it is called alpha t of I. So alpha t of I was recursively computed from alpha t minus 1 of j and so on. So we could compute alphas for all time instances. But we started with the alpha at time t equal to 1 and kept on moving forward. Our right side in the time axis. Now, in addition, we will also define another variable called backward variable, which is called beta t of I, beta. What we do with backward variable is we start from the last time instant capital T and then go backwards in time, capital T minus 1, capital T minus 2, and so on, all the way up to small t is equal to 1. The expression for this is very similar, but let us look at this expression for this, and then we will see how to use alphas and betas together to estimate these parameters. That's what we are going to do. So let's look at. But before we do that, the steps, basic steps in iterative algorithm, which is, as usual, you start with an approximate model, which we already know how to do that. We assume that all the phonemes are of equal duration. Let's call that lambda at time iteration number 0. Lambda 0 is the initial model parameter, initial model with the approximate parameters at iteration number 0. Then we do the two steps iteratively. One is called E step or expectation step, and the other is called M step or the maximization step. What we do in expectation step is, using the current model, we compute the expectation of the likelihood of the training data. What we compute is how well does the current model explain the training data. We actually so that is given by this expression. We already know this is the problem number 1, which is solved earlier in the first session today. This we know how to solve using the alpha t's. The second step is the next step, M step. Now that we know these alphas, and we will also define something called beta, using these alphas and betas, we will re-estimate the parameters of the model so that the probability of the training data given the model increases with the revised model. Let's call it model number 1, model with the iteration number 1. So we want to find those parameters at the end of the iteration 1 so that probability of the training data using the model 1, revised model, is definitely greater than this probability or the likelihood conditional probability of the training data using the original model, initial model. And EM algorithm guarantees that because it uses a gradient algorithm, and so the difference between them should always be positive. It should be significant. If it is not significant, then we stop. Till then we keep on doing this iteration. So these are the basic steps in training the model. This training procedure is called forward-backward algorithm because we have defined a variable called forward variable called alpha t of I. Similarly, we will now define a backward variable called beta t of I. As the expectation maximization algorithm as applied to automatic speech recognition is also known as Baum-Welch algorithm. It is also known as forward-backward algorithm because we use forward variable and a backward variable. Now let us go to the nitty-gritty of these algorithms. That is a couple of more slides. One, we had defined earlier a variable forward variable called alpha t of I. Now we will define a variable called beta t of I. That's here. We will define a backward variable which says, okay, what is the difference between forward variable and backward variable? Alpha t of I took care, it is the probability of the initial part of the observation sequence, O1, O2, O3, all the way up to OT. And that the state identity at time t is I. That's given the trained model. This is what it says. So it explained the initial part of the entire observation sequence. What beta t does is the sort of complementary, if you wish. It explains the probability. So beta t of I, which is written here, it explains the probability of not the first part, but all the observation sequence beyond t. So OT plus 1, OT plus 2, OT plus 3, and all the way up to O capital T minus 1, the last but 1, and the last observation sequence. And this, given the fact that at time instant t, the state identity at time instant t is I, and that is the decision probability, and given a trained model. So let us note the complementarity. Alpha t explains a part of the initial sequence given at this state I at time instant t, whereas beta t explains the what happens to explain the likelihood of the later part of the sequence beyond time instant t. What does it explain? Okay, that is what is given here. Given that we are at node I at time t, node I at time t, sum of probabilities of all the paths such that the partial observation sequence beyond time instant t are observed. That's it. Okay. Now this again can be computed in a recursive manner, and this graph from someone else's slide explains it well. I have shown it here. Earlier, in case of the alpha, we had the following graph. At time t, we were in some state. At time t plus 1, we could have come from any of the previous any of the n states at previous times. Now what we are doing is the complementary reflection version. At time instant t, we are in some state, and our goal is to see what all these paths can happen after the time instant. So it's a kind of reflection, if you look at this. So just like we could compute alpha t from alpha t minus 1, now this is the reflection, so we compute beta t not from beta t minus 1 but from beta t plus 1. Here is a minus, here is a plus, because it is reverse in time. This is a forward variable, this is the backward variable. Okay. So the recursion is done like this. Let's look at that. We can compute recursively beta t of I for every state I backwards in time. That is, we start at capital T and then keep on coming down like this as follows. So let us assume that we already know the beta at the next time instant for all the states j equal to 1 to capital N. Assume that which is known. If we know this, you are knowing the beta of t plus 1, we can compute the beta of t. That is this. So all this says is that we are at time instant t, we are in a state I, and from here we could go to any of the capital N paths. Now let us say we go to the, so what we need to find out is the sum of all likelihoods of all these paths. Let us assume that at the next time instant t plus 1, the system takes this arc, state I at time t to state j at time t plus 1. What is the likelihood of that particular path? What is the probability of that particular path? That is given by the following expression. First of all, we already know what is the beta for next time instant, because we start from the right. So we already know the probability of the path that explains the later part of the observation beyond t plus 1, and that is given by the backward variable at a time t plus 1 in the state j. So that we already know. Now to go here, we should go from state I to state j, which means we should make a transition from state I to state j. Therefore Aij is involved, and once we go to the state j, we emit the t plus 1th feature vector. So that is given by Bj of Ot plus 1. So the probability of explaining the partial path observation sequence Ot plus 1 and so on, that is given by the beta t that is given by a product of this type. That is for one path. Now there are how many paths that are possible? To J you could have, from I you could have gone to any of the capital N. Therefore you need to sum it over all the capital N arcs at that particular time. That is how many going to each node from the ith node. From the ith node you could have gone to any of the nodes. So knowing beta at the next time instant, we can compute beta at the previous time instant. This is in contrast to alpha, where if you know the alpha at the previous time instant, we could compute the next one. That's why alpha is called a forward variable. This is called a beta, backward variable. Now of course this can be easily computed by assuming that beta of capital T is equal to 1. This is the initialization. For any state, beta of capital T is equal to 1. This is the initialization that we do, and we can compute. So we know the beta for all the states at the last time instant capital T, it is 1. Use the recursion, compute. So we know at this time instant we can always compute the beta of the previous time instant. So we start computing beta time wise backwards, come all the way up to the time instant 1. This way we can compute beta recursively. Now we have computed alpha at every time instant, and for each state we have computed beta at every time instant and for each state. So if in the trellis for every point we know the value of alpha and beta. There are capital N into capital M grid points and T grid points, capital T into capital N grid points. For each grid point that is denoted by these two symbols, we know alpha, we know beta. We know how to compute it. Now the last step tells how to estimate the parameters. This requires two more small sub-steps. We define a third variable called xi t of I, j. T stands for time, any time. What it says is that it is that at time t I am in state I. This is time t, I am in state I. Which means that system is at this particular grid point at time instant t, it is in state I. And then we know, consider a path which next time instant it goes, next time instant is t plus 1. At t plus 1 time instant it goes to some arbitrary state, let us denote it by j. What xi t of I, j computes is the probability of the system being in state I at time t, that is this grid point, and in state j at time instant t plus 1. At time instant t plus 1, it is in state j. It need not be next state, there can be many other lines to any arbitrary state. So all it computes is the transition probability of making a transition from state I to state j, which essentially gives us Aij, value of Aij in the transition probability matrix. That is the probability of making a transition from state I to state j independent of time. To do that, what we are looking at is, it is not independent of it as a time dependence here, but let us first compute it. If you compute it, then you can sum it over all time, it will give us Aij. But let us look at this expression, xi t of I, j. It tells at the time instant t, system is in state I, and in the next time instant t plus 1, it makes a transition to j. Okay. Let us look at this probability, what this probability would be. It has three components. This particular one has three components. What are the three components? First, this is time t. Okay. First, it says that the system has to be in state I at time t. So to this point, it would have, starting from point 1, time instant 1, it will come in many different ways. What is the probability of reaching being in state I at time instant t, irrespective of any path that it can come? And that is given by alpha t of I. By definition, alpha t of I is the probability of the system being in state I at time t. That is the definition. So this particular condition is satisfied, that system being in state I at time t. And then it says, and in system j at the next time instant, which means that it has to make a transition from state I to state j. And that probability is given by the variable aij, because we know this value because we already have a trained model, which may be approximate, but we know this variable. So it makes a transition from state I at time instant t to state j at next time instant t plus 1. Now having made the transition, it has to emit the OT next feature vector, whose probability is given by that it next time observation OT plus 1 should be emitted by the jth state. So that is given by bj of OT plus 1. So we have come up to here. But what about the other paths? That we have to complete the path from beginning till end. But fortunately, that probability is given by the beta, the backward variable beta. That we are at time instant t plus 1 and we are in state j, t plus 1 and j. What is the probability of completing the path? What about the explaining of the later observations? That is given by beta of t plus 1. So the numerator in this expression gives us the score or the likelihood of system being in state I at time t and system being state j at the next time instant. Now this is not a probability. If it has to become probability, we need to normalize it. The normalization is done by dividing this expression by the probability of the observation sequence itself, because that itself can vary from different observations. So xi t of I comma j is given by this expression. We know aij because it's a trained model. We know alpha t of I because we can compute it. We computed beta t of I. We also know trained model, therefore we know this bj of any observation sequence, which means we know the numerator. We know the denominator because this is the first problem that we solved, probability of training data being explained by the current model. This we used alpha in this case, which means that we can compute xi t easily. We can compute xi for any time instant and any state at time t and any next state at next time instant. This is a three-dimensional object, three-dimensional variable, three-dimensional array. We can compute it using this expression. Okay. So that's now we are ready to do the re-estimation. First, we'll compute the pi. So we have compute three quantities: pi, aij, and bj of bj. Let's estimate pi. A revised value of pi. That's why I written as pi new, or it's a revised. It's an estimation. It's still an estimation. That's why pi is there. We still call it a cap or a hat because we are estimating it, and we are just calling it as new or the revised value of pi. Old value of pi is there. Now we are re-estimating the parameters, and that is the step that we are doing. That is given by the following expression. Why? That is easily given by the xi expression. What does xi t of I comma j says? It says that at time instant xi t. At time instant t, the system was in state I and then made a transition to state j. What is pi I? It says pi I means nothing but at time instant 1, the system was in state I and it makes a transition to any state, so I don't care. All pi I says is that at time instant 1, the system is in state I. That means the first observation vector is emitted by ith state. So this I don't care. Therefore, what I need to do is to sum it over all possible states at the time instant 2. Therefore, we need to sum it over all states j from 1 to n. That gives us a new value of pi I. You can do this for each of the state I equal to 1 to n. So we got a revised value of the initial probability of the system making a transition to ith state at time t equal to 1. In other words, the probability of the first observation vector being emitted from ith state. So we have estimated one parameter. So how did you do? We computed alpha, we computed beta, we computed xi, and we got this. Alright, let's go to the next parameter estimation, which is aij. Okay. Let us estimate transition probability. What is transition probability? Which aij, that is the probability of making a transition from state I to state j at any time instance, because we estimated that the transition probabilities and the emission probabilities do not depend upon time. They are time independent, they are stationary probability distributions. So we don't care about the time, it always remains the same. That's the assumption. Now what is aij? The transition probability from state I to state j can be estimated as the ratio of two quantities. One, how many times the transition was made from I to j in that entire training utterance. Training utterance had O1, OT up to O capital T times feature vectors. Out of the capital T feature vectors, how many times the system made a transition from state I to state j? That divided by how many times the system was in the state I at all. Okay. What is the probability? When you toss a die, then there are 6 possibilities. What is the probability? What is the probability of getting an even number? So when you say even number, these are the 3 possibilities that are possible, and so there are 3 possibilities, even numbers, out of 6 even numbers. So our estimate of an even number being thrown up by dice is given by the ratio of the number of favorable events to the total number of events. Number of favorable events here is making a transition from state I to state j. Number of total number of events means we have to be at state I to make a transition at any time instant. So the estimation of the transition probability from state I to state j is given by the ratio of those 2 quantities. Now let us look at that. See in this slide we use the term tau. It is same as xi, just whenever tau is there, substitute xi, I will read it as xi. Now by definition, xi, what we did was xi, right now I will use a tau so that it is related to the terminology here. Tau t of I comma j, what does it say? It says that at time instant t, I am in state I, and at the next time instant, I am in state j. That's what it shows. Okay. So, but this is a transition from state I to state j at a given time instant. What we are interested in the numerator is number of times transition is made from state I to state j at all times, irrespective of the time. So what we need to do is to sum this quantity over all time instances. So what we need to do is to average it out actually, but right now we'll do the number and then we'll divide it, therefore it becomes a probability. So what we do is take this term and sum it over all time instances. I said all, not all, because it doesn't go up to capital T, because from capital T it doesn't make any further transition, therefore summation is over from 1 to capital T minus 1. At time T minus 1 it is in state I, and the next time it has to make a transition to state j. So the numerator is given in terms of tau or the xi in our earlier slide. So we know how to compute it. Now let us compute the lower one. What does the lower one say? Is the total number of times we made a transition from I. To where? To any of the states. Therefore, we need to sum over any of the states j. And that's what we do here. Whatever is the numerator expression is there, we sum it over all states j. So here there is the same expression, tau is here. Here we need a summation over the all time instances. So here, in addition to summation over all time instances, we are making a summation over all states to which a transition is made. So that gave us the transition probability, revised value of the Aij, the new value of the estimated value of the transition probability from state I to state j. The last part that is pending, which is to compute Bj's. That's the last part that is pending, and that will take a couple of more slides, and then we know how to re-estimate the parameters of a hidden Markov model, or how to train an HMM. How to recognize an HMM we already know because we looked at the Viterbi algorithm. How to train, we will complete it in the next few minutes. So what we are now interested in is Bj's. So capital B, which is the set of the probability distribution associated with each of the state, the likelihood probability density function that explains what is the likelihood of any observation sequence, let's say any observation vector OT at times t being explained by the jth state. That's what we know. Okay. Now, what this has, each normal distribution has two parameters. One is the mean and other is the standard deviation, square of which is sigma square is variance. Or in case of multivariate normal distribution, we generally use 39 pitch MSS vector, so that it has a 13 dimensional, therefore we compute the covariance matrix sigma. So let's look at the definition of these parameters. Let's take one particular distribution, jth state, distribution of jth state, and let us look at the two parameters, mu j and sigma j. So because this belongs to the jth state, if you know how to re-estimate the parameters of one state, we can do it for all other states. The average mean of the jth state distribution is nothing but summation of all the observations that are assigned to jth state, and you average it. So what we are interested in is average of all the parameters that are assigned to that state. That's one. Covariance matrix, this is the definition. Once we know the mean vector, then you compute this quantity and divide by capital T, the number of observations. This is transpose, prime denotes the transpose. That's the definition of covariance matrix anyway. The trouble is, speech hidden Markov models have many states, and we can't simply join them together because we cannot simply add them together because not all observations are assigned to state j. We know that out of the capital T observations, capital T feature vectors, only some belongs to one state. If you speak a sentence Mera Bharat Mahan, the M occur twice, only a few feature vectors belong to M. That should be used to estimate the average values, not all the feature vectors, because they belong to other vowels, other speech sounds in the sentence. So, in order to estimate the mean, we need to know which are the observation vectors out of capital T that belongs to jth state, and that is not known. So, what we do is the following. Firstly, what we do is assign each speech vector to a state in proportion to the likelihood of the system being in that state when this speech vector was observed. That means we do not do the summation directly like this, but for every vector we give a proportion of it for the average calculation of J state, and this proportion is given by that proportion is given by the likelihood of the observation vector at time t being emitted by the state j. So this is the likelihood vector. Let's go to the next slide. And so what we do is, instead of doing a simple summation and average, we do a weighted average where the weight to each observation vector is the likelihood of that observation vector being emitted by the state j. So we need to compute this. So that is the likelihood. That is OT is explained, is emitted by state j. But what about other observation vectors? It could be any observation vector. So what we are interested in is this particular observation likelihood that at time instant t, the system is in state j, or the tth observation vector is emitted by j state. That is the conditional probability. Given, so tth observation vector is emitted by jth state. Given the fact that we have a trained model lambda and the entire observation vector sequence. So that is the definition of the likelihood of OT being emitted by state j. Now that can be written using the base rule as a ratio of the two terms, two condition likelihoods. What we did is we brought the O to the left of the conditional bar and divided by the probability of O of entire observation sequence given by lambda. The denominator, we already know, we computed this using the alphas, probability of the training observation sequence given the lambda. What about the numerator? Numerator, it turns out that is the product of alpha t and beta t, alpha t of I and beta t of j. Why? Because all it says is that at time instant, so at time instant t, we are in state j, and at next time instant, we could be in any of the states. So the numerator says that at time instant t, we are in state j, and we have to explain the entire observation sequence. That any path, but they at time instant t, they have to be in state j. That's what it says. Given the training model and all the training data, we consider the probability of all paths except one condition. What is the condition? That at time instant t, the system has to be in state j. That means OT, tth feature vector, should be emitted by the j state. So that is the numerator here. And that is given by the fact that at time instant t, system should be in state j. That is given by alpha t of j, and the rest of the observations should be explained by is explained by the beta t of j. So the product of them explains the probability of, computes the probability of all the paths in such that they pass through state j at time t, and again fan out in whatever possible way. So that is given by the product of alpha and beta at the same time in the state j. This should be j. So this ratio, we know alpha, we know beta, we know again alpha t. So this also can be calculated. The likelihood that the at time instant t, the OT is emitted by the j state. That is computable as shown in this expression. Now we are ready to re-estimate the parameters mu and covariance matrix. So earlier expression for the mu, you please note this earlier expression. Earlier expression was like this. All that we did was, I am just copying it here so that we can compare it. If we know which are all the observation vectors which belong to j, all that we have to do is the summation of all those observation vectors and number of such observation vectors. Okay, whatever. So that could be, let's say, capital T. But we know that not all all feature vectors are assigned to one state, but only a part of it. Therefore, we will take, instead of taking a weighted sum and dividing by n, we take a, instead of taking a simple average, we take a weighted average where the weight is given by Lj of t. And that's what the next slide shows all that we do is, instead of taking the simple summation of OT, we do a weighted summation of OT, where weight is nothing but the likelihood of the kth feature vector being emitted by the jth state. So we take, and whatever the denominator normalizing term, which is nothing but the sum of all the probabilities, all the likelihoods without being, so that it would be similar to the normalization constant here. Similarly, the expression for covariance matrix is also same way. All this particular term has come in here. It is a weighted product, weighted sum of the original covariance calculations. So now, so what we have done is, we know now mu and covariance matrix, which means we have estimated the parameters of the state distribution associated with each of the state. And jth state, we know mu vector and we know the covariance matrix. We can compute it for each of the states j. So which means that we already know capital D. Initially we re-estimated the value of P, then we re-estimated the value of A, now we re-estimated the value of B, which means that now we have a revised model lambda prime, lambda 1, starting from lambda 0 initial estimate. And we do this iteration a few times. There are various information that can talk about. I will talk about it as we move on. There are various types of hidden Markov models, again, and there are various implementation issues. Probabilities, when you multiply probabilities, they become smaller, small. When you multiply 100 probabilities, it becomes extremely small. The value may go below the precision, arithmetic precision of the computers. Therefore, we don't use product of probabilities. Instead, we take log likelihoods, in which case log likelihoods get added up. That is easier. So we use log likelihoods. How to estimate the initial parameters? We already saw. How many number of states should be there per phoneme? Typically we take 3, but it's up to us. And not only we take one training utterance, but we take many repetition of the training utterance. In speak. So if it is possible that same sentence is spoken by different people, then we also get the speaker dependent variation of the utterances and so on. There are questions of discrete versus continuous probability functions. We will use continuous probability density functions. Normal distribution is an example of a continuous probability distribution function. It need not be single Gaussian. It can even be mixture of Gaussians. And secondly, the last point is that if what we normally do is to estimate one HMM for each of the phonemes. If there are 50 phonemes, we estimate 50 HMMs. If you want to construct a word, when you want to recognize a word such as, let us say, the word mera, then it is consisting of a sequence of 4 phonemes, and each phoneme is associated with 1 HMM. There are 3 states here, 3 states here, 3 states here, and 3 states here. So totally, this word HMM consists of 4 phonemes into 3 states, that is equal to 12 states. So starting from a subword HMM, we construct a HMM which for this word which has a 12 states. So using word HMMs, we can construct sentence HMMs and so on. This construction of sentence HMMs become useful while training. So we have covered how to re-estimate the parameters of a hidden Markov model, starting from an approximate values of the parameters. The approximate value of parameters were derived by making assumption that all phonemes are of equal duration.
Adaptation of acoustic models for the purpose of automatic speech recognition, ASR. Specifically here we will talk about acoustic models as used in GMM HMM models. GMM HMM models the acoustic variation of different events. And as you see, I am using the slides of the summer school 2003 that was held in University of Magdeburg. I will use some of the slides as I will go sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Some of the mathematically intensive slides I'll go little faster, or maybe you skip, that you will read at your own leisure. The goal here is to convey the basic idea of the various types of adaptation of acoustic models, HMM, GMM, HMM, to various kinds of scenarios. Again, idea is to emphasize on the basic concepts, not so much on the implementation. We will use very sort of loose or non-technical language, easy language. Sometimes it may not be mathematically rigorous, but we convey the idea in a pictorial manner, if you wish. So that you should see this as a starting point for reading technically rigorous tutorials and then research papers. So this is the content of the talks, the various slides. Typical applications of ASR systems are near command control, inquiry system, dictation. We keep using ASRs in voice-based search, whether it's Google or Cortana or anything of the series. So this is fine. This was drawn in 2003. So the accuracy of the various speech recognition systems in this talk of state of the art, the best accuracy that was obtained with the various kinds of various tasks that are listed here. Things are slightly improved all the time, but we will continue with the basic speech recognition system block diagram. So, as we know, there are two phases of the automatic speech recognition system implementation. In first phase, the training phase, we train a model for each linguistic unit of the language that we are interested in. The model here will be GMM, HMM, hidden Markov model, HMM, hidden Markov model, GMM, Gaussian mixture model. Right now we will ignore the Gaussian mixture model part. We will concentrate on the hidden Markov model, a statistical model for representing different speech sounds of the language. So the quick run through speech, somebody speaks a set of words, a sequence of words which are grammatically correct in the language, a sentence. Speech data is analog to digital conversion. Some features are extracted. Typical features are well frequency coefficients and their time derivatives. And using these features and the sequence of labels, sequence of words and their pronunciations, we build a hidden Markov model for each basic unit of speech, typically phones, and we store them. So the acoustic model, that is the training of the acoustic model. In addition to the acoustic model, when you talk about speech, speech is spoken language. It is not an arbitrary sequence of sounds. It's a sequence of sounds generated by human production system, but it has all variations of the speech sounds are not permitted by a language. There is a lexicon. That lexicon defines the permissible sequence of sounds which make meaning in that language. And then not all words can be combined in all arbitrary ways. There are grammatical rules for combining the word sequences, and that is the language, the grammar, syntax, semantics, various things. So these things have to be trained and stored in a language model training that is done separately. During the recognition phase, if somebody speaks something, the system computes the same set of features that it computed during the training phase, and then what it gets is a sequence of feature vectors, and those feature vectors are matched with the all possible sequences of HMMs with the speech recognizer or the decoder outputs the hypothesis that matches the best hypothesis such that the input feature vector sequence matches the acoustic model and also the language model. So those acoustic model and language model are inputs to the recognizer, and the other input is the feature vector sequence, and you get the recognized. Generally, there are lots of phone models. Let's say a language may have 40 phones, and quite often we also train context dependent phones because phones are not discrete sequence of discrete symbols. These are analog wave that's generated because of the movement of the articulators. Therefore, there is dependency of the spectral characteristics of a phone on the identity of the previous phone and identity of the next phone. So generally, this effect is called phonetic context, and we model not just each phone, but each phone in its left context and its right context. That could be, if there are n phones, that could be up to n cube triphone models. It will be generally less than n cube, but that is. So, and each triphone will be modeled by one hidden Markov model. Typically, a hidden Markov model is a sequence of 3 states, and each state is associated with the probability density function. In the simplest case, it would be a normal distribution which has a mean vector and a covariance matrix, because our feature vectors are generally matrices and their derivatives. It could be up to the 39-dimensional feature vector. So there are a lot of parameters to estimate. Therefore, the number of triphones that we estimate may be smaller. There are a lot of parameters to estimate to train all triphone models of a language. So we need large amount of speech data. What we do is to ask several people to speak several sentences and collect large amount of speech data. This will enable us to recognize the speech from any person who speaks that language. Then we build speaker independent speech recognition system. That is good, but the speaker independent speech recognition system, its aim is to output the sequence of words spoken by a person, minimizing the effect of the speaker. We ignore speaker dependent effects, whether it's a boy or a girl or a man or a woman, or whether his dialect, it doesn't matter. We ignore all those aspects and we try to recognize the sequence of words. So what we build is an average model, average of the various speaker characteristics, various environmental characteristics, average model. Average model doesn't do as well as a model that is trained to one particular speaker. It has a model that has been adapted to the characteristics of one particular speaker. The recognition accuracy of such a speaker dependent model will be better, it will be higher than the speaker independent ASR system, an average system. But however, we cannot ask a speaker to speak thousands or millions of sentences. Therefore, we follow an engineering approach. We build a speaker independent speech recognition system trained with the speech from large number of speakers, and then we adapt the models to the particular condition. The condition could be new speaker, condition could be different environment, and so on. So this adaptation of the acoustic model is the focus of this talk. Feature extraction, we already talked about it. Speech signal, it goes through a short time processing. This is a spectrogram, it gives an instantaneous spectrum, sequence instantaneous spectrum. We compute capsule coefficient, quite often frequency capsule coefficients. not only capsule coefficients but also their first and second derivatives. This feature vector could be 39-dimensional feature vector, which we already know. And feature vectors for different sounds sometimes will be different. Here is shown the third component and fourth component of a multidimensional feature vector. The two different classes are shown in two different colors. You see that they are slightly separate and there is an overlap here. It is this overlap between the distributions, between the clusters, that demands the so-called hidden Markov model. If there was clear separation between classes, we don't need hidden Markov model, we could have used Markov models. Okay. HMM parameter estimation, the training part. Here the HMM has a sequence of 5 states, this model is a sequence of 5 states. They are trained using this labeled training data. That we'll skip, we already know that. I briefly talked about the variable of speech, the adaptation of a speaker independent. It's not just speaker independent, environment independent. She might have spoken in quiet room and he might have spoken on the road. The acoustic environment itself is different. Microphones could be different. There are lots of variabilities, they are listed here. They can be broadly grouped into the speaker dependent variations, acoustic environment variations, reverberant room and so on, or depending on the task. If it is a Mandi speech recognition system, you speak the names of the commodities and nothing else. If it otherwise generally we ask people to read grammatical sentences, there may be a chat, spoken conversation, in which case there will be spoken speech disfluencies quite often that is happening. As it happened to be right now, I said spoken and then speech disfluency. Grammatically incorrect, but we human beings ignore those speech disfluencies and still be able to understand what the speaker is trying to say. The goal here of this talk is to handle these kinds of variations. What can be done? A new environment comes, you need to collect data for the new environment and train it, but that is a costly affair. Therefore, what we do, one of the earlier approaches was to normalize the new system or normalize the input that is coming from the new environment. One of the normalization is speaker normalization. We know that children have small head size than the adults. So the formants frequencies of the children are in general higher. So if we can identify that it's a child, we can you can normalize or we can linearly or non-linearly warp the formant frequency so that the child speech matches an acoustic model trained with the adult speech. Okay. So that is one kind of adaptation. Noise, some noise comes, background noise is there, we can use various kinds of noise suppressing filters to reduce it. These are the earlier approaches, they are partially successful. So what we want to do is to adapt, not normalize the inputs necessarily, but adapt the models then also to the new situation. That is the acoustic model adaptation. So a speaker independent or a speech recognition system for a given task, it knows, it is trained with the data whose user is known, environment is known, context is known. What you want to do is, when an environment changes, by using a very little adaptation data, can we adapt the model to the new environment? That is the goal. So, we had a training data, large amount of data, we have a small amount of adaptation data. One speaker is asked to read, let's say, 10 sentences. We should have a method of adapting the speaker independent speech recognition system to a model to which recognizes his speech better than what the speaker independent ASR will do. So that's the adaptation. This is a general recognizer, an average, whereas this is to a specific recognizer, specific to a particular speaker or a context and a new environment. The adaptation data is small, therefore you can also change all the parameters of the model, but we change parameters in groups or something like that. In specific parameters, if the person has never spoken the sound la, the model of the sound la will never be changed. The person in the adaptation data, if the adaptation data doesn't contain the sound la, the model of the la will not be changed. It will remain as a speaker independent. So this can happen. In such situation, how do you adopt the models is something that we will talk about. So this slide lists some of the adaptation methods, the major approaches that are used for adaptation of the acoustic model to a new environment. They are grouped here as 4 methods. For the sake of this talk, we will talk of adaptation as adapting a general system to a new speaker. It could be new environment, it could be anything, but mostly we will be concentrating on adapting a speaker independent ASR system to a given speaker using a small amount of adaptation data spoken by the new speaker. So he reads a given text, we know the transcription of the given the speech that he has spoken. So we have the transcription data for the adaptation data. Transcription for adaptation data. The first of these approaches is called vocal tract normalization. VTLN is an acronym that is quite often used, and VTLN stands for vocal tract length normalization. So VTLN, this is the acronym that is quite often used. I also already talked about adopting a ASR system that is trained with adult speakers whose format frequencies are lower than that of the format frequency of the corresponding sounds spoken by a child because of the physiological differences. Even amongst adults, some people have bigger heads, some people have a little smaller head. This happens. Therefore, the physiological variation between the speakers have to be taken into account. An average physiological length is considered in an average system, speaker independent system. When a new speaker comes, we need to adopt the parameters such that the ASR system, adapted ASR system recognizes his or her speech well. What we do is, we do not change the models, acoustic models, but change the signal processing method. So when you compute the mel frequency capital coefficient, that is the signal processing method, we do some extra step which is called vocal tract length normalization. We will briefly talk about that. Here we are modifying the signal processing part. Here we will be modifying the acoustic models. What we do is the speaker dependent densities. What is density? Probability density function associated with the states of the Markov model. So we are changing, adapting the acoustic models here. Maximum post-decay method. There is also called maximum likelihood linear regression. We will talk about this. And the last one is called eigen voices. We will talk about that briefly at the end of this talk. Now let us look at the typical, just to get a feel for the complexity of the task, let us have an estimation of the number of parameters that needs to be estimated in this adaptation process. In case of vocal tract length, we make it pretty simple. We just say that there is one parameter, let's call it as alpha. Alpha equal to 1 is the speaker independent system, average length, which may be 13 centimeters or something. And this alpha, if you make it greater than 1 or less than 1, then it gets adapted to a person of bigger head size or smaller head size. Smaller or bigger vocal tract length. So the parameter that needs to be adjusted when you do the when you pass it through the mel scale, when you do the non-linear warping of the frequency scale, that is alpha. You just have to adopt estimate one value. That's not that difficult, it can be done. Now, this is at the signal processing level. Now let us look at the acoustic models. If you remember suppose I plot this, you have to recollect from your memory. What we used to plot was the F1 and the F2, the frequency of the first and second formant frequencies of various ovals, the famous Peterson-Barbie plot of 1950s, where the 100 analytic speakers spoke the ovals, different ovals, and for each oval there are 100 data points, F1, F2, in the F1, F2 plane, the points were put. Now, if you look at the oval E, this is the sort of, all the 100 points cluster around this area, low F1, high F2. However, if you know who spoke, what you will see is that most of the children will have data points somewhere here. Why? Because their head size is smaller, resonant wavelength is smaller, frequencies are higher. On the other hand, most of the adults' data would fall somewhere here. It is not that it is well separated, there is significant overlap, but in general, if we consider the cluster of adult speakers, it would be somewhere here. If we consider the cluster of the only children, it will be somewhere up. In other words, the mean or the average of these clusters of the adults and the child are different. If we model ASR system of for the oval E using adults' speech data, the mean will be somewhere here. And if you want to adapt it to the children data so that when child speaks and it has to recognize well, what you need to do is to shift this mean from here to here. So this is a global shifting of the mean of a cluster to suit the new environment. So the old mean is given the new vector. It's a vector, that's underlined here. Why is a vector? In this particular case, it's a 2-dimensional vector. In other cases, it is 39-dimensional MFCC vector. That's what we normally do. So mu is the mean vector of the oval E, which was trained using the adult speech data. It has to be shifted upwards to adapt to the new child data, which is here. Now this shift, they call bias, is given by this arrow. It is something like this, vertical arrow. It is not necessarily vertical in some direction, but it is a vector. Our job is to estimate this bias vector or the shift vector, so that the adapted model recognizes child speech very well. So, how many parameters do we have to estimate? If the mu vector is 39-dimensional vector, our bias vector will also be of the 39-dimensional vector. Therefore, the number of parameters, scalars that you have to estimate is the dimensionality of the feature vector, capital D. Fine. Now, right now we talked of only one vowel. No, this is true for one particular vowel. If there are 40 vowels, then we need to estimate 40 into D parameters. Okay, that is this estimation. If there are 40 models, it may be triphonal into dimensionality of the feature vector. When they talk of global shift, I did illustrate it by showing one example, but what they are doing is not that example. In case of children, F2 of most vowels will be higher. So, if I am looking at this, there will be ways, let me show the E of adults here, and A of adults, U of adults, and so on will be various. These are the clusters in the F1 of direct. Now, on the other hand, if you measure the F1 and F2 of children of various orders, they will be slightly higher, slightly things slightly expanded outwards because most of the numbers are little larger. So, what this first line global shift says is that every mean has to be increased towards in this diagonal direction. All the mean vectors have to be shifted by one vector. In this particular case, we are shifting each oval cluster center by oval dependent shift vector, bias vector. Whereas here there is a single global bias vector. That's the difference. Alright. Now I am going back here because that's very illustrative easy to understand F1, F2 here. Now, if you look at go back and check your the cluster for the oval R, the long R. Okay. It has this kind of shape. Probably the children's speech are all here. This is the adult speech for their format frequencies are small. On the other hand, the children's speech, the speech values are little larger. Okay. We did talk of this. In the case of E, it was completely shifting upwards. Now you may think that in this particular case, the mean of the adult R is here, mean of the children R is here. So it's a question of shifting from here to here. From here to here. That's what you may think. But that is correct. So that shifting is given by shift of the mean of the oval R. That is fine. But I want you to notice another factor. The shape of this oval, that is the covariance matrix of the adult speakers, is different from the covariance matrix of the children's speech. Let me write it here just for the explanation. So the adult speech oval 1 sigma global no plot, it shows an ellipse which is slightly tilted like this, whereas the other one is like this. It is not just shifted, but it is also rotated. So the covariance matrix is rotated.
Almost done.
Okay. So how do you rotate a vector or a group of vectors? You can rotate a circle by passing it through a matrix. You may know that if you are in a two-dimensional surface, yes, you have a matrix cos theta sin theta minus sin theta cos theta. You pass a vector through, multiply the vector on the right hand side by this matrix, it gets rotated by theta. So we need to estimate these rotation matrix also. That rotation matrix is given by capital A. We need to not only shift bias, but also rotate the mean vector by a rotation matrix. Linear regression. It's a linear regression so as to maximize the likelihood of the adaptation data with respect to the adapted model. So our goal is not just to find the shift vector B from here to here, but also to rotate the oval shape of the oval shape correspond to the 1 sigma region of the Gaussian density. That also changes its shape, and that rotation can be performed by multiplying the matrix multiplying the mean vector on the left by an adaptation matrix. The elements of this matrix are computed so as to maximize the likelihood of the new speaker's data with the after the adaptation. That's why it is called maximum likelihood, because we are maximizing likelihood, and it's a linear regression. It is a multiplication of the mean vector by a matrix, linear operation. So that is, and how many parameters are there? Let's look at that. for one mean vector, we are still talking of one mean vector. If it is a global, there is only one mean vector, one such A, matrix A and a shift B. It is similar to this. So instead of this, we also have a rotation. So both are global shift, global value. And we can go to the mean dependent one, which is here. But in the global, how many parameters are there? When you wanted to shift a mean, we have D parameters because it's a D-dimensional vector. Whereas this would be D by D matrix, therefore there will be D square elements. So if it is 39 dimensional feature vector, we will have 39 square plus 39. Now you can, so instead of doing it globally for all phone classes, we can do it individually for individual classes. If there are n classes, phone classes, then this number of parameters is estimated just multiplied by factor of n. In addition to this, there is another method of doing it, which is take the speaker independent model density in this particular globe, normal density or Gaussian probability distribution density function. You let's in particular take the case of a mu vector, mu. You can represent this as a linear combination of several mean vectors. What is the rationale? You might have seen sometimes people talking the following way. This person's voice sounds just like my cousin's voice, except that his pitch is slightly higher. Okay. So you described a person's voice as a combination of my cousin's voice and somebody whose pitch is higher. So it is a linear combination of voices of two persons. So you can, in general, you can have, let's say, capital so many eigen voices. They are called eigen voices because it comes from the eigen analysis or principal component analysis. Some standard voices, and you can construct any voice as a linear combination of those standard voices, so called eigen voices. How do you find these standard voices? Well, that is analysis, eigen vector analysis will take care of that. That is something that can be done also. Typically, one has about 10 eigen voices. For example, in the Indian context, it could be one could be South Indian accent, one could be North Indian accent, another could be Northeastern, and things of that kind. One male, one female, one child for each of the three regions. So there will become 12 such eigen voices. It may also depend upon the language family. Okay. Indo-Tibetan language family, we want an eigen voice. Things of that. We will not talk much about this, but we will talk about these other methods in the next slides in some detail. Okay. Various types of adaptation. We did briefly talk about this, tells a little bit about the details of that. So we can use the adaptation data of the new speaker to do some expectation maximization type of training to adapt the speaker independent model to the new speaker model. If you have a large amount of speaker dependent data, then it becomes a speaker dependent model. The goal is to find such a transformation. That's one, normalization. Other is feature adaptation. We did talk of the speaker dependent warping of the nonlinear scale, mill scale type thing. So you modify, you do change the feature extraction process so that the new speaker's voice gets adapted to get changed to the features of the speaker independent voice. This adaptation can be done two ways, either in supervised mode or unsupervised mode. When you talk of supervised mode, the system is not only given the speech data, but also the word sequence and the corresponding phone sequences. Labels are given. Labels of the speech data is given. Then it's called a supervised. Then you can use the better adaptation. On the other hand, when sometimes a person speaks and you just want to adapt, he speaks anything, he has the freedom to speak anything. The existing speaker independent recognition system recognizes it. It may be a little bit erroneous, but still it does it. Even if it recognizes 90% of the words correctly, that is good enough. Based on that, it adapts the model to that particular speaker's voice. So there is no labels given by a human to the system, so that's the unsupervised method. You can do this adaptation in two modes. You can ask the person to speak some 10 sentences, give all the 10 sentences and make one global shift and global transform, or speaker or even phone dependent transform. So you use all the 10 or 100 speakers spoken by a new speaker. That is called batch mode of adaptation or offline. So person has used the system, later sometime in the midnight, when the system is free, you adopt the speaker independent model to his voice or her voice. Other thing is incremental or online, the person has spoken just a couple of sentences. Immediately you recognize it, you do a unsupervised adaptation here. But in addition, you do it instantaneous adaptation. Recognize the word sequence, use it to retrain and then again re-recognize. The output hypothesis by during the second stage of recognition using the adapted model is likely to be better. That is called incremental adaptation. Now we will go into the details of the various adaptation methods. One is vocal tract normalization. Look at this. This is maybe adult. The vocal tract from the glottis to the lips. This may be 17 centimeter long. This may be 13 centimeter long for a kid. So the length reduced. The length variation need not be. This need not be linear warping. It could be non-linear warping. So we need to take into account, and this can be taken into account by using the warping of the frequency scale. The formats, I already talked about the formats of adults being different than that which is child. So, if this is the original speaker independent speech vector x, in this particular, let's take a scalar, one feature. If it is x and this is a normalized one, so if they are exactly same, then the correspondence will be this dashed line. If the vocal tract length is smaller, then the curve, the relationship between the speaker independent feature and the speaker dependent feature will not be diagonal linear, it will be piecewise linear or it will be non-linear. In the case of if the vocal tract length is larger, you may have to do this. One of these two things will happen depending upon the deviation of the vocal tract length of the new speaker from the average. Positive or negative, you do the warping one way or other. Our goal is to find out this degree of this warping, and that is 1 alpha that you need to estimate a warping parameter such that the probability of the given the warping factor is maximum. There are methods of doing this. So vocal tract length normalization, you can do this normalization so as to maximize the likelihood, maximum likelihood estimation. And the alphas, for males, alphas are generally smaller, for females, alphas are generally larger because of the vocal tract length differences. And if you use this vocal tract length normalization, the accuracy of the systems will improve. So in this particular case, they call it as recognition accuracy, but it's actually error. There is a little confusion here. We think why accuracy is decreasing is better. But what we are looking at is word error rate, not accuracy. The second method is called maximum a posteriori adaptation. The earlier method is called MLE, maximum likelihood estimation, which just change the model. What it did, it started with the speaker independent model. It changed the model to a new speaker. Okay. Now it changed the model based on small amount of adaptation data. It completely changed it. It didn't use the earlier speaker independent model. Now what we do is slightly different. Okay. Now these are the slides for the Viterbi training. Okay, in case of single mixture, the equations are here. I want you to go through with it at a leisurely pace. But I'll talk about this final equation which gives the essence of what is being done. The mu of the observed, the A is adaptation data, T is the training data. So whenever you see A, it is an adaptation data. Whenever you see a T, it is the training data that was used to train a speaker independent model. You see that a new adapted mean vector is a linear combination of the mean of the speaker independent model and the mean of the adaptation data. Because what is this? This is a summation of all the observations of the adaptation data divided by the number will give you the mean. Therefore, the new mean is a linear combination of the old speaker independent mean and mean of the adaptation data. Now what is the adaptation? What is these weights? These weights have to add up to 1, and these weights, by using the maximum likelihood result, you can this expression obtained. The derivation is here. You can look at it at your own pace. What this does is it doesn't just adapt the speaker independent model to the new data, but it uses the prior knowledge of the speaker independent data and it takes a linear combination of this. And tau, the parameter tau, is a factor that determines the effect of the weight of combination that you see. There's one parameter that you need to estimate. If tau goes to infinity, that is the adaptation data becomes extremely large, then it does. You can similarly adopt the variance, not just mean but also variance. You can extend the results to the Gaussian mixture models, and this graph shows the effect of such a maximum posterior adaptation of the speaker independent system to a small amount of adaptation data. What is small amount? Amount of adaptation data is shown on the x-axis here in terms of minutes, 50 minutes, 100 minutes. Now if you have 50 minutes of adaptation data, the blue curve shows the maximum of posterior adaptation, and on the vertical axis is the word error rate. If you use the maximum posterior adaptation, if the adaptation data is around 25 minutes, the error is smaller. In contrast to adapting the speaker independent model to the new person, this just changed the model from the speaker independent to speaker dependent, whereas here is a linear combination of speaker independent and the new adaptation data. That when the adaptation data is smaller, map method is better. As the adaptation data increases, speaker dependent system becomes more effective. Therefore, this method is effective when you have small amount of data. You see what is the amount of data that they are talking? They are talking of hour of data or something. Therefore, in most cases, this map adaptation is better because we have small amount of data. So, the map uses the prior knowledge. In our case, prior knowledge was speaker independent model. There are various issues that I want you to look at your own leisure. The third method is maximum likelihood linear regression. We talked about it in some sense, but let's go to some detail. We'll skip many of the maths. Our goal is the new adapted mean vector is not just a shifted version of the mean, but also its reorientation as effected by a matrix multiplication. The goal is to find the elements of this multiplication vector so that it gets its covariance matrix is changed. The mathematics of that, how to make the changes, is a hint is given here, and there is a PhD thesis by Legator and Woodland, 1994, that tells this in a great detail. So, how do you find this estimation? As usual, the adapted data is given by this formula, and the actual observations are given. The difference between the actual observations and the adapted value is the error. We want to minimize the error, minimize the square of the error. Therefore, we want to minimize the total for all observation, the square of the error between the observation and the prediction. You want to minimize it, you use the usual optimization technique. This equation, you minimize it with respect to the elements AI, and you get a set of equations, you solve them, and you get the values, elements of the adaptation, the matrix. Here similarly, the effect of a maximum likelihood linear regression is shown here. The adaptation, maximum a posterior adaptation, this is a blue one, this is a speaker dependent one. As when the adaptation data is small, let us say around 25 or so, the speaker dependent system doesn't have enough data, therefore it does poorly, word error rate is higher. On the other hand, maximum a posterior adaptation does slightly better. But in addition, if you do the MLLR, the magenta curve, it becomes even better. In fact, you see here that even with about a couple of minutes of data, error has suddenly fallen down using MLLR. Therefore, when you have the very small amount of adaptation data, it is better. It seems like better idea to use MLLR. And this is what we will be seeing in the Kaldi various stages too. You can have MLLR for all the phones, or you can have MLLR for each of the 40 phones, or you can have MLLR for each of the 2000 shared densities. There could be so many transformation matrices and the bias vectors. How many should you have? It depends upon the amount of data. If you have a large amount of data, do it for all contact and phenons, shared states. If you have medium amount of data, do it for all the phones. If you don't have it, just have a couple of sentences, use one global linear transformation for all the models, densities. Okay. We can, that's what it says, you can have several transformations for groups of models. This tells about how to find the groups of the models or the group of the trimer classes that uses the classification regressions, decision trees. So far, what we did was to start with a speaker independent model. We take the data, we compute the MFCCs of that person, and then we use all such feature vectors to train a model. If you want to do a vocal tract length normalization, we do this vocal tract length normalization alpha. We find out the optimal value of the warping parameter alpha for the new speaker's data. So, this adaptation that we do is only during the decoding or testing or recognition phase. Can you do such adaptation even during training phase? Answer is yes. And if you do these normalizations such as VTLN or anything of that kind during the training phase, then such a process, it does even better. That is called speaker adaptive training. Even at the training phases, you do these kind of transformations. SAT, SAT, speaker adaptive training. That's the same thing is known as it is feasible to estimate MLLR parameters for all the speakers in the training data. Then you do the MLLR not just during the recognition phase but also during the training phase. So the training itself takes into consideration that different speakers can have different physiological features. There are two methods here, but there are the details. Okay. Now there is another possibility. Combination of the maximum likelihood linear regression and the maximum posterior adaptation. What is the difference between these two? In this particular case, for a given speaker, you shifted the mean and you also changed the orientation. Covariance matrix is changed. In case of the maximum a posteriori, you took a linear combination of speaker independent parameter speaker independent model and the parameters estimated from the adaptation data. Can you do both? Yes, it turns out that it does that. So in the MAP combination, earlier you used to do a linear combination of the adaptation data, current adaptation data, and the speaker independent model. Now we said that even the speaker independent model will use MLLR, speaker adaptive training. So the speaker independent model also has gone through the speaker dependent transformations. Therefore, the prior knowledge that we use is not speaker independent system alone, but speaker independent system which has gone through speaker dependent transformations. So prior model involves maximum likelihood linear regression transformation speaker dependent, and that is easy to do it here because during the training phase we not only know the label of the text spoken by the speaker but also speaker labels. That's easy to find out. Therefore we can collect all the data of a given speaker, we can do the MLLR and do it training. So it's easy to do it, and it turns out that would be better. And as you can see here, the yellow curve is a combination of maximum likelihood linear regression and maximum a posteriori. Do you see that for this amount of data, it falls down much more rapidly. This is therefore most of the time new speaker is either unwilling or unable to give that much data. So this method turns out to be a boon for systems. There are things like eigenvoices. I did give you an idea of the eigenvoice. They are primarily way of representing any voice in terms of basis vectors. We remember our xy coordinate system. Any point can be written as in terms of its x coordinate and in terms of its y coordinate, x1, y1. So we had a unit vector along the x-axis which you used to call as x cap, and unit vector means this is 1. Unit vector along the y-axis, we can represent any vector in the two-dimensional space as a linear combination of these two basis vectors. These are orthonormal vectors, that's a special case. So just like any point, any vector can be represented in terms of its basis vectors in the Euclidean surface. There are other, of course, r theta methods are also there, phases are also there. You can do the similar thing with respect to eigenvoices, you can do with respect to the eigenphases, anything of that kind. And details of that is here. I will just skip that particular aspect, and as you can see here, if you use one eigenvoice, the error comes down here. If you use more eigenvoices, error goes down below. And just with a few words, there is a 25% relative word error reduction using the eigenvoices. That's what it shows. So that's another way adaptation. There are other methods. This is all to do with not acoustic model, at the lexical level. If I know that the person is from Upper Assam, I will use the Assam dependent lexical model, pronunciation dictionary. We know that things vary. So we can change the language model also, but today we concentrate only on the acoustic model. And briefly in the next session we look at the various adaptation methods that is used by the Kaldi Toolkit, because we are interested in that, and relate whatever it does, try 1, try 2, try 3, to these methods. Quickly run through the neural network fundamentals for ASR. So to begin with, we will start with the neural networks themselves. There are certain references that I found useful, and your earlier teachers have already used them and taught them. There are NPTEL courses on those, and we have gone through the introduction to neural networks, the gradient descent algorithm for training a simple neuron, or this algorithm is useful for any kind of optimization. Machine learning is a popular machine learning algorithm, and the algorithm applied to a multi-layer neural network, the algorithm is called backpropagation algorithm. We will quickly run through each of this. This is a schematic of the human neuron inside the human brain. A neuron takes inputs from thousands of other neurons, does some computation inside the nucleus of the neuron, and then once in a while it decides to send some impulse out of the neuron, which gets connected to other neurons and so on. So the primary function of a human neuron looks like take input, do some computation, and give output once in a while. In an imitation of the human neuron, when we build a neuron, it is called an artificial neuron. It also tries to do similar job. So the mathematical approximation of the human neuron is that there are some inputs, let's say x1, x2, x3, let's say there are 3 inputs. You make a linear combination of these inputs, which means that you multiply x1 by a number, real number, which could be positive or negative, which you call it as a weight. And so in the past, if the neuron has seen that any input coming from this neuron, if it is positive, this output also should be positive. They work in synchrony. Therefore, the W1 corresponding to input from the another neuron x1 will be positive. On the other hand, it has also found that whenever the new input comes from second neuron, if the input is positive, the output of this is negative. Therefore, it assigns a weight which is negative. W2 could be negative, and so on. So for each of the inputs is multiplied by a weight and they are added. This can also be seen as summation of Wi xi, I summation over the I. In this square there are 3 inputs. This output can also be thought of as a Y. Input vector is 3-dimensional vector. There is a 3-dimensional weight vector. The dot product of the x vector and the weight vector it gives rise to a scalar, which is y, the output. That y, if the y is greater than some threshold, let's say theta, then the system will send an output. Otherwise, the output would be 0. Otherwise, it sends 0. So, this is how the neuron works. This idea is mathematically transformed into a simple neuron, and that such a neuron was first postulated in 1969. Before that also, even before the World War II, there were some thoughts on this mathematical neuron, but we will not go into it. So, this is called a perceptron. Whitetron, anything to do with the machine, electron, proton, neutron, tron, something that is computing. It is related to the perception of patterns by the humans. That's why it's called perceptron. And so the perceptron could make a binary decision. 1 or 0, true or false, yes or no, or class 1 or class 0. So in this particular case there are two features, x1 and x2. And in this two-dimensional feature space, two classes, the green class and the blue class, they seem to be separated by a straight line. This equation represents a straight line if the perceptron, which is also called a linear perceptron because it is a linear combination of the inputs, is able to do a classification, if you wish, depending upon this kind of boundary decision. It can also compute, without even this boundary decision, given an input x vector, it can compute the output y. So it can do a curve fitting, a regression, but it is a linear regression. So neuron can be used for feature mapping from the x vector to an output y, a straight line. Or in addition, if you also put this kind of decision function, the so-called activation function, it can do a binary classification. So this idea, whatever I wrote here as summation wixi, is shown here schematically in this graph. So in this particular graph, there are 4 features, x1, x2, x3, x4. Collectively, we call them as a feature vector x. Each of the feature is multiplied by the corresponding weight w. x1 is multiplied by w1 and added here to x2, w2. This is summation wxi, what I wrote here. That is computed and a decision function is made. Now this decision function is called activation function. So this f is so-called activation function. We talked of one type of function which is if this weighted sum is greater than a threshold, you send output y equal to 1, otherwise output y equal to 0, a binary decision. So this activation function is a kind of decision function. This is not the only activation function that we can think of. We will think of others too. But let us see what are these weights, what should be these weights so that I get the desired output y when a given input is given. So this is the purpose of a neuron. Neuron should do the appropriate decision. What is appropriate decision? You give several examples of the input vector x and also tell what should be the desired output. You know the desired output of the class label 0 or 1 because these are the training data. So you tell the desired output of the target output y and the weight should be adjusted, should be a such value that it makes the correct classification most of the time. So we take lots of training examples. Let's take a training example. Let's play x. And its desired output or the target output is t. The input is x of n, the training example. Its desired or target output of the nth training example is t of n, which is 0 or 1. And if this neuron is initialized with some random weights, its weighted sum is computed and the activation function is applied, which is a thresholding in one particular case, the output is produced. So corresponding to an input x of n, we have an output y of n, and the target output, the desired output is t of n. The difference between them is the error. In this particular simple case, error could be 0 or 1 or 1 or minus 1. In case of a regression function, it could be any continuous real value. So this is the error. error could be positive or negative, so we square the error. So the squared error, we sum it over all the training examples, and that is the cost function or the loss function. We want our error function. We want to minimize the total loss, total squared error. So this is a function of the weights which are here. Our goal is to adjust these weights so that this loss over all training exam, summation over all n is minimized. Let us take one particular weight. There are several weights here, 4 weights here. Let's take one particular weight. How do you minimize this? Gradient descent algorithm says that the weight should be adjusted such that the change in weight should be negative of the derivative of the loss function with respect to w. That is, the new weight should be old weight minus the into derivative of the loss function with respect to the weight. Now you can do a partial derivation of the error function with respect to given one particular weight. Now, and this, if you compute from here, and y of n is nothing but summation of wi, assuming that this function is a linear function, then the new weight at the time new weight at the iteration number n plus 1 will be old weight minus the error into the input. The error is d is the same as t, desired output or the target output, minus the actual or computed output of the neuron into the input x of n. So this is the weight updation rule. This weight updation rule can be applied to all the weights here. So this algorithm guarantees that the weights change in such a manner that the error, total squared error becomes least or minimized. So this is the gradient descent algorithm in a nutshell as applied to updation of the weights of the neuron. I did talk about this activation function. In this, the activation function would be just linear, which means f of x would be just x, which is regression, case of regression. Now, on the other hand, you can do a decision if the f of x, this y is greater than a threshold, then 1, otherwise 0. So the f of x could be, if y is greater than theta, then it is 1, otherwise 0. So this is a by thresholding function. This is a linear function, this is a thresholding function. Many times we need something different than that. What is that we need? We may do a classification just into 2 classes, but we do not just want the decision whether this is belongs to class 1 or class 2, but we may also need a confidence with which we classify the given input to class 1 or class 2. So when you talk about confidence level, the simplest one comes to my mind is probability. So we need what we want is the probability of the x vector belonging to class 1. This is what I want. So if the probability of x belongs to class 1 is, let's say, 0.7, what is the probability that it belongs to class 0? It will be 1 minus 0.7, 0.3. So if you can find out this, I know the probability for the other class also because I am doing a binary classification. So the probabilities are numbers between 0 and 1. On the other hand, the weighted sum can be a number which could be from minus infinity to plus infinity. So we need an activation function which will transform from with this y, which could be in the range minus infinity to plus infinity, to a range between 0 and 1. There are several such functions. One of them is called sigmoid function.
the logistic function is given. Here its expression is 1 over 1 plus e power minus x, and this ensures that whatever will be the input minus infinity to plus infinity x, the output will be between 0 and 1. This is useful when we use probabilistic models. There are other similar functions. One is called tan hyperbolic, whose output is between -1 and +1. And there are a few others. We will talk about it as we move on. And something that you see here is the name of the such activation functions are here. Their curve of the activation function is given. The equation of the activation function is given. You also see that the derivative of the activation function is also given. And we will see that the derivative of the activation function is necessary when you update the weights or during the training. That's why this thing is given. Okay, now we will move on to the little more mathematical details of training a neuron. First we will train a single neuron, then we move towards the multi-layer perceptron or multiple neurons in the layer and multiple layers of the neurons. We are going to use the logistic regression function as the activation. This function, which is given by f of x, is equal to 1 over 1 plus e power minus x. X could vary from minus infinity to plus infinity, output will always be between 0 and 1. Logistic regression. In this particular example, he has taken one neuron, he has considered one neuron, single neuron. There are three inputs, x1, x2, x3. There are corresponding weights, w1, w2, w3. The weights are associated with the arc between this node and the neuron. So the summation WAXI is here. There is also a bias which is quite often used in the thresholding, so the bias is kept here. So the bias, the input to this bias arc is always taken as +1, and the B is treated similar to the weight, that is B is also adjusted. So this is summation WAXI into B. Sometimes some of the textbooks consider this as W0, a weight, 0th weight itself, and this as X0. So this summation can be written as WIXI, I starting from 0 to 3. 0 belongs to this. Why do you do this? Because this can be treated as the dot product of input vector x and a weight vector w. That is the reason. So whether it is in MATLAB, it becomes much simpler. When you write a C or a Java program, it becomes easier to implement. But some people explicitly write a bias. We should get used to both of them. As you see, the vector W, which I wrote here, is a three-dimensional vector. Three-dimensional vector can also be written as a column vector, column matrix with the 3 rows, W1, W2, W3, W0 also if you wish, and 1 column. Okay, so it's a matrix of 3 rows and 1 column. All these 3 inputs feed to one neuron. So this collection of these inputs is called an input layer. Graphically they are denoted one below the other. Why they are called as one belong to one layer? Not because it is arranged graphically here, but because all of them feed into the same neuron. This is one neuron. There is a problem with, there is a limitation of the single neuron. Single neuron can place only one linear boundary, but if our classes are multiple mutually exclusive regions, such as in case of the XOR problem, then we need more than one neuron. What we will do is, the same set of inputs also feed into another neuron. This is, let's say, say neuron 1 and this is neuron 2. So these x1s, x2, x3 and that would feed into the another neuron 2. So since all these inputs feed into two neurons, these two neurons are said to belong to a single layer. This layer is called output layer. Why it is called output layer? This may tell the probability of the input data belonging to oval class. This may tell the probability that it belongs to constant class or some other class. Input data can be several classes, in which case there will be several neurons in the output layer. Each neuron tells the probability, posterior probability of the input data belonging to each of the classes. So we are now talking about a layer which is input layer and a layer of neurons which is output layer. Now we are talking of, in some sense, two layers, but the input layer does not do any calculation. It is only the output layer, the layer of neurons, which does all the calculations. This has limitation. The limitation is that this cannot handle a class which has two mutually exclusive areas. The standard example is XOR. Therefore, we go beyond this. We will have not just one layer of neurons, but multiple layers of neurons. We talked about training a linear perceptron where the activation function was a linear function. There is a single neuron. It is fed in with the 4 inputs. Each of the 4 inputs are multiplied by the corresponding weights, and a weighted sum is computed. And this weighted sum is the output of the neuron if this is an identity function. When a training data is fed in, we also know what should be the output of the neuron, the desired output or the target output. So the difference between the target output and the computed output is squared, and that becomes the total error. The error is to be minimized. This can be done by appropriately adjusting the weights, and the gradient descent algorithm gives us the rule for updation of weights. The new value of the weight is equal to the old value of the weight minus the learning rate into differentiation of the error with respect to W into the input. We saw the last time how to update these weights when there is a neuron in the output node. We also next time we saw that the same set of inputs can be fed into another neuron, and this could be first neuron, and this could be neuron number 2, and its output is also computed, and the error of the output of the second neuron, the deviation from the target value is computed, and the total error could be the sum of the squared errors of all the nodes in the output node. When there are two neurons in the output node, we call them as a layer of neuron. This is an output layer, therefore the output layer could have multiple neurons corresponding to the number of classes whose posterior probability that we need to compute. But we saw last time the limitation of such a single layer of neurons. The typical problem was XOR. Specifically, a single layer of neurons cannot classify classes where a class can have multiple mutually exclusive regions. In which case, we go to multiple layer of neurons. So here is the schematic of such a neuron. It is not a neuron, a neural network. Here are the inputs.
The input layer feeds into several neurons in a layer. So this particular layer has 3, 6, 9, 12 neurons. The output of these neurons can be computed as the weighted sum of the inputs passed through an activation function, which means that the output of this neuron 1 can be computed, output of this neuron number 12 also can be computed. Output of all these neurons can be computed. The outputs of these 12 neurons can be further fed into each of these neurons here, and the output of these neurons again can be computed. The output of these 5 neurons can be fed into the another 2 neurons in the output layer. So this is the output layer. We are doing 2-class classification, and here this is node number 1, node number 2 in the output layer. The target value is known, target value of the second node is known, and you find the difference between the target value and the computed value of the node 1. That becomes the error of the node 1. And similarly, you find the difference between the target value of the node 2 and output value of the node 2, and that becomes the error. You square the errors and sum all such errors. And that becomes the total squared error. Our goal is to minimize this total squared error, and this minimization can be done by adjusting these weights, and these weights. So we will be talking about updating weights, sets of weights, not just the weights going from the input layer directly to the output layer, but going through several layers. This is called an input layer. There are no neurons here, there is no computation, it's just a port where the information comes in. This is the output layer. It is called output layer because the desired output of each of these neurons is known for the training example. And there are 2 layers here. These layers are called hidden layers because the target output at each of the nodes is not specified by the training example. That information is hidden from us, so therefore these layers are called hidden layers. In this particular case, the information comes in here, in the case of the training data and our test data, and the computations are done here. Outputs of these neurons are fed to these neurons in the second hidden layer, and the output of the nodes in the second hidden layer are further fed to the output layer. So the information flows from left to right. Information flows in a forward direction. Therefore, this neural network is called feed forward neural network, FFNN. Later you will see that the information can flow out of a neuron to itself. Such a neuron is called recurrent neuron. And it can even happen that a neuron in the hidden layer, not only information can flow to itself, but also can flow to a neuron in the previous layer. Such a neural network where information can not only flow forward but also backward are called bidirectional neural networks. For the time being, we'll talk about feed-forward neural networks. I'm going to use these slides to illustrate the process of updating the weights of such a feed-forward neural network. The algorithm is called backpropagation algorithm, where the errors at of the output nodes are known, the errors of the hidden nodes are not known, because the target output of the hidden nodes are not known. So the error is propagated backwards to the nodes in the hidden layer, and that will enable us to find the errors here and therefore update the weights here. So such an algorithm which allows us to update the weights from hidden. I'm going to use these excellent slides created by Grant Harris. way back in 2012. He even has a video corresponding to this, and the corresponding slides are here. I was tempted to let you just look at these videos. You should look at these videos. But I am going through the corresponding slides with the hope that my accent may be better understood by Oriental students. So I am going to use these slides. We are talking of a neuron, not a linear neuron, but a with a non-linear activation function. Typically, we use a sigmoidal function, and specifically we will use a logistic function. The logistic function, here denoted as sigma of x, takes an input x and output 1 over 1 plus e power minus x. The input x can be from minus infinity to plus infinity, but the output remains in the range 0 to 1, which can be used as the posterior probability of the input belonging to that output node or output class. The advantage of this logistic function is that its derivative is easy to compute. Let us look at the derivative of this logistic function. So d by dx of sigma of x is d by dx of 1 over 1 plus e power minus x. So we are differentiating a ratio of, or the quotient of two functions. So we can use the following formula: d by dx of f of x divided by g of x is given by square in the denominator. The square of the denominator function is there, and that is followed by the g into f prime minus f into g prime. Prime means derivative. So this can be denoted as sigma prime. And if you use this formula, you can see that differentiate. Now this equal to, so let's look at that. The bracket is put here. For some reason, that page down, page up is probably not the, this will work. Okay? Yeah, so this can be written in something minus something divided by something is something by something minus this by this. So the expression turns out to be sigma of x turns out to be sigma of x into sigma of x square, which I can write further as sigma prime into sigma of 1 minus prime. So we have figured out the derivative of a sigma function, which turned out to be the sigma prime turned out to be sigma into 1 minus sigma. We will remember this, so I am just going to keep this here. Sigma prime is equal to sigma into 1 minus sigma. Now let us consider a single neuron. This neuron has a single input xi. Earlier we used to call it as x, which is multiplied by a weight w, and this passes through a sigmoidal function, and output of the neuron is computed. So the output of the neuron O is sigmoid of the product of the input and the corresponding weight. In addition, quite often we add a bias term theta, in which case the output is sigmoid of input xi w plus theta. If there are multiple inputs, not just x1, x, but x1, x2, x3, xi1, xi2, xi3, the corresponding output will be the sigmoid of the summation of the inputs with their corresponding weights plus a term theta. So there is a summation here, there is an activation function here, and output depends upon both these operations. Now we will consider a specific layer neurons. There are, in this particular case, there are 3 neurons. So we call them a layer because each of these neurons receive input from the same sets of the inputs. So we are going to consider a simple case where there are 2 inputs, x1 and x2, and there are 3 neurons in the so-called hidden layer, 1, 2 and 3, and 1 neuron in the output layer. So there are 2 layers of neurons. This is the neuron in the output layer. There are neurons in the hidden layer. In principle, there could have been neurons, there could be multiple neurons in the output layer also. But for the sake of simplicity, we will assume 1 output neuron and we illustrate the back propagation algorithm. So, now there are layers of neurons. So, it is good to distinguish these layers and give, so that when we talk of the weights, we know from which layer to which layer these weights are associated with. Specifically, there are 3 layers: input layer, which doesn't do any computation; hidden layer, which has 3 neurons; and output layer, there is 1 neuron. Now, I will denote the nodes in the input layer by the symbol I. I will vary from 1, 2, 3 and so on up to capital I. In this particular case, capital I is equal to 2, therefore the I varies only 1, 2. The nodes of the middle layer, I will denote it by the index j. J is equal to 1, 2, all the way up to capital J. In this particular case is 3, 1, 2, 3 nodes. And the neurons in the output layer, I will denote it by the index by the symbol K, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to capital K. In this particular case, capital K is just 1, but that is okay. So we will use this new simple-minded neural network for the sake of illustration of the error back propagation algorithm. Since we need this picture, I will copy this picture here. So there are 2 nodes in the input layer, and there are 3 nodes in the middle layer, all the green ones, and there is only 1 output in the output layer. And the weights going from the input layer to the middle layer, these are denoted by Wij. I varies from 1 to 2, J varies from 1 to 3. Similarly, this guy also has inputs like this. So, specifically, this particular input is from the node number 2, there are 2 node number 3 in the hidden layer. Therefore, this weight associated with this R is W23. In general, Wij. On the other hand, if you look at the weights going from the nodes in the hidden layer to the output layer, there are 3 such R's, and this is 1, 2, 3, and there is only 1 output node. Therefore, this weight is W3 to 1. This is W2 to 1, this is W1 to 1 of this layer. So, in general, to distinguish between these 2 sets of weights, I will denote this weight as Wjk. Please note that for example, W11 and this W11 belong to different layers. Therefore, quite often we denote not only the weights by their indices, but also the layer to which it goes. This is layer number 1, layer number 2, layer number 3. Therefore, this is the weight which goes from layer number 2 to layer number 3. Therefore, this can be written as weight that goes to layer number 3. In general, we will talk about there are 3 layers here. We denote the layers by L. This is layer number 1, this is layer number 2, this is layer number 3. We will use this notation so that the weights are also associated with the layers. But if you look at this particular case, just by looking at the indices, we know that it is going from layer number 1 because it's Wij. I is the index of the nodes in the layer number 1, and it is going to J. The J is the index of layer number 2. Therefore, Wij is a weight going from ith node of the first layer, layer number 1, to jth node of the second layer, layer number 2, because the index is J. Similarly, Wjk is a weight associated with an R from the jth node in the middle layer and to the kth node in the output layer. So I keep this diagram there. Now, the inputs to the a node, we denote it by the letter X. X to the node J in the layer L. Just like I put an L here for the layer, we will also denote it because there could be several, there could be X1, node number 1 in layer number 1, layer number 2, layer number 3 and so on. So while we define, we not only define that the input to the jth node in the layer L. Similarly, weight W goes from ith node in the L-1th layer to jth node in the nth layer. So in this particular W31 is going from layer number 2 to layer number 3. That's why it is L. Sigma of x is the transfer function that we have already seen. We are going to use the simple logistic function whose derivative we already computed and stored here. Theta of the jth node in the nth layer. Let O denote the output of the node J in the nth layer. Now, this is true for all the neurons, where this is specific to nodes of only the output layer. Why? Because the target value is known only for the neurons of the output layer. Because the training data tells the class label of the input data. An input data X is given, its desired output at all the output nodes is known. Suppose there are 40 phonemes in Assamese language, there could be up to 40 nodes in the output layer. And if the input data belongs to the phoneme R, then only the output of the node corresponding phoneme R should be 1 and all other outputs should be 0. So, target value or the desired value of the outputs of the nodes in the output layer are known in the case of the training data. Therefore, target values are known only for the nodes of the output layer. Now, let us do the error calculation. Given a training data, we feed in the data here, compute the outputs of the nodes in the hidden layer, and they are in turn fed into the output layer, and the outputs of the nodes in the output layer are computed. There could be several output nodes. Let us consider one such node, K, the output of the kth node in the output layer, minus the target output of in that layer. So we had written the case of the 0, 1, 0, 0. These were the target outputs of the few nodes of the 40 phoneme recognition of Assamese language. So the output here could have been 0.3, output could be 5.55. The difference between the output of the node 1 and the desired output is the error. You square the error plus the output of the second node minus the desired output of the second node square. So you find the sum of the squared errors over all the nodes in the output layer. You also put a half for the sake of simplicity of the equation. Our goal is to minimize this total squared error. The error can be minimized by adjusting the weights of all the r's, weights of multiple sets of weights. The goal is to minimize this total error, and that can be done by adjusting the weights, sets of weights, and the gradient descent algorithm demands us to compute the derivative of the total error with respect to these weights. The weights are of two types: Wij, that is the weights that is leading to the hidden nodes, and Wjk, the weights that leading to the nodes in the output layer. So first let us consider Wjk. A specific example is W31. Let's just say W31, this particular weight. This actually should be K prime, because this is a dummy variable, whereas this K is a specific value 1. In contrast, K prime varies from 1 to capital K. Now if you differentiate Wjk with respect to this, this is a composite function of Wk. Ok prime depends upon Wjk. So let's take the derivative. So this will be 2 into half into derivative of this function, which will be Ok minus Pk into derivative of the Ok with respect to the summation. Here had multiple terms of this type, but OK depends on sigmoid of the summation of the Wjk into Oj. When you differentiate with respect to one particular W31, only one term in this summation contains W31. Therefore, all other terms derivative will become 0. So only one Oj remains. So the derivative is the error into different partial derivative of the output of the kth node with respect to Jk. So it is going to the kth node, it's the derivative with respect to the kth node. Now this OK is a function of the Wjk, sigmoidal of the summation. We already know when you want to find the derivative of this OK, it's a composite function. This itself delta of OK with respect to delta of Wjk will be sigma into 1 minus sigma into delta of this expression, that is xk with respect to delta Wjk. This is xk, the input to the node k. So that's what is written here. The error into the sigma into 1 minus sigma into delta by delta Wjk of the input xk. Xk in turn has this expression. So when you differentiate this sum with respect to one particular jk, only the Oj term remains. Therefore, this becomes just Oj. Because this term is differentiation of this with respect to one particular Wjk. So the only corresponding Oj remains. So in this particular case, if you differentiate with respect to W31, only the term which contains W31, take the output of the O3 and sends it here. Therefore, if you differentiate, all other terms do not contain W31. So if you differentiate with respect to W31, only O3 remains. If you differentiate with respect to Jk, Wjk, only Oj remains, input the Jk part. Okay, that's the expression. Now this is a long expression, And to simplify the notation, we define an intermediate term which we call as a delta of k. The partial derivative with total error with respect to wjk involves a term oj and some other terms involving k. So any term that does not involve j, this j, oj, we define it as delta of k. Therefore, delta E by delta wjk becomes delta of k and oj. So this is a term that we define, it simplifies the expressions later. So we can do this, find the derivative of the total error with respect to all the weights leading to the output, W31, W21, W11 of 3, layer 3. Now let us consider the weights, the green arcs, that is the weights lead up to the hidden node. So these weights, by convention, we are using the symbol Wij, ith node to jth hidden node. The total error expression remains same, and this we have gone through. Differentiation of the half of the square will give rise to the error term, and differentiation of the output of the kth node with respect to Wij, let's say W3. This summation still remains because this also is dependent upon k. The output of the k is sigma of the input of the k. Now if you differentiate this OK, which is sigma of xk, when you differentiate you get this and 1 minus sigma of this into the differentiation of the input with respect to Wij. And this expression is nothing but the output of the kth node. This is output of the kth node, and that expression remains here. So this last term can be replaced by this sigma of xk. Now this sigma of xk can be written as OK into 1 minus OK into delta xk by delta Wij. Now delta xk depends on Wij through outputs of the jth node. Therefore this expression can be written using the chain rule as delta xk by delta oj into delta oj by delta Wij. Xk is the summation of Wj into Oj. The summation is over J. Partial differentiation of Xk with respect to Oj, only one particular term becomes important, and that term which contains the Oj with and the corresponding component or the coefficient is Wjk. So this term turns out to be just simple Wjk. Now let us look at it delta of Oj and delta Ij. Output of the node 3 here depends upon the 2 to 3. Right? Now we are differentiating output of this node with respect to one particular way. Now the output of Oj depends on is the sigma of the xj, and xj in turn is summation over I of Wij and Oi. Summation over I. See that there is summation over k here, and this particular term does not depend upon k. Therefore, this term can be pulled out of the summation. And we are looking at the delta Oj by delta Wj, and Oj is a sigmoidal function of xj. When you where xj is like this, when you differentiate this with respect to Wij, you have a sigma into 1 minus sigma into differentiation of xj with respect to w. Sigma of xj is Oj, 1 minus Oj into differentiation of the xj with respect to Wj. And xj has this particular expression.
Therefore, when you differentiate xj with respect to wij, you with respect to wij only oi remains, which means that this term gets replaced by oi. Let's write that. That's what it is. So delta the total error, partial derivative of total error with respect to a weight leading to the hidden node can be written like this. Now you may notice that we had an expression, specific expression for this particular term. This was called delta of k. That's we used, right? So let us use that expression and write here, replace this term by delta of k. We can continue this notational simplification further. Delta E by delta ij is a product of terms which involves one oi and the rest of the term. Therefore, this itself can be denoted as delta of j. And so we can write this as the derivative as oi delta j. Derivative of total error with respect to delta wij is oi, the first index, and delta of the second index. So we now know how to compute the derivatives of the total error with respect to the weights that lead up to the hidden node also. Once we know the derivative, we know how to update the weights according to the gradient descent algorithm. So this is a summary. When weights lead up to the output node, the derivative is given by this expression oj delta k, where delta k is this. We already know the target values. We have already computed the output at all the output nodes in the output layer. Therefore, we can compute this. We know oj, we know delta j. Therefore, we can compute this. Now we come to the weights that lead up to the nodes in the hidden layer. The expression is similar with the minor differences, that the delta that is computed of the nodes in the kth node take part in computation of the delta of the jth node. Let me repeat. The computation of the deltas in this node depends upon the deltas in the next layer. So this kind of computation of the derivative can be done even if there are multiple hidden layers. The number of hidden layers does not matter because the deltas can always be computed. So the derivative is oi into the delta of that particular node, and delta of that particular layer depends upon the deltas of the future layer which you have already computed. So the error in some sense is error at this node is computed in terms of the error at this node, and so on. So the error is propagating sort of backwards, starting from the output layer to the last hidden layer, then the previous hidden layer, and so on. Therefore, this algorithm that updates the weights is called error backpropagation algorithm. The summary of the algorithm is listed here. So we have defined the architecture of the neural network. It has some input nodes in the input layer, depends upon the dimensional of the feature vector. Then we define several hidden layers. Each hidden layer has a pre-specified number of nodes, and the nodes in the output layer depends upon the number of classes that you want to have. We take the training data, take one training data, feed it in here, compute all the outputs, compute the output at the nodes of the output layer. So compute OK for all the k running from 1 to capital K. And based on that, for each of these output nodes, so these are the OKs that we have computed. And since it is a training data, we already know the target values that is expected. In this particular case, the first test data should belong to class 1, and the posterior probability of the other classes should be 0. So we know the TK values, we know the OK values for all the nodes in the output layer. So we can compute this
and we can compute delta k for all nodes. And depending upon the delta k's, we can also compute delta g's. The initial values of the base can be updated by this particular formula. Similarly, theta even the bias can be updated. So this formula applies irrespective of the number of hidden nodes. So the current neural network, for example, can be seen as an unrolled version of the same net for the time, even in that particular case similar. Here we talked about a multi-layer neural network, not a linear perceptron. It also has a nonlinear activation function. Now we will see how such a neural network, which may have many number of hidden layers, so-called deep neural network, is popularly used for automatic speech recognition. How neural network is used to model the acoustic properties of speech sound. The traditional GMM HMM used a hidden Markov model. It's a sequence of states. Let us consider one context-dependent phone, a triphone. A word spoken Samsung. The pronunciation of Samsung is it's a sequence of 6 sounds S, A, M, S, O, N. This corresponding spectrogram is here. From this spectrogram, short duration, something like 21 millisecond, we compute a set of features which could be 13-dimensional MFCC with their slopes and curvatures. 39-dimensional feature vector. A feature vector, features or a feature vector is computed every 10 milliseconds and matched with each of the such context-dependent phones. Consider one such context-dependent phone is a hidden Markov model which has multiple states. Each is associated with a probability density function which models the likelihood that the given feature vector is generated by this state. It's a likelihood that the state generated this feature vector. So in this particular case, we are talking of shared context-dependent phones or the xenons, and let's say there are 10,000 xenons, shared states, and each xenon is given a number in serial order. In this particular case, the S in the left context of silence and the right context of A is given a number 942. So the first few feature vectors corresponds to the xenon number 942, and after that, after a couple of few feature vectors, the oval A started and the corresponding xenon is number 6. So it's a sequence of states is associated with the Gaussian mixture model. The acoustic model is not a normal distribution, it doesn't have a single bell curve, but it has multiple modes, multiple peaks. So this is a Gaussian mixture model, GMM. Each state is associated with the Gaussian mixture model. What are the Gaussian mixture models? It models the likelihood, this conditional property, that the state HMM generated the input feature X. X given the state is already known. What is the likelihood that this particular state generates this MFCC or this format ratings? The likelihood. What we are interested in speech recognition is X is given or a sequence of X is given. We want to know the corresponding state sequence or the phone sequence, the posterior probability. When we use HMM DNA with HMM, the GMM here is replaced by DNN. That's the first point. Second, DNN does not provide the likelihood. Instead, it directly provides the posterior probability of the state given the input. A deep neural network approximates the posterior probability. So what is the posterior probability? X feature vector is given, what is the probability of the different states of the different forms. Whereas in HMM, what is used is a likelihood, that is the probability of the conditional probability of X given S, whereas what neural networks give is the posterior probability of the state given the input vector X. But we can still continue to use the HMM because of its ability to model a sequential pattern. But the HMM expects this likelihood. DNN approximates this. So you can compute this likelihood using the base rule conditional property. So the probability of the posterior probability of the state given the input X into the probability of the X itself, probability of the feature vector itself, divided by the a priori probability of the state or the force. That's given here. Whatever the output of DNN, multiply by a constant, because probability of X is a constant as far as maximization of this posterior probability divided by the state parameter. So what has changed here is from the feature to the X of S is computed by a deep neural network. There are in this particular case there are two hidden layers. There could be many hidden layers. The change from GMM HMM to DNN HMM is primarily replacement of GMM by DNN and also apply this base rules condition property. This has become very popular in the last 5-7 years, but the concept itself of using neural networks along with HMM is not new. It was proposed as early as 1994, something like 25 years ago, quarter century ago, by these people. The multi-layer perceptron they used at that time, it computes the posterior probability of the forms given X. So what is this? This is posterior probability of the phone or the state given the input vector X. And during the training, this is estimated using the trained data. We know how to train a neural network, we just learned now. The error back propagation algorithm will update the weights of the neuron so as to maximize the correct phone length, this posterior probability. Due to the recognition, the multi-layer perceptron estimates this probability. From that, we compute the probability of X given S using the base rule that we saw in the previous slide and feed it to the HMM, use the recursive algorithm alignment, and we get the word sequence, word hypothesis. What has changed from there to here? Earlier, we used to use one or two hidden layers, and there was even a theory which said that, theoretical paper which said that if there are two hidden layers, that is sufficient to map any complex mapping. That sort of kind of acted as a barrier to applying multiple hidden layers. But more than that, people didn't just believe that. They tried with increasing the number of hidden layers, but by increasing the number of hidden layers, they did not find a significant improvement in the accuracy of the multi-layer perceptron. That later turned out that lack of improvement was due to the limitation of the training data. We will come to that. But the idea hasn't changed. What has changed in the modern deep neural networks, where there are multiple hidden layers, is context-dependent HMM states were used, whereas in that 1994 they talked of context-independent forms. Now we use context-dependent HMM states. Deeper nets, many hidden layers instead of the single hidden layer as was used in the 1994. And in this particular case, they used multi-layer perceptron
one is linear activation function, whereas one uses non-linear to hit the hidden function. Since number of hidden layers are large, there are large number of weights or the parameters to model the mapping from the input to the output class labels. Large number of parameters, large more flexibility, but it also requires large number of training data to estimate this large number of parameters. Training data became available in the past decade, and that is one of the prime reasons for the success of the DNN based ASR. People talk of several layers, 3 to 7 hidden layers. Computers, they became fast. The computations could be done using GPU clusters or in the cloud. And there are many architectural choices. Instead of sigmoid, people use tan hyperbolic or ReLU function. And people tried using what is known as pre-training. Initially it gave better result, but with a large number of data, pre-training, the so-called pre-training also did not matter. So these days one doesn't talk of this, but pre-training using bottleneck features was tried before large amount of data was available. One of the things that people tried was working with the different activation functions. We had used activation function which gives output between 0 and 1. Instead one can use a tan hyperbolic function which takes the input on the x-axis from minus infinity to plus infinity, but the output will be limited to between minus 1 and plus 1. This is the tan hyperbolic function. But tan hyperbolic function limits output here minus 1 to plus 1, but people have tried with the other functions. One of them is called rectified linear unit. Many times it is just called as ReLU units, rectified linear units. It's linear. When the input is positive, the output is positive. It's just a straight line with 45 degrees. Okay? F of x equal to x. But when the input is negative, output is 0. So the ReLU function is this. Up to 0 it is like this. Then onwards it is straight line with 45 degrees. F of x equal to x. The input is negative, do nothing. If the output is positive, just pass it on. There have been variations of this. This instead of when the input is negative, instead of become 0, they make it somewhat some minor input they give. So various changes to these activation functions are installed. ReLU has been one of the popular activation functions in the current DNN. We use. The formula for the ReLU is here. There were, I said, in the initial stages of the DNNs from 5 years ago, people tried increasing the number of layers and various improvements were tried. One of them was so-called pre-training using bottleneck features. The other is generalization of the neural network. It's good for us to know what this generalization means. When you train a neural network or any pattern recognizer, you give it using supervised training mode, learning mode. You give it several examples of the various classes and along with the class labels. So you apply the learning algorithm so that its parameters, in case of GMM it could be mean and covariance matrix, mean vector and covariance matrix. In case of DNN it will be weights of the arcs. These could be changed so as to minimize the error. To minimize the error that it makes when it recognizes the training data. So, because that is the scene data, it minimizes the error of the training data. But what happens when a new data comes in, whose characteristic may be slightly different from the data that it has already seen?
the so-called test data or unseen data. The performance of the system in general is less on unseen data than the seen data of the training data. So quite often, for this reason, one uses the so-called development data to tune the parameter of the model and then report the results on the test data. We divide the data into three parts: training data, development data, and test data. The other method of evaluation is k-fold evaluation. Divide the entire database into k equal parts, nearly representative parts. Use k-1 parts for the training and use the remaining one part as the testing, find out the result, and use a different combination of k-1 parts and so on. Do this k times and report the average on the k such recognition experiments. The generalization is a method of adjusting the parameters or tuning the parameters so that the system's performance on unseen data will come closer to that of the seen data. That's the generalization. One of the methods people had tried out is so-called dropout. Again, it is still sometimes used here. That's why I'm talking about it. Yeah. This is the neural network. A standard neural network. Input layer, first hidden layer, second hidden layer, and output layer. All the weights are active. What you can do is, when you train the system, you can randomly pick up, let's say, 10% of the neurons and say that these neurons do not participate in this particular iteration of the training. Training is done iteratively. Which means that this doesn't participate means it doesn't take input, it doesn't take output. All these weights are set to 0 artificially. Which neurons to pick up? Not arbitrarily or something, randomly you pick up. What is the advantage of this? The neural network will learn to produce the correct output even when some of the neurons are inactive. It is like simulating error in an electronic circuit. By doing this, and in next iteration, this may be active, this may be inactive. Which means that the system adjusts its parameters such that even if a small number of neurons are inactive or get incorrect, do not behave properly, it will still give the better result on the unseen data. That is called a generalization scheme. So this is called a dropout, means make certain number of neurons inactive, randomly picked neurons. But finally, what it turns out that none of these things matter as much if you have large amount of data. People tried with the different, these are the standard databases, Switchboard and Fisher, English databases. People tried with Switchboard database, which is over the telephone channel, talking over the telephone channel, so it's called Switchboard. In good old days, the telephone channels used to be switched by operators manually. So they trained using 300 hours of data. There were nearly 5,000 speakers. ASR system based on this amount of data alone did some recognition accuracy. In addition to this, they started with a much larger database. What do you mean by larger? Instead of 300 hours, it's 2,000 hours, order of magnitude higher. Number of speakers are also much higher. You start with a large amount of data and train the system, and at the end you adapt it to this particular database. In that case, the system gave better performance when it started with a neural network that was trained on a larger database. So this scheme has become popular these days, especially for low resource languages. You train a system using large amount of data for a high resource language, high resource preferably related language. For example, if you want to train a system for Assamese, start with Hindi database because there will be a lot of data, and then adapt it to this new language, Assamese. The performance of the system will be better better than using just the few small amount of data of the new language. Building a strong deep neural network based acoustic model. The neural network is large, it will have 3 or more layers. We typically use 5 layers. It requires large amount of training data. What has become less important as we see along is regularization, specific optimization algorithm, and even the initialization, the pre-training that we need to do, and that doesn't matter. But if you training it with a large amount of data of a related language, that does happen. The few other slides. This is a tutorial overview of usage of the deep neural networks for acoustic modeling in ASR. This is a magazine, therefore it's easier to read. This is a good review paper, not very far. Right? The one of the prime movers of the deep neural network for speech recognition gave a tutorial in ASR, and a slide from that shows how deep neural network and HMM are combined to model the acoustic properties of the species. And we already saw this kind of diagram. Things that have changed is large number of hidden layers. Each hidden layer, neurons, there are large nonlinear transformations. Also, earlier we used to take speech frame which is typically 25 milliseconds long. Now we do take that, but we take a much larger acoustic window, time durations of 0.1 second, 0.2 second, so that it takes into account medium term variation. So GMM was used to model a state of the HMM, now DNN models it. And this replacing the GMM by DNN in HMM did improve the performance. It decreased the error rate by using the DNN. Specifically, if you see the effect of the training data, the switchboard data, if you use 309 hours, the errors are 23.6% using GMM. Using DNN, it reduces drastically. Now, instead of 309 hours, use 2000 hours, an order of magnitude, then the error reduces further. So you see that the large amount of speech data is necessary to train large number of parameters, 7 layers, and there are 2000 neurons in each layer. So many, lots of millions of parameters, we need large amount of data. So it appears as if, at least right now at least, that it is the data, large amount of training data that seem to guide the performance of the ASR system. Block diagram of a general pattern recognition system trained using supervised pattern recognition. Specifically in case of speech recognition, we train models at the 2 levels. One is at the acoustic level, another is the symbolic level. The input to the acoustic model is the features computed from the acoustic signal, speech signal, and the output of the acoustic model are the symbols, the phone sequences. Every frame of speech, a speech vector, it tells the probabilities or the likelihoods of the various phones, context independent phones, context dependent phones, and so on. They are symbols. Here there are vectors. So output of the acoustic model is the symbol sequence. One symbol corresponds to every frame of speech. If the speech is 1 second long, it has about 98 frames, about 100 frames, and there will be corresponding 98 symbols with their probabilities. So this symbol sequence is processed by a language model to output a sentence which is a sequence of words. So the language model is language dependent, acoustic model is largely language independent. So the language model takes the sequence of symbols, sequence of phones, for example, context dependent phones, and generates the words. So the language model is primarily a sequence pattern recognition model. Even acoustic model could be a sequence pattern recognition model it actually is. It does take into account context over large window. HMM was popular in the past because HMM could model a sequence of in features well. Now, a deep neural network seems to do the job better because HMM has several assumptions and many of these assumptions are not reasonable. One assumption is observations of feature vectors are independent. That is, the first feature vector is not dependent on the second feature vector. Or the next state depends only on the current state, the first order Markovian assumption. And so the deep neural networks seem to have much weaker assumptions, therefore it does seem to do a better model. But how does a deep neural network or a regular neural network manages or models a sequence of symbols? That's what we are going to talk today. And that is done by what is known as a recurrent neural network. A neural network where there is a recurrence occurring again and again. Recurrence is there. This is the block diagram of a recurrent neuron. We are talking of the recurrent neuron. So there is a neuron. Think of the neuron. Neuron takes the input vector at time instant t. It's an x vector multiplied by a w matrix. It gets the it passes through the activation function, and output of this neuron is fed to. This is the output of this neuron at time instant t. Input is x. Input at time t is xt. Output of the neuron is h of t. This is how feed forward neural network were there. So this could be given to another neuron, another neuron, another neuron. This is a layer of neurons, hidden layer, and these feed it to the output neuron or the second hidden layer, and so on. That's how it used to happen. The output of this neuron always was fed to the neurons in the next layer. So the information always flew from this low side to the upper side, next 10 layers, and so on. This is called a feed forward neural network. In contrast, recurrent neural networks have a loop built into the structure. That the output of the neuron is fed to itself and used at the next time instant. In other words, at time instant t, when an input comes, the output of the neuron not only depends upon the input at time instant t, but also the state of the neuron at previous time instant. So what was the output at the previous time instant of the same neuron is also used in addition to this. So both the inputs are taken and the output is taken. So there is a looping of information. What does this recurrent neural network actually sort of doing? What we do is, instead of this loop, we unroll it. What we do? Take the time instant t, is t equal to 0, 0 time instant. The input came x0. The neuron does this computation including the activation function, send the output to the next neuron. We call it as h0. And the activity of the neuron is doing the self, means it is stored here. Next time at time instant 1, the test input is vector is x1. The neuron not only uses the x1 but also the state of the memory, let me call it as c0, whatever is at the time instant, to generate the output h1. Therefore, h1 depends not only on x1 but also on c at 1 minus 0 previous time instant. Similarly, the output at time instant h2, that is h2, not only depends upon x2 but also on the cell state at previous time, 2 minus 1, that is c1. And c1 depends upon x1 and c0. Therefore, the output at time instant 2 not only depends upon x2 but also on the state of the neuron at time instant 1 and time instant 0. In other words, at any point in time, the output st not only depends upon the input at time t, but also on the state of the cell at all previous time instances, infinite history. Contrast this with the first order Markovian assumption, which assumes that there is only one state. It has one state, it's all that matters. So, the recurrent neural network is able to remember effect of past inputs via the state of the cell C. So it is able to model long history. They offer a lot of flexibility. So regular neural network, one input comes, a neuron computes, output goes. So the output depends only on the current input. Here, so one input, one output. Whereas there could be classification. A feature vector comes in case of recurrent neural network, the output of the neuron is fed to itself, the neuron fed to itself, that itself can generate another output. Which means that there could be one input and there could be multiple outputs. What is an example of one input and multiple output? An image is given and you have to describe the image automatically. Neural network which does the image caption. Input is one image, output is sequence of words. One input, several outputs. A recurrent neural network does this job. Next, there could be multiple inputs and one output. A speech is given, somebody has spoken, is he speaking with anger, happiness, joy or sad? Sentiment is one output. Is he happy or not? That's it. Is the customer satisfied or not? This is all that we are interested in. He has talked a lot of things. So many to one, sentiment analysis. This could be spoken language or in the chatting. This could be text. So many to one. You can also have many to many. He said, Mera Bharat Mahan, and the corresponding transcription comes in Assamese or English or Portuguese or whatever language. There could be 3 words here, there could be 7 words here. It doesn't matter, many to many matter. It can even do many to many in different ways, video classification at every frame level and so on. So the recurrent neural networks offer a lot of flexibility in recognizing patterns. Specifically, we are interested in ASR, but let us start to look at recurrent neural networks, how they are sort of trained. A recurrent neural network takes input vectors, computes something, outputs something, but the cell state it remembers. Therefore, this is a loop. Generally, we want to predict a vector at some time steps. In our case, it is phone labels, word labels, and yeah, so the output is y. So, the output of the neuron, it is y here, because of the loop, not only depends upon the input at time instant t, output at time instant t not only depends upon the input at time instant t, but it also depends upon the state of this neuron at previous time instant. The state of the neuron, we call it as h of t, h at time instant t minus 1, previous state. H at t minus 1 depends on x of t minus 1 and h of t minus 2 and so on. So this state of the neuron has implicitly captured a history of the state of that neuron. So, new state is function of input and the old state. The function is governed by, in our case, neural networks, the weights of the neural network and the activation functions. So, we can produce a sequence of feature vector x, x1, x2, x3, xe by applying a recurrence formula at every step. Right? Notice that this function is neuron dependent. It doesn't depend upon the time. This function is time independent. Therefore, the weights associated with this neuron are time independent. Let us consider a simple recurrent neural network, because there are other variations of that. Simple one is called vanilla neural network. The state of the neuron consists of a single hidden vector H. It's called hidden vector because it is not directly observable to us. Therefore, that information is called hidden information. It is a vector where lots of information could be stored. For example, in case of a text translation, textual translation from one language to another language, you can check, you can figure out whether it is what is the part of the speech. Is it the second word in the sentence or third word in the sentence? Position of the word in the sentence. How many syllables are there in this word? Is this the second syllable, first syllable, or the last syllable? This kind of information are useful when you do the transformation. Okay. Therefore, this hidden state, the information that it stores, are multiple types. Xt is also multiple input, it's a vector, even the hidden state is also a vector. The hidden state at time instant t not only depends upon the input at time instant t, that is xt, but also on the hidden state at previous time instant t minus 1. And it goes through a transformation. The typical transformation that we already seen is the transformation is input into the weight and some activation function. In this particular case, there are two inputs here. So the input at time instant t, xt, gets multiplied by a matrix of vectors. We call these weights as coming from the x and going to the h. Therefore, it is wx at this matrix. Similarly, there is another matrix which multiplies this hidden state vector t minus 1 and we call it as hh, from h to h. That's another weights here. This weighted sum is transformed through activation function tan hyperbolic, generates the state of the cell at time instant t. Remember, this is the state of the cell, not the output. The output goes through one more transformation and this weight, so this is multiplied by a matrix of weights and this is called h, hidden state, to the y, therefore hy. So the y output at time instant t is produced. So you see that there are several transformations that take place here. There is one transformation here, one transformation here. This is a linear, this is a non-linear transformation. There is one more linear transformation here and output y at time instant t depends upon all these factors. So we keep getting used to this concept of a big matrix multiplying a vector and then going through a activation function. This becomes very recurrently occurring theme that we will see. Let us see the application of such a new recurrent neural network in the case of a character level language model. What does the character level language model do? It is trained with the large number of, let's say, English text, Roman's characters A to Z, but English language. If it is trained, next time some input comes, it will be able to predict what would be the next word, next letter and so on. This is character level language model, therefore it predicts the next character given the previous few characters. We take the simple vocabulary, H, E, L, O. There are only 4 characters in the language and example training sequence is hello. Fine. So let's feed it. There are only 4 inputs that are possible. It's a discrete feature vector. Since there are only 4 inputs, we can encode it using the one-hot vector. So the character is one of the 4. Since it is the first character, this input is first position is 1, all others are 0. Only one of these values will go 1 and all others will be 0. That's why it's called one-hot vector. If the input is H, it is the first one, therefore 1, 0, 0, 0. If the input is E, it is the second, therefore second one is on, others are off.
and whenever L is there, it will be indicated by this 4-bit sequence of 4 bits, where the third bit is active. When it is O, the fourth bit should be active when it is O. But is it L again, therefore this will be failed. So the input is a sequence of 4 bits. It's a one-hot vector. Let's see what happens. Input is given H. Let's say the hidden vector generates some hidden state which is a 3-dimensional quantity, and during the training we train using this initially it will have arbitrary weights, and it gets, as training progresses, the weights get changed. So you see that there is a weight matrix associated with the state of the cell at the previous time instant to the state of the neuron at the hidden state at the next time instant. Whereas the weight matrix WXH is associated with the information flowing from the X input feature vector to compute the hidden state of the neuron. So you see the two weight matrices here, and they appear here in computing the hidden state at time instant t. We know after H it should generate E. After E it should generate L. After L it should generate L, the next character. This is the desired output or the target output. And output layer has produced these numbers. What we need is the output layer should produce this number because E correspondingly, which means that second one should be maximum 1, all others should be 0. That is the desired. Computed output is here, so we know the error, so we can train the neural network. So you see here, initially E was supposed to be the second one, this is higher, alright, this third one should be higher. There is a problem here, it's not trained correctly, so with time it will these outputs because the weights get trained. Okay. So we are training the system. Once we give large amount of data, like this, a large text, English text, the phoneme, letter bigram, letter trigram, letter n-grams get encoded here. I am not saying letter bigram or trigram because the memory of the neuron can store infinite memory in principle. Therefore, in principle it can store n-gram information. Although that the history becomes a bit weak. So let's say you train a neural network to predict the next character. If you give this as input, after training with some amount of data, you get this output. You see that they are all nonsense. You also see that there are spaces in between, there are some commas coming in. So it knows that these characters do occur, but it is not producing output. You train it with a little more data, once in a while you will see something like vowels and consonants are coming in alternate order. I is a word on itself. There is a regular word called on and so on. You start training with more data, it starts printing more and more regular English words. With a lot more data, it produces what looks like grammatically correct sentences sometimes, but maybe semantically it is meaningless. But it is possible to predict the next letter. So you see here that the recurrent neural network is able to train a language model. So we can use the recurrent neural network to train language model for automatic speech recognition also. You can, in fact, even the acoustic vector sequence is not independent vectors. They are all related because it is generated by a physical system. The feature vectors of the adjacent frames are correlated, and a recurrent neural network is able to handle this much better. Therefore, they are used in automatic speech recognition. Here is another example where some code, Linux C code was used to train, and it generated some C code. It looks like a C code, but because it looks for static void, some function name, some struct, some pointers, curly brackets, and something like this and so on. But if you look at it carefully, it is not correct. But it
produces something that resembles a valid C program. So neural networks can model a language model, a sequential model, but this has some problems. This is a code of such a Python code of neural network RNN. The gradient descent algorithm involves weight updation. Weight updation involves minus eta into df by dw. If this gradient, the derivative, if it is much larger than 1, multiplication of very many large numbers will lead to a much larger number, and this gradient can go to infinity, very large. Such a situation is called gradient explosion. So you need to do some controlling. If the gradient goes beyond certain point, you clip it. Do not let it go beyond certain value. On the other hand, the gradient could be extremely small, 0.1, and many such gradient derivatives are multiplied together, it becomes extremely small, or the gradient can vanish. So you need to take care of this vanishing gradient problem also. This is typically taken care with the long short-term memory neural networks, which we'll talk next time. So there are issues with the neural network, but it can be handled. Summary: recurrent neural networks allow a lot of flexibility in architecture designs. The simple neural networks do not work as well, so we need some changes to be done right here. We can use gated recurrent unit to improve performance, and the problem of vanishing gradient or exploding gradient is typically handled using long short-term memory. How do the recurrent deep neural networks work with the acoustic model? Well, here is an example of the deep neural network. But you see here, there's an extra arc that has come here. The same neuron, the neuron not only takes the input from the previous neuron, but also its previous state. So this is a recurrent neural network coming into the acoustic model. You can have deep recurrent neural networks. There are multiple hidden layers, and the hidden layer, the neuron in a hidden layer can take its previous state as the input in addition to the input feature vector to predict the output, and there could be multiple hidden layers of this type. Deep neural networks, recurrent neural networks have been used successfully in speech recognition, and they have some limitations, and these limitations are overcome by some modifications, and even a better version of it is called long short-term memory, LSTM. We talked about recurrent neural networks. It is a sophisticated version of the neural network, where there is the neuron remembers its previous state, what its outputs were, what are its activities, and recursively it remembers the entire past history, but recent history it remembers more, and past histories it remembers less and less. But it is a mechanism for modeling and recognizing sequential patterns, not just one pattern but a sequence of patterns. But it had some deficiencies, some shortcomings. We briefly talked about it in the previous class. We will go through that again, and then we talk about a new variant of neural network called LSTM, long short-term memory, where it is able to remember things that happened not only in the recent past but also in the distant past. We will see examples of where this becomes necessary, and that explains the popularity of the LSTM. This is a famous quote which says, before you speak, let your words pass through 3 gates. Is it true? Only then let it go. Is it necessary to talk? And is it kind? So, before you speak, think of these questions, and only if your thought passes through these 3 gates, let you speak out. That is the word proverb. So here we see the word gate. Gate does control the information flow. Example of the gate is the main gate of our institute. If a student comes with a student pass, the security guard let them go through as it is, no change. If a visitor comes in a Ola or Uber cab, the cab driver has to get down, show his driving license and make an entry. If somebody comes just to have a dekho, they will say, sorry, not today, please come on open day. So the gates control the amount of information that's passing through. They can say yes, they can say no, they can say conditional yes or come with some modifications. So we use this term gates today very well. Specifically, we will be talking about 3 types of gates. One gate is about forgetting the information that we have already stored in the past about the history. Forget gate. Update gate. Whatever knowledge that we have, we update certain part of the knowledge. Updation could be selective, just like our security gate. And based on the current information that we have, the information that we had in the past, and the new information that came at this particular time instant, what should be the output of my neuron? That's an output. So we will be talking about each of them one by one. Before we go through that, we will briefly go through the recurrent neural networks and see their shortcomings and shortcomings of RNN that LSTMs are able to overcome. This is the block diagram of a recurrent neural network. There is a neuron A here. It receives an input X at time instant t. The output at the time instant t, H, not only depends upon the input but also depends upon the state of the cell at past time instances, which is H t minus 1 and ht minus 1 in turn depends upon ht minus 2 and so on, all the way from time t equal to 1 or t equal to 0. So this is there is a loop mechanism here. The state of the cell neuron is retained. You can unroll this loop and see that a recurrent neural network is a series of same neuron. The advantage with this is that this kind of structure is that at time instant t, the output ht depends not only on the xt but the state of the cell at all previous time instances. So it has in principle infinite memory, infinite history. But there is some problem with it. It has difficulty in remembering information that it received long time. It is long-term memory. Let us take an example where a language model, we are talking about modeling text, English language, it is trying to predict the next word based on the previous words. Now, if you look at this particular, we have seen words up to here. The clouds are in the. The next word is easy to predict. Clouds are generally in the sky. So you can predict that this is the next word would be sky, even without bothering about what was spoken earlier, what were the previous sentences and so on. So the short-term memory is good enough, but sometimes that is not sufficient. we not only need to look at the most recent information, but also the past information, very past information. Suppose it's a paragraph where the first sentence is I grew up in India, and then there are several sentences, and maybe 9 sentences I speak fluent. What should be the next word? This is 9th sentence, but the first sentence says that I grew up in India. We are human beings are able to remember this information that was spoken 8 sentences earlier, and able to predict speaking is a language, and most likely language is Hindi because that is the language that is spoken by a large number of people in India. Human beings do this effortlessly, this long-term dependency, long-term memory, but recurrent neural networks have some difficulty in doing this particular job. So let us look at a standard recurrent neural network itself. A recurrent neural network takes input at time instant t, it takes an input, call it as xt. It also receives the output at time t minus 1, which goes in here, which comes here, and it goes through a time hyperbolic activation function, nonlinear activation function, and output at time instant t is generated. The same output is fed to the same neuron through self-loop mechanism for processing at the next time instant. So this is the unrolled version of the standard recurrent neural network. Let us see how this recurrent neural network gets trained. Yesterday we didn't talk about this, but let's briefly just go through that. The training is called error back propagation, but this is through the time. Why? The output here depends on not only on the current input but also on the previous inputs and previous states. So the error has to back propagate through time, not just through layers. To do the error back propagation, the training involves 2 stages. One, input is given, the various processing takes place at neurons, and output comes out. So this is called the forward pass. So let us take a typical RNN unrolled version. Time flows like this. The input at time 0 is x0, input at time 1 is x1, and so on. The state of the neuron, what it remembers, is let's call it as S0, S1, S2, S3, and so on. So at time, let us consider the time instant 1. x1 comes in, the feature vector x1 is multiplied by a weight matrix U, and it passes through a sigmoidal function, and then the previous state of the cell, that again could be a vector, it gets multiplied by the corresponding weight matrix W. So the input vector gets multiplied by weight matrix xt is multiplied by the corresponding weight matrix U, and that is added to the previous state at t minus 1 by the corresponding weight matrix W. These two are added, it passes through a, let's say, time hyperbolic function, and that becomes the current state. And this current state gets multiplied by another weight matrix V to generate the output y cap t. Y cap t comes here. The difference between the y cap t, that is the predicted output, and the target output, desired output, is the error at time instant t. Now this error has to be summed over all time instants to get the total error. So in the forward pass, the x vectors are fed in and the errors are calculated at various time instances. They are all summed up. That is the total error, maybe squared error, whatever function it is. And this error we want to propagate backwards so that we weights of various matrices U, W, V. Let us see how this error is back propagated. We have the same structure here. Okay. Now the error is there, and let us say we want to update the matrix W. Let me make a note here that this W is constant at all times, it doesn't change. The W or U or V is time independent till in one iteration of time. That means W here and W here, W here, they are all same. There is no W subscript T, it is not time independent. My goal right now, let us say, is to update this weight matrix. So I take the total error and compute the partial differentiation of the total error with respect to weight matrix. And that E, since E is summation over ET, this is equal to summation over time of the delta of the ET divided by delta W. If we compute delta ET by delta W at various time instances, then we can compute this. So let us compute one such term here for T is equal to 3. So we are interested in delta E3 by delta W. Delta E3 by delta W by chain rule can be written as delta E3 divided by delta Y cap 3, the output here, and delta Y cap 3 on delta S3. Delta Y cap depends upon the S3 and delta S3 depends upon the W here. The S3 depends on the input at that time instant and the state of the neuron at the previous time instant. WS2 and US3. W is here, U is here. And it passes through the tangent buffer. Now S3 depends upon S2. That's the key idea. And S2 depends upon S1. S2 depends upon W again here, and in turn depends upon S1 and so on. So you see that the delta E by delta E3 by delta W depends upon various W's at various time instances and on the state of the neuron at various time instances. So I can write delta S3 by delta W. This expression S3 depends upon S2 and S1, which means that you need to sum such a term over dependence of S3 on Sk for all time instances, k equal to 3, 2, 1, 0 and so on. So this term delta S3 depends upon delta W can be broken up as delta S3 depending upon delta Sk, previous case, k less than 3, and delta Sk depending upon delta W. So you see here there are multiple derivatives getting multiplied and they are getting added here. So let's look at this expression again, that at time instant 3, if you look at the gradient of the error at time instant 3 with respect to the W partial derivative, that depends upon the dependence of the state of the neuron at the current time instant 3, this 3, with all the previous time instances, and the previous time instances in turn depend upon delta W. Now this term can be written as delta S3 by delta S3 minus 1, that is delta S2, and delta S2 divided by delta S2 minus 1, delta S2 minus 1 and so on. This term itself is a product of several such terms. So you see that the derivative of at one time instant with respect to W has lots of products here. Most of these derivatives are between 0 and 1 with most of the activation functions that we typically use. When you multiply numbers which are less than 1, if you multiply several numbers, the product will be much less than 1. This is at time instant 3, you saw 3 products here. At time instant 10, you will see 10 such products. At time instant 100, you will see 100 such products. So the effect of the S1 on S100 will be almost negligible because of this product memory of the recurrent neural network is poor. The gradient values shrink exponentially. Why it is exponentially? Suppose these numbers are p, and so this will be p power 3. That's an exponential quantity. P is less than 1. Gradient contributions from far away steps become 0. If I am at S100, the contribution of S90 will be little bit, contribution of S10 will be very small, almost negligible. Therefore, recurrent neural networks have difficulty correlating long distance dependence. What is the long distance dependency? My first sentence said that I grew up in India, and the 10th sentence, our 9th sentence said that I speak fluent dash. So there may be 100 words in between. It is not able to remember this context. So that problem is called vanishing gradient problem. Sometimes, depending upon the activation function and the errors, the gradient can become greater than 1. This number could become greater than 1. Very large, exponentially grow up. So that problem is called gradient explosion problem. The standard or the vanilla recurrent neural network is unable to control this kind of problem, vanishing gradient problem or exploding problem. The long short-term memory, LSTM, came up to solve this kind of problem. It has a built-in mechanism to have the recent information to be stored and also relevant information of the very past, long past to be stored. So we need to determine what is relevance, what should we remember from the long past, what should we forget, and what should we update. These are done by gates that we talked about. The gates are called forget gate. Some information becomes useless after some time, so forget it. Information comes at time instant t. Not all information may be useful. A part of the information will be useful to update it. So even the input go through an input gate. Similarly, the output of the neuron also go through an output layer. It is not necessary to output all the information that it knows at the given correct time instant. Only part of the information has to go through. So the output of the neuron also has to go through a gate, this operating gate here. So there are 4 interacting layers. They are all connected to each other, therefore they are interacting layers. And this graph, bipolar, it shows these 4 types of gates in a compact manner. There is the current state of the neuron. What information that it stores is also another. So we will go through each of these gates one by one. This was introduced in 1997, so 2 decades ago. Let us look at each of these gates. I want us to have a look at what is the need for different types of gates by looking at an example. The first stuff that one talks about is the state of the cell, CT. CT at time instant t minus 1 is there, and it gets modified by doing various kinds of operations, and the state of the cell, which has some information, is fed into the next time. So what are the things that this cell state need to remember or could remember or would be useful? Let's look at that. Let us take the example of translation from English language to Hindi language. It is translation from text to text. English written in Roman text to Hindi written in Devanagari text. So I am going to show the inputs here in the English language, and we want to guess what could be the translation in Hindi language. Okay. Let us say Arun went. So what is the corresponding Hindi translation? He went. Gaya. Okay? I am just going to write Gaya. Arun Gaya. Bharti went, another human being. What do you write? Bharti gayi. Okay. Why? Because it is a person. Here, went and went, exactly same. The verb is gender neutral in English. In Hindi, verb ending, morphology of the word, that depends upon the gender of the person. Therefore, whenever a noun comes, it is good to remember the gender of the person when we are talking about the Hindi language. So the cell state, what it remembers would be, first it has to identify the noun, and part of speech is essential for every word, so you need to remember the part of speech for every word, and this is a noun, but its gender also you remember because that is necessary. Now let us say the English sentence is both went. Dono gaye. So the verb changed with respect to the plural or singular. So this information that there were two people earlier and both went or they went, you need to remember that plurality also. So the information that you remember based on the past sentences could be what are the parts of speech of the each word and what is their gender and what is the plurality, singularity. These things matter when you come to the Hindi language. Now let us look at this second sentence, another sentence. Arun is good. One sentence. He went. He is a pronoun. So what does it refer to? It refers to the person Arun. You need to connect up these two. The current noun is Arun, the person. Therefore this pronoun refers to this Arun. So you need to remember the current person. So that information has to be stored here. Let us look at the another sentence. Arun is a good boy. Anil is also good. He went. What does this he refers to? Most likely to the Anil rather than Arun. When Arun is a good boy was there, the noun is stored, noun of the current cell is Arun. When the sentence ended here and a new sentence started and a new noun came into picture. So we need to forget the old noun and replace it by the new noun. So we need a forgetting capability to forget information and update this information, and depending upon that he will map on to Anil. We see the need for remembering things, selectively remembering various kinds of information and forget some things and replace it by something else based on the new input. So these are done by gates. So let us talk about gate, what the gates do. So the gate, a typical gate looks like this in the LSTM schematics. Information comes, typically it goes through a non-linearity layer, sigmoidal layer, take the logistic function, the output will be in the range 0 to 1. Suppose the information that comes through is a lot of information, 10 types of information is there. When information comes, 10 pieces of information come, 10 dimensional vector, let's say. When it goes through the sigmoidal function, sigmoidal layer will give rise to 10 numbers. All these numbers will be between 0 and 1. At this point, the information that is there gets pointwise multiplied by this vector. Let's say there are 10 values here and they get multiplied by the corresponding 10 numbers, each of them are between 0 and 1. Let's say the number here is 3, 4 and minus 2, something, and the numbers here is 0, 0.5 and 1.0, just for argument's sake. This x tells that it is a pointwise operation. It is a kind of dot product. So you multiply 0 with 3, it says that information 3 came in, but don't remember it, forget it. The information minus 2 remember it as it is important. Information, the second information, you remember part of it only you remember. So, the gate tells what percentage of the input that is coming in should go through. It is like our security gate, a student pass through. A stranger, don't let him pass through. A visitor, go through some process and then pass through. Gates control the amount of information that goes through via point-wise operation. Here, if we wrote sigmoid, use the logistic function. If you use the time hyperbolic function, the output could be in the range -1 to +1. What is the meaning of the -1? Suppose the fourth number is -0.7 and this number is, let's say, 7. So when you multiply 7 by -0.7, the output that goes through here is a negative number. It tells that if information that there is a negative correlation between the information, this fourth information. So if this is positive, remember it as a negative. So different types of activation functions through the gates help us to remember the extent to which the incoming information needs to be passed. Now let us go through each of the gates. We talked about forget gate, input gate, output gate and current state. Okay, these are the 4 layers that are interacting. These 3 gates we will talk one by one. Let's first talk about the forget gate. At time instant t, input comes xt, and this cell also remembers its hidden state ht at time t minus 1. These two together are combined. When you say combined, this gets multiplied by a matrix. Xt gets multiplied by a matrix, weight matrix, and this weight matrix is called WFF for forget gate. Similarly, ht minus 1 is also multiplied by the weight matrix of the forget gate, WF. And then there is a bias of the forget gate, that's okay. And it passes through a sigmoid function. So, f at time instant t determines the amount of information that needs to be forgotten based on its state at previous time instant and current input. So this is the equation for the forget gate layer. There is a point-wise operation here, we will come to that later. Next is input gate. So one gate is over, then another gate. The input gate, I at time instant t, depends again on the current input and the state of the cell at previous time instant. So current input, state of the cell at the previous time instant gets multiplied by the weight matrix corresponding to the input gate. This W is different, passes through a sigmoid function. In addition, there is another function here, which takes in the same input at time instant t, that is here, and the state of the cell at previous time instant ht minus 1, multiplied by another weight matrix. This is to do with the cell state, that's a WC, subscript C, and bias, passes through a time hyperbolic function. This sigmoid function is, the output will be between 0 to 1, the time hyperbolic output would be between -1 and +1. This is a candidate for the cell state capital C at time instant t. It is candidate, so there is a tilde here. So IT comes here, tilde comes here, they get multiplied point-wise to get to the current state. So let us look at the current state. Previous state is there, it comes like this. It's like a conveyor belt. It comes like this. The cell state at time instant t minus 1 get point-wise multiplied by forget gate. So forget gate is the output here, and that gets point-wise multiplied. This is a gate. It gets multiplied. So information which was stored in the cell in the previous time gets selectively altered by the forget gate, selectively erased by the forget gate. And then, depending upon the new input that came here, the input IT and the candidate cell state C tilde T, they get pointwise multiplied to generate the state of the cell at time instant T. Previous one got forgotten partially and the new information get added and the current state of the cell gets updated. Now the last one is the output layer. This is the output of the neuron at time instant T. The updated C is here, it comes here. So the output depends again on the input and the previous time instant. So the current input at the current time instant and the previous output ht minus 1, it passes, it gets multiplied by the weight matrix W corresponding to the output gate, passes through a sigmoid function here, this is bias here, and it generates the current tentative output of the state, and that gets multiplied the pointwise multiplication here by the current state of the cell, which again passes through a non-linearity time hyperbolic function and gets multiplied, and output ht is generated. This output, this arrow is downwards here and upwards here, it goes out of the neuron. Not only does it go out of the neuron, the output is passed on for the next time instant. So you saw that 3 gates here. One is a forget gate, it tells how much information should we forget from the existing memory. And the next one is the input gate, how much of the input should be used to update the current state. The current state is updated by the input and the forget factor, and depending upon the current state of the cell and the inputs here, which is the so-called intermediate output of the cell, the total output of the cell ht at time instant t is computed. The advantage with this is that in addition to be able to the output ht, depending upon not just xt but also on ht minus 1 and forget factor. Depending upon the situation, important things that gets retained, sometimes things get updated, and therefore it is able to remember relevant things that occurred in distant past, not just the short-term memory. So that is the brief introduction to the long short-term memory. There are variants of this which uses what is known as a peephole connection. You know what a peephole is. Door is slightly ajar, you just look at what is happening inside. A small window, you get a view of the thing. So forget gate not only depends upon the input at current time instant and the output at the previous time instant, but also on the state of the cell at previous time instant. So it is able to peep through, even the forget guy is able to peep through the information here, which comes through. So that is one variant of LSTM. This occurs for all the 3 gates. Note down here, the output depends on the current state of the cell also. There is another variant of the LSTM which is the so-called coupled gates. The current state depends not only on the forget factor with respect to the cell state at the previous time instant and 1 minus of t of the current candidate for the state of the cell at current time instant. So various such variants are there. The last one here is called gated recurrent unit. Gated recurrent unit. So you see the number of connections have slightly increased, it combines the forget gate and input gates in some computed manner, and it also merges the cell state and output gate in some manner. The number of some of the gates reduced, so it is a simplified version, and that has become more popular in the recent past. So these are some of the references from where some of these slides were taken. So in summary, the long short-term memory overcomes one main drawback of the recurrent neural network, that is RNN's inability to remember distant history. LSTM is able to, through its mechanism of forget gates, input gate and output gate and cell state, it is able to remember. If you are given a large amount of training data, it is able to remember what is relevant and when to replace it using the training data. And therefore, it does a better job of doing its task during the actual execution of the testing.